Here's a question worth asking yourself. Are you living your own life or someone else's life? Too often we fall into standard grooves of doing things, of living. We imbibe the conventions around us, we give into inertia, and perhaps we never realize that we've trapped ourselves. The only way out of this is self reflection, and most people don't self reflect. This is especially true when we are young. In my 20s, I was so full of myself that I was bursting with arrogance and pomposity. Age has dulled my fire, but even many people my age don't reflect on themselves. That's why I love having long conversations with those who do. By allowing me inside their heads, they allow me to understand myself a little better. And this is why I urge you, when you talk to people, don't only let it be about what my guest today calls information exchange. Instead, ask them about themselves and listen with an open mind. Do not judge, do not be in a hurry to respond. Just take it in. And when you feel you can trust someone, speak to them without a filter or an agenda. When you open yourself up like this, and when you are open to others, you may find to your surprise that you're not alone in the world.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is my good friend Murali Neelakantan, whose current occupation these days seems to be a full-time father. Murali was a spectacularly successful lawyer from the 1990s onwards and spent many years in London practicing law. He was also a partner at a leading American law firm, but he gave it up to come back to India. And then he left his career entirely to embark upon what he calls Project Arjun, working on being a full-time dad to his son Arjun. Now, these biographical details don't come close to capturing how interesting and thought-provoking I find Murali. And there's so much wisdom and so much to think about in this conversation. It's one of my favorites. But before we get to it, let's take a quick commercial break. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just the willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Murali, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you for having me, Amit.
Such a pleasure that you're finally here. We've been planning this episode for a long time, but I'm going to begin it not by talking about something we have been discussing for a long time or something that is there in your copious notes, but something that you just said, where when I started the recording, I said ki I'm feeling a little disoriented and matlab ki, you could see me fumbling with my cables and all of that. And you said ki, kya baat hai? Aapka routine nahi hai? Why don't you stop and go back and do your rituals before this thing or your routine or whatever? And one of the things that really struck me about you, especially when you sent me your notes, is the level of organization and detail that is there. Like, I will tell my listeners that Murali sent me such mind-blowing notes on himself कि मुझे कुछ करना ही नहीं पड़ा उसके आगे. Everything was like nested entries and organized in themes and all of that, like Rome research में होता है. And an added layer which I don't have in my notes, everything was freaking footnoted. Like, even a random thought he is having is footnoted to something or the other, और मैं pagla gaya. So I want to sort of start by asking about the impact of being organized in this way, because it strikes me that there are different ways to reach this organization, which is either you're an organized kid right from the start, or like you went to law school and that gives you a certain kind of training that helps you become organized. But what I'm also interested in is that how this organization and this way of thinking then shapes the person that you are, right? Because I would then imagine that someone who is so meticulous and detailed in note-taking is not going to go on Twitter and give bhashans on subjects he knows nothing about or randomly sound off at, all the shit that happens. And I'm really interested in how the things that we do, the habits that we take up, shape who we are. And what are your sort of thoughts on this?
I think you've picked something that most people who know me have picked as this is Murali. One of the words they would describe me by is he's organized, fastidious, meticulous. And if you want to look at it negatively, it's nitpicking. So there's a line where it goes from being fastidious to nitpicking. But I think it started because my parents were very fastidious. My mom, I remember the line, she used to say, plan your work and work your plan. And that's always stuck with me. Everything has a place and everything in its place. So it was the simple muhavre kind of thing that I grew up with. So everything has a place in my house or at work. I've never lost anything. I've never lost a wallet, never lost a credit card, never lost stuff keys, never lost anything. So I can find it. There was an instance when a friend of mine from law school was sent home to find a book. And I have a library similar to this in my house in Bangalore. And he went there and I had instructed him as to where it was going to be.
Wow.
And the book was exactly where it was. It didn't take him more than 10 seconds to find it.
My God.
So I think it's been drilled into us as kids. My brother is the same, that you got to be organized. And I saw value in it. I sell time as a commodity, right? As a lawyer, I sell time as a commodity. So the more I can squeeze out of my day, the more I can sell. And it's a perishable commodity. So if I can squeeze 10 billable hours when everybody else is only managing 6, then I'm twice as efficient as they are. So I'll be more profitable than they are. So what happens in personal life then also works in professional life. And I made a real conscious effort, and I said that to you earlier. I kept timesheets of my time through law school, which recorded all my activities during the day. And I still have them. It started a couple of years before law school, so soon after I finished school. And it went on for a couple of years after I became a lawyer. So for about 8-9 years, I have what I think is an accurate record of all my activities for those 9 years.
And did this include things like, did this include personal activities, dating? What was
Chai piya,
what,
₹2 के sandwich खाया.
what is the date of your first kiss?
I don't remember, but it's recorded.
Yeah, it's the same with me. But I only recorded the big, mind-blowing, earth-shattering events, like obviously this would be, but absolutely nothing else.
No, I've recorded everything. And I think it is the detail of everything. Okay, I can tell you what I wore. I can tell you what I ate. I can tell you what time.
What did you wear?
If I see it in the notes. I mean, I don't remember.
You don't remember now.
I don't remember what happened 30 years ago at that level of detail. But, I can tell you the book or the journals actually say all of that.
Wow.
So, and they also say, so we have tracking progress. So if I had objectives to be achieved, at the end of the week, I could look at my week and say, we're doing well, not doing well, making progress, not making progress. So it's kind of introspection and checking if the objectives you want to achieve are being achieved.
And I guess there are two things that can happen with this. And one is that you're organized, obviously, and disciplined, and this can help because, everything is accounted for. But the other also is, our man Irapalli Prasanna once told me that line is optional, length is mandatory. Right. And I think over here, what would happen is that organizational is mandatory, but self-reflection is optional. And I want to ask a little bit about that because it is one thing to sort of just write in your diary notes like first case and this and that. But how much self-reflection was baked in to that? Because I sort of, when I look back on my life and especially when I look back on my youth, there's zero self-reflection. And I look at people around me and there's zero self-reflection for most people. And as we were discussing at lunch, and we'll probably come back to that, especially true of men. Women are forced to self-reflect and be aware of the world a little more around them, but especially so for men. But leaving that aspect of it aside, what was the self-reflection like? Since when did you start thinking at that one meta level where you're actually looking at yourself doing things?
I think I can't point out the date when it happened, But growing up gave, I think, my generation a lot of opportunity to self-reflect because there's not much to do. So you're staring at the wall, you're an introvert, you're happy staring at the wall. But your mind's not blank, right? We haven't reached that level of nirvana yet. So there is something happening. And either you're very creative and imaginative, which I am not, or you're looking at things around you, things are happening to you, things how you feel. So I think that started quite early, trying to ask, kya ho raha hai? Not that there were answers, but at least the questions were there. And I think by the time I went to law school, I knew what my insecurities were. So that bit I had figured out. Okay, these are the 2-3 things that really bother me. I hadn't figured out what makes me happy yet, but I knew what bothered me a great deal. So I think self-reflection came from looking at those logs once in a week and saying, how was the day? How was the week? And what made you feel the way you're feeling? So it gave data points to reach this conclusion rather than मुझे लग रहा है कि week was good या लग रहा है कि X happened. So the introspection is actually looking through it and saying, I think I'm feeling this way. What is the data to back it up? Or am I wrong about it? So I might think I haven't done enough work that week, but actually shows that I've made good progress that week. So that is how I looked at data.
And what do you feel when you look at those notes now? Like, do you look at those notes now? What do you feel about your younger self? And like one common theme on my show, and of course you really intimidated me by listening to all my episodes and citing from them and all that before this conversation. So one common theme that you'll know is how on the one hand, we become really different people as we go through life, but on the other hand, there is something essential that perhaps doesn't change. What are your thoughts on what is essential and what did change? Like, what makes that person a stranger to you and what makes him very much you?
I don't feel him as a stranger at all. So I can feel the same emotion of that time now. So that's how I remember it. That if you ask me, what did you feel in your first year of law school? I can feel that now. Right now, I can feel it. And I get a physical reaction to it. So, I feel a little bit of nervousness. I feel the tingling. I feel all of that. So my way of remembering a lot of this is this. And it actually brings back that level of emotion to me. So I can remember that person and I can feel that person. And I often do, to see what that journey has been. So I can feel the insecurity. I can feel the nervousness. I can feel that sense of not belonging. I can feel all of that now. I've accepted all that now. So at least in the last 10 years, I can say that without choice, it was where it was 30 years ago. But by choice, I've said, ठीक है, हम ठीक है, हम ऐसे ही है. I decided then, about 10 years ago, that I don't have to be a better version of myself. Everybody's saying you must be better today than you were yesterday. नहीं यार, हम ठीक हैं. I am like this. I have accepted it. And whoever thinks I should achieve some higher potential, no, please do whatever. हमसे नहीं होगा. So that acceptance came about 10 years ago. But that was not the case, I think, when I was, let's say, 18. When I thought, पता नहीं क्या होने वाला है. There was a lot of uncertainty in every aspect of life. I didn't belong to any tribe. I think my academic grades were slightly higher than the highest to be part of the sports group. So all the guys who were playing sport, unke group mein nahi tha. They were almost as good as to be in the nerd group. But they didn't think of me as a nerd because I played sport. So I didn't actually belong to any of these. There's the hostel gang. I was a day scholar. So wo alag tha. So I didn't go to boarding school, so wo gang alag tha. I didn't come from any of the other places, so wo gang alag tha. So it just made me feel like an outsider in law school. And I didn't know why. Or why am I not part of any tribe? What am I missing? What are the signals I'm not seeing? Now I look back and think, maybe they put out the signals and your radar was not tuned to pick those up. So you didn't know if they're actually welcoming you to a tribe. But हमें नहीं पता था. I didn't see those signals. If they were actually throwing out warmth, I never received it because I didn't know what form it was arriving. So those are the things I think are different now. Is now I get a sense of looking at it, searching for it, looking to detect it, rather than face the opposite direction and say, ठीक है, ऐसे ही होने वाला है. So I think that's the similarity and difference.
Not detecting signal space. I remember we had a conversation we had when we last met at Shrana's book event, where you said that some, at a reunion, some female classmates of yours told you that they had also sent signals, and you were completely clueless then. Kuch idea nahi tha.
Correct. And it comes from how I think we grow up. And I look back at it now and I'm able to explain it. I didn't know then that we have to learn how to behave in society. And unless you're in a family that is very social, where you get a chance to play, you can only learn to dance by dancing. So you can only learn to behave in society by behaving in society. But as a family, we didn't have a lot of social interaction. So it was very limited. And as kids, we were meant to just shut up and listen. Kids were meant to be seen, not heard. So we didn't really get a chance to interact with adults, with other people. We didn't have many guests at home. So when you get to a stage where you're interacting with society, which law school was, which school wasn't very much, but law school was, you have no skills. And also you have no way of acquiring those skills. And nobody's actually creating a safe space for you to say, ठीक है, आ जाओ, हम सिखा देंगे आपको. So that was the awkwardness of being introvert, shy, and in law school where it's quite a vibrant culture at that time.
Everything is going back to what we discussed earlier. We should just have kept the mic on perennially. Iski zarurat hi nahi hoti. But just going back to male-female relations in India. Now, in our time, of course, I think I'm a little younger than you, but we kind of grew up in a sense where but the boys simply don't know how to talk to girls. Correct. You're basically going with the first girl who is willing, as you mentioned. Correct. and that's really the whole game. And the thing is, even today, where there is technology, there's a lot more intermingling. We live in an age of Tinder and Hinge and all of that. Even today, I think that there is a fundamental disconnect because men and women don't really understand each other. And it is more the case that men don't understand women and they don't understand themselves, but not so much with women. And that seems to me to be a profound mismatch. And we were talking about this, of course, in the context of, how marriage is such an artifact and an outdated institution which essentially traps both men and women in particular roles, except women are aware that they're trapped and men aren't. And the question and the question there is that then if people understand that it's an outdated artifact, we still don't have a template for how to interact with each other. We still don't have an understanding of what the other person wants. We still don't have a sense of how do you even have a conversation. We are all trapped in the fantasy universes in our little heads, and when there is a mismatch, there is, so everything kind of seems out of whack. And through the distance of the many decades that you have lived this life and seen the world around you, what is sort of your sense of how all this is evolving?
I think it goes back to exactly what we just spoke, which is we aren't taught how to play, and therefore we don't know how to play. So we aren't taught how to listen to women or other people generally. So we don't listen very well. And listening is more than just the words. It's trying to understand what the underlying thought is. And that realization came to me very late. I grew up with conversation being an information exchange. So I didn't need to talk if I did need any information from you. I didn't see it as an interaction or building of relationships, something deeper than just the words. So this realization also came to me very late. But I think so that's the fundamental issue. It's not just gender. I think in my life, at least, it was difficult to have a close relationship, a warm relationship with anyone, because that's not how we grew up. I didn't grow up in a family that was huggy, kissy, I love you. None of that ever happened. And therefore, my statement to you that my life was like a potted plant. So the potted plant is just happy to be alive, right? It doesn't know it's alive, but It's happy to be alive. You have to assume that. So I think that was the way, and it's not unique to me. I think a lot of people of my generation will be able to relate to it. I've spoken to several of my friends, and they seem to have had a similar experience where you don't have expressive parents and cooing parents and telling you beta beta shabash beta mera raja beta. None of that happened. So at least in the families I know, and maybe they are of a particular type, there wasn't any raja beta syndrome. You were just left there, and you turned up in the evening, you're fine. You didn't turn up in the evening, they look around and see if you're at the neighbors, and that's about it. So I think that difficulty, therefore, with having social relationships with irrespective of gender, I think is an issue. People through school and college find these connections with people and are learning how to do that interaction. But with women, I think also happens with some of us that at home you're told that women are a distraction. My wife still says that to my teenage son.
I thought she says that to you.
Wo to, she's given up on me. But that's also the issue with patriarchy, right? That women are the bad influence on boys. And so again, there's a barrier to having that interaction. And then you're suddenly in a state where you're supposed to have these interactions. And I think this generation is now facing the Me Too problem. That where is that line? So my generation was awkward with women. This generation is also awkward with women. My generation had the naughties. This generation also has the naughties. So I think the problem remains the same. The reasons for them are slightly different.
What is a naughties?
Dirty old men. Naughty as in N-A-U-G-H-T-Y.
Yeah.
Naughty.
And
the naughty guys.
Okay.
So you had Eve teasers then, you have Eve teasers now, you have stalkers then, you have stalkers now. Women put up with it then, they're not putting up with it now. But I don't think the men have understood how to communicate. So that issue remains. The reasons for why we communicated badly are different from why I think boys communicate badly now. We communicated badly because we weren't taught how to do it. Now I think the reasons are different. I mean, they lack a vocabulary, they lack this thing about wanting to do it. They're happy to just text K and be done.
to text K and be done. No, and we were talking about the Agya episode earlier, and one of the things that kind of struck me about Agya, and I think you agreed with me, is that interesting man. And this is, by the way, the Agya was this great Hindi writer. I did a recent episode with Akshay Mukul on him, and married a number of times and all of that. And for me, more than Agya, I found the women in his life much more interesting, because Agya was just living his life and using people and not self-reflective at all. While all of these women were seeing everything. They were seeing him and they were seeing themselves in relation to him. And, in the great episode I did with the great Shanta Gokhale, I don't like to use so many adjectives, but it is justified here. And she spoke about how, for example, when her second husband, Mr. Khopkar, is proposing to her on the beach, and there are two voices in her head, and one voice knows that this is a bad idea, he's a womanizer, kya kar rahe ho, nikal jao. And the other voice is saying, yeah, this is what I want. But at least there is that awareness ki these are my conflicting impulses. Men don't even have that awareness. Ki kar kya rahe hai? I mean, I'm not generalizing. Some men do. We are the good ones, as they would say, but I don't think so. But, I mean, there seems to be this enormous asymmetry here that women, to get by in the world, have to account for themselves, and they also have to be aware of the men. And not aware of the men in the sense in the sense that men may pose a threat to them or whatever, but what are they like? What whereas men don't, men are just kind of, by and large, are oblivious to a lot of this. And is this a cultural thing?
You should speak to an evolutionary biologist or something to say, is this how men are wired? Because we can just sow the wild oats and move on.
Yeah.
Whereas women have to think long term because they're going to have to bring up the babies.
Exactly.
Maybe it's evolutionary biology in that sense, that we don't think longer term than what's happening now. And women are just tuned to thinking longer term on many things.
I mean, at the heart of it is biology and genes, of course, and I completely agree with this. But at the same time, it's really interesting to see that number one, our genes can wire us in different contradictory ways at the same time. Like we can be wired for extreme selfishness, but also for empathy and altruism simultaneously. And number two, I also find the interplay between nature and nurture really interesting. Like I mean, what makes humans unique is that we are the one species that can mitigate its own programming. And that is what culture does. And to me, that is the Enlightenment project, that we try to amplify the better angels of our nature and to, subdue what is even the opposite, the demons, the devils, to subdue what we want to subdue within our nature. So we are hardwired to want children, but people can decide not to do it. Men are hardwired to sow their seed wherever they can, but we can decide to be monogamous. But at the same time, the hardwiring is there and it is always having an impact. And we, a lot of how we deal with it is rationalizations and delusions.
It's true, but also think of it this way. The criticism of women seems to be, and it's quite well researched, is that they marry the man they want him to be.
Mm.
So the downside of projecting so far into the future and thinking long term is that you're not marrying the man he is, but you're marrying the man you think he can be. So the disappointment on the other side is when I don't meet that expectation of the person she married, causes her to be frustrated, angry, unhappy in the relationship. So I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but there's an upside to it and a downside to it. Do I want to be my wife's project? I mean, her big project is the husband. That can be quite difficult.
Yeah, and also a lot of marriages happen really early. People change. People become completely different people. Now you might be lucky enough that at the end of it, everything is kind of worked off fine. But it isn't always like that. And I feel that if there is it's that whole thick and thin desires, right? That you follow the mimetic desire ki shadi karenge, ye karenge, wo karenge. And then the decades pass and...
Actually, हमारे साथ ऐसे नहीं हुआ था. I didn't think I would get married. For two reasons. One, I grew up in a family I didn't see happy marriage. But not just in my family, but I didn't see any happy marriage anywhere around. So they weren't these lovey-dovey couples. They weren't these parents who looked happy all the time. Just seemed like two people in a house. So the institution of marriage didn't really represent itself in anybody I knew. I just thought of them as two people. Marriage didn't add anything to them. I couldn't see what it added to them. So I wasn't really a fan of it growing up. And in some ways, I was a bhakt of your theory that it's a sin on society and a crime on children to have them. But then somewhere along the way, शादी हो गई, बच्चा भी पैदा हो गया.
पैसिव वॉइस में बोल रहे हो गई हो गया, आपने किया ना?
I'm using exactly the term that
Shreyana's episode, yeah?
There's a little homage to every one of your episodes in this conversation.
Yeah, I got to tell people, I was discussing with Murali on a Zoom call yesterday कि क्या बातें करेंगे, and he quoted from some 7 of my episodes. At one point मैंने sir को बोला कि I was telling him an anecdote about Mrinal Pandeyji's mother and aunt, and he stopped me and he said, नहीं, this is not Mrinal Pandeyji's mother and aunt, this is Sara Rai's mother and aunt. You are confusing episode 255 with 263. And I said, Are Bapre. And of course he was right. And I said, Are Bapre, like meri hi yaddash dekho. But speaking of yaddash and going back to the theme of parents, like I remember my mom died in 2008 and my dad died during COVID, during the second wave. And I remember going through all his old papers and everything. And I'd come across letters from my mother to him earlier. And I've also I basically came across things which gave me a sense of the inner state of both people. And what I realized that both of them were desperately lonely all the way through their marriage. That they were, like you said, two people together, but living sort of solitary lives within that. And at some point, I think what happens is that you reach that stage of inertia where you kind of give up on the other person being what they want, but you don't give up on the thing and you're just going through the motions. So I totally kind of empathize. Let's get to biography now. And you've described your childhood as, as you being a potted plant, and in your words, quote, fed and watered, checked every now and then to see if it was still alive, stop quote. So, where were you born? What was childhood like? Tell me about
I was
that.
actually born in Pune. My grandfather was a minor civil servant in the defense establishment. And so my mom came to have me in Pune. So I was born in Pune, but I lived most of my childhood in Bangalore because my parents lived in Bangalore. And so it was a very middle class upbringing in the real sense of the middle class. So I think of it as my parents never owned a house. So, one of the aspirations of the middle class is to own a house, I think.
By that logic, तो मैं middle class मैं भी नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि even I don't own a house, but that's for different reasons.
Yeah. You've done the math.
I've done the math.
Correct. My father didn't do the math. Actually, he was quite bad with money. So it was I think, an upbringing where we had enough food. We were not wanting for anything. And some would say my father lived beyond his means. So money was always a big thing for me growing up. It was a huge insecurity growing up that पैसे तो होने चाहिए. कि the whole point of this exercise is पैसे बनने चाहिए. So point of working is पैसे बनने चाहिए. But I was also practical that there will be a number in mind. So when I graduated law school, I had a number in mind. कि इतने हो जाएंगे तो बहुत है.
What was the number?
At that time, it was 1 crore.
Okay. Inflation adjustment के साथ कितना होता है?
I don't know, यार. वो सब I'm not good at.
3-4 होगा, 5-6 crore होगा.
So I had predicted in 96 that मेरे पास crore रुपया होगा. तो I can quit.
And do what?
Do nothing.
Okay.
Boss, that is my secret weapon. कि I'm very good at doing nothing. बस छोड़ दो हमको, हम ठीक है. So that was the plan. So money was always a thing at home. Not that we were wanting, but पैसे होने चाहिए boss. Because that fixes lots of problems. So yeah, went to a school that it's quite well known in Bangalore, but didn't produce any well-known alumni. It was kind of a nerd school. कि सब लोग engineer, doctor बनेंगे and have middling lives. And so that was, I think, little school and middle school. Nothing much to talk about. It was quite uneventful. Now I think back and, I think find significance in events there. But at the time, it was a very ordinary life. You ask people on your podcast, what books were you reading at that time? कुछ खास नहीं था यार. Because the library was one room in the school with cupboards that were locked. And you're allowed near it twice in a month for 1 hour.
To just sit and read, you can't take books from it.
No. So वो दिखावे के लिए library था. Nothing really got used in that library. It is just like PT भी ऐसे ही था हमारा. We never actually did anything useful during those 2 hours a month. So I went to a school that didn't really think very much about
extracurricular, physical.
Nothing. कि अच्छे मार्क्स मिलने चाहिए एग्जाम में. That was their USP. कि हमारे बंदे CBSE में अच्छे मार्क्स लेके डॉक्टर इंजीनियर बन जाते. So that was growing up. But now I look back and look at, the people who say, oh, I went to play tennis or basketball. I noticed that in law school, that who are the kids who play tennis, squash, basketball, who swim? The clear class divide. We can't play basketball. हम volleyball खेलेंगे. Basketball नहीं खेलेंगे. I can't swim. I can't play tennis. So there's a clear divide. Kids who had gymkhana memberships, lived in South Bombay. वो एक टाइप है. हम वो टाइप नहीं है.
Your kid lives in South Bombay and has a gymkhana membership.
I know. And it's interesting you say that, Amit, because I was having a conversation with somebody and it came out of an incident. when we were living in London, we had tickets to come back and I had tons of miles. So I had cashed my miles. Jet Airways screwed up. So they upgraded two of us and not the third. And the upgrade was obviously mine because mera tha card. So we had two tickets in business and one in economy. तो कौन इकोनॉमी में आया तीनों में से?
आप ही आए.
क्यों?
क्योंकि that is a role we have been taught.
No, because I am the son of a poor man. My son is the son of a rich man. He's never seen this life. Right from the time he was born, I had so much miles that we used to fly first on BA. Not business, first on BA. So we have photos of him, tiny baby, watching his video of whatever cartoons and eating by himself from the time he was a year old or so. So he doesn't know कि पीछे प्लेन के पीछे इतनी सारी जगह है, लोग उस तरफ जाते हैं. गेट से एंटर हुए, लेफ्ट हुए, राइट तो हमने देखा भी नहीं था at that time. So that's the difference, that some of those things I can't explain why I still worry about it now. But that's just me now. It's become part of me कि at that time we were meant to be frugal. अभी भी frugal है. 60 रुपये ज्यादा देके मैं उबर प्रीमियर में जाऊं नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं. जो है गो ठीक है. It's not about affordability. It's about how you're wired to think in a particular way.
And this is, I mean, and this is a social wiring in the sense that, I remember when my dad came to Bombay, I'd take him to the Marriott for the breakfast buffet and he would have everything on the menu, everything, right? और मेरा मूड नहीं है तो मैं बस एक ऑमलेट खा के मेरा खत्म हो गया, right? It's not कि पैसा वसूल है, सब चाहिए and all of that. And yeah, and it's kind of interesting that even when you're aware of that process within you, but you're still कि नहीं, Uber Premier नहीं लूंगा,
ये ठीक है. But it's only to me. I don't think it's a universal thing, okay? Because my wife comes from a similar socioeconomic background. She has no qualms about it. In fact, she will buy the most expensive thing. So I think she's the exact opposite of me. She thinks of expensive as quality. So if it's an identical thing, one costs, let's say, 5 lakhs of rupees and the other costs 50,000 rupees. She will buy the 5 lakh thing. I think that is the other fallout of not having the money. You think if it's more expensive, it must be better. So we have two divergent, contrasting views in the family. I will go for value and she will go for quote unquote quality.
And the two can often lead to the same direction, because I used to think as a young person when I couldn't afford big brands, I used to think कि यार ये तो सिर्फ more expensive है, ये brand name है और कुछ नहीं है. Today I've kind of realized कि नहीं यार, product में भी फर्क होता है. Sometimes you got to pay the 3x because it just does make a difference.
I agree, and I have very mixed emotions when I'm there. It's not an easy thing. And when I was in London and I would go and buy a suit, I knew what a good suit was. And it took a lot of real persuasion of myself to say, you deserve it. You can afford it. Looks good on you. Le lo. But I would never buy it on the first attempt. जाके देखता था, फिर दूसरी बार देखता था, फिर तीसरी बार देखता था. Then somehow made the effort to go inside and be fitted for it. And then still have second thoughts at that time ki really it's like $1,200 or £1,000 or whatever. Ki sale mein hai $1,000 pe or £1,000 pe, but लूं तो लाख रुपया है यार. It's a lot of money.
लेकिन लिया.
वो तो लिया, but the process of actually acquiring.
What is a good suit? I don't know.
One that fits well.
But how do you define fitting well? See, the problem is, and this is you
Oh,
said something that really hurt me the other day on on Twitter DM, where you heard my episode with Pushpesh ji and our lament on how nothing fits us because paunch and all that, and you told me कि मैं तो slim fit पहन के आऊँगा, which as I can see, it's not a video podcast, आपको post करने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, लेकिन तो आप slim fit पे आ गए, तो I guess a fitting for you would be different than a fitting for me, and I won't even know what a good fitting is, frankly. But leaving that aside entirely, huh?
did you watch that movie Casino Royale, the remake of it
No.
with Eva Green and
Oh, yeah,
Daniel Craig?
I did watch that, but I don't remember anything except they got the poker terribly wrong. But wo jaane do.
There are dinner jackets and there are dinner jackets. This is the latter.
Okay.
It's the line that she uses
Hmm.
for a jacket that she gives him to wear
Hmm.
the casino.
उसने मेरा राइटिंग कोर्स नहीं किया. मैं अपने राइटिंग कोर्स में बोलता हूँ नेवर से द लैटर बिकॉज देन द रीडर हैज टू गो बैकवर्ड टू फिगर आउट व्हाट वाज द
पहला
सेकंड.
कौन सा?
हाँ, तो
But it's a short one,
चलता है, ठीक है.
and this is, and the line is catchy, of course.
Yeah, it's catchy.
And the way you deliver it, there are dinner jackets and there are dinner jackets.
Yeah.
This is the latter. I think
It works in this context.
it. I think it
चलो,
works
ठीक है.
beautifully in this context.
माफ कर दिया. हाँ.
So it's that you see it, you know it. कि boss ये अच्छा है. And everybody has a different body shape, and some things fit better for some kind of people. And so slim fit works very well for me. It doesn't work for a lot of people.
So I'll ask you a question because we're talking material things and objects and all that. And I asked this to a group of friends. मैं एक lunch पे गया था with Roshan Abbas and Subrat Mohanty and Naren Shenoy and Amit Chandilia and Sudhir Sarnobat, all good friends of mine. And I can't give you any of their answers because that is private. It is up to them. I'll give you my answer. And the answer was to talk about one object in the world that kind of defines who you are or where you are and all of that.
It's a very interesting one because my son did a project for a subject called Theory of Knowledge. He had to pick an object which is the unknowable thing, something that can't be known. And it made me think a lot about what is this object that symbolizes the unknowable. And we had a very, very interesting discussion. And he picked Schrodinger's cat. His teacher said he couldn't have it because it was not an object. It's not a real thing. It's a mind experiment. And he refused to accept it. He said, to me, it is real. And this is how it is real. He doesn't let us watch him play sport. We are banned. We can't go and watch him play sport. And his explanation for that is that he thinks he will have performance anxiety if daddy's watching. And he said, therefore, I am the cat in the Schrodinger's cat.
Wow. सर आपका बेटा तो आपका बाप निकला.
बिल्कुल. So, to me, those will be the kind of things, the objects that I would describe is the unknowable. I haven't figured myself out yet.
But वो तो अलग बात है, वो तो unknowable है. But out of the objects, like I'll give you my answer so you
No.
kind of get the drift. And my great regret, which I have been lamenting about recently, is that the only thing I wanted to do in my life is really write fiction, which I haven't done. I should have written 10, 12 books by now. कुछ नहीं किया. अभी करूँगा. Time है. One is young relatively. But still, there is a sense of decades gone and lost. And to me, the object that represents that is when I was clearing out my dad's house. I remember in the 1980s when I was a little kid and I had announced at the age of 9 and the age of 10 कि मैं तो writer बनूंगा. And what he used to do as a government servant is he would get all these diaries at the start of Jan. And he would give these diaries to me and he would say, bete likho. So I have a diary he gave me in 1986. It is a brown leather diary which he gave me in 1986 and he said, bete is पे लिखो. And I said कि ठीक है मैं writer बनूंगा, मैं इस पे लिखूंगा. और 2-3 पेज लिखे उसके बाद नहीं लिखा. And I still have that empty diary. And that's the story of my life.
I have no such thing that I can identify. I'll think about it, but I can't identify the one thing that represents me.
Any one thing, not the one thing, because after all, multitudes, but something connected with law, with childhood.
No,
With childhood.
I don't connect to law as a personal thing. I did law because it was a way to make money.
Something of
And I
your
was good at it.
mother's.
No, I think the one thing I'm really passionate about but doesn't love me back is playing billiards, playing sport generally. That I love it, but the sport doesn't love me.
What does that even mean? If you love it, the sport loves you because it is giving you that love.
No, so for example, I've broken my neck 3 times, so I can't.
Your neck?
Yeah, so I don't have good technique now while playing billiards because it requires you to bend down and lift your neck up. So my technique's very poor, which means my shot making is very poor. Also, I need different sets of glasses. So there's a whole lot of issues that make it difficult for me to play to the level I could play once, and definitely nowhere near the potential I exhibited as an 18-year-old. So it's a kind of one-sided thing there. So I play volleyball, it's the same thing. I don't play it elegantly, gracefully. I'm effective, but I was never coached, and so I'm self-taught in that sense. So I'm functional. I'm still better than a lot of people. I can still give the kids a run for their money. I still beat the high school team when we play against them. So वो सब तो है. But I wish I could be more elegant, more graceful.
I think
sport is what would represent.
I think there are, 2 ways to think about that. And one way is that you're playing sport because it is fundamentally competitive and you want to win, you want to beat the other guy, you want to humiliate the other motherfucker and all of that. And that's one way. And the other way is that you're just playing it because you love playing it. Baki sab jai bhar mein. So in that sense, if you love playing it, why does it matter ki theek hai, neck is not up, form is not good, ball didn't go in?
Because it caused a lot of frustration. No? So this is a shot I could play. It's a beautiful shot. It is not played every day because the kids don't play it anymore. Only the oldies play billiards. The kids play pool. So when somebody sees it, it's like the chef's kiss. They're all doing that to you. And they feel it. And you feel it when you play it. Ki boss, I could play this and I would get it 7 out of 10. Abhi, I'm getting 2 out of 19 or something.
Yeah, but those 2 are recorded and you can edit and you don't have to show the other 17.
And that's exactly how I rationalize when I play now. Ki I will not score more points than the other guy. Overall, the average of my game is going to be very bad. But I'll have 2 or 3 shots in a 2-hour session that I will feel ki maza aa gaya. Just those 2 shots. And I will keep trying the difficult one, hoping that I will make at least one that day. But the toll it takes on me is a week of pain after that for having played those 2 hours. That's why I said the game doesn't love me back as much, saying, okay, you're going through so much pain, we'll give you 4 good shots rather than one in a 2-hour period. And I can't play more than 2 hours because then, I'm completely out after that. So with any sport, that's the thing. And there are injuries. I get volleyball injuries once a month or so. And then they take 2 weeks to heal. So you kind of lost half the month recovering from the damn thing.
Yeah, and then you go through your physical conditioning camps and you come back to play and you straight away get it again.
No. So that is why I said, so I think if I would look back at myself, I think it would be sport and say, he played sport and he enjoyed playing it. And I think I'm happiest on a sports field. Even when I'm not doing spectacularly well, I think I'm happy there.
Well, let's go back to kind of childhood. And there is sports in that, of course, and we'll come to that. But tell me about your parents.
So my father was a very interesting man. Very sharp. Perhaps even brilliant. But exceptionally short-tempered. Very angry with the world. He had, I think we never spoke about it as parents of that era, and children never speak about these things. But I think he felt that he was victimized by the world. He was an unusual man, academically good, but rebellious in class, which meant that you got slammed very badly. So even if you were bright, you came across as cocky, arrogant, stubborn, petulant, whatever. he played sport exceptionally well. So he played university basketball, table tennis, and water polo. I'm yet to see somebody who plays these three sports at least university state level and make it to the teams there.
I don't think I know anyone who plays water polo at all.
True. So that was his thing, that he was doing well in sport, but came from a family that didn't want him to play sport, wanted him to focus on studies. And in class, he was pretty much victimized by his teachers. And so he ended up being this very angry with the world person, and therefore, didn't go into university. Therefore, the rest of life didn't treat him as well as it should have, or he thought it should have. So I think he went through life generally being very angry with the world. And we generally avoided daddy. It's like dad's in the house means you just become invisible. You become the potted plant. So there wasn't really much that we interacted, father and kids. The only interaction that we can think of, or rather it happened when we were there, was movies and music. And I think I have a theory that children listen to the music that their parents like. So they're generally one generation behind. In our time, because that was the only access to music, right? Now my son can go and find his own music. But for us, the access to music was through our parents. So we listened to what they liked. So if he liked a particular kind of music, then that was the music we listened to and we got to like. And he liked the music of the 50s and 60s tremendously. A little bit of the 70s, but largely it was 50s, 60s music, not much of the 80s and 90s.
The Subrat Mohanty music. Subrat in his episode talks
Yes.
about...
I thought Subrat Mohanty music, I thought there was a playlist which he put out.
No,
I don't think so. So it's the music of my parents. So that was really the only connection. And we didn't think of it as unusual. I've had this conversation with my mother thinking, did you think that you missed out something? No, I thought that was how all kids were with their parents, because we didn't see kids interacting with their parents any differently. So we didn't have any benchmark to say, my father is worse than somebody else's father. I think the only difference I noticed was there would be times when kids would be dropped off in school by their parents. I never got that. So I used to actually walk an hour to school.
1 hour to school?
Each way.
You used to walk?
Walk 1 hour to school each way.
Is that why you're so slim even today?
Nobody explained something else. But dad never came to drop us off if we were traveling somewhere or pick us up back. It was normal, right? You go and send off your kids if they're going somewhere, or you go and pick them up from the railway station. Never happened. So my suitcase leke, bus leke, I would go to the railway station, go to wherever, and then come back home. And that was it. It was very uneventful. So we didn't have any of these kind of things that parents and children do together, And there was no good explanation for it. All my dad had to do was leave 20 minutes earlier. And my school was on his way to work. And we never thought much of it. We said, "Theek hai, chale jayenge, chal ke aayenge." So I think that was the relationship. It changed a lot, I think, over the years when he started seeing it differently. But growing up, school and in law school, it was very distant. It was very distant. I don't think I ever got a pat on the back for anything. And I didn't think I deserved it because you didn't get it. So it's kind of a circular argument, right?
All of these things you're saying in hindsight, in the sense that he could have left 20 minutes earlier, and obviously you're saying you didn't think it then, but you think it now. When did you start thinking about it, and how did he change? What was this process like? Because too often what happens is that our parents, especially of all our relations, they become a fixed point in space. So it is easy for you to say ki, "Arey, mera baap kharoos hai."
Yeah.
But it is only now with hindsight that you can empathize and say that he was angry at the world. And this is not stuff you thought then. It's stuff you're saying now. Tell me about that process.
I think it happened much after I went to London. So I must have been in my 30s. Because before that, we never had very much, interaction, as you said. But when we did interact, it was always unpleasant. So he'd want to teach me chess. But it didn't help that he wanted to checkmate me on the 8th move, leaving me in tears.
And immediately he's playing a double role here. The father who's trying to teach the kid something, but the competitive guy who wants to win because khel raha hai.
So it can't be that every time you're trying to teach, you're actually completely humiliating the other guy. So our sessions, he was trying to teach me math, for example, would be humiliating. So therefore, more avoiding, right? So you kind of avoid it. That if I have trouble with math, I'll figure it out myself. Not go to dad with it.
What would happen?
This humiliation. You
Like
don't
he-
understand even this. This is so simple. Just do this, 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 and this, and it happens. I'm thinking, I don't know how to do any of those 4 things to make it happen. So you see, that was but I thought that was how all parents were. That daddy was a nuclear weapon. We all stayed clear of that and dealt with mom as much as possible. So yeah, but that changed, I think, as I said, when I was about 30. Also, it changed him because he had retired. I think it was much easier on himself. And I think privately, after I left law school, he started at least telling others कि मेरा बेटा अच्छा कर रहा है. Never to me, but kind of indirectly I would hear it. But before that, I never heard that from him. कि बेटे ने कुछ अच्छा किया है, कभी नहीं. And through school, he didn't even know which class we were in. कि 7th में है, कि 8th में है, कि क्या पढ़ रहे हैं. Absolutely no idea. And I had no interest in it. So he was kind of a remote character for us most of the time.
But did you discuss all this stuff with him? Ever?
No, never.
Never.
Never got a chance to discuss it. He wasn't the types who wanted to discuss it as well. And I think we kind of understood that I understood and then let it pass. And as I said, the relationship got much warmer and nicer, I think, as I turned 30 and he virtually retired. And I think that was, maybe he found acceptance in himself by that time, in my mid-30s.
And I'm just thinking aloud, after my dad died, I realized recently that the grief is always as strong, but you think about it less. And I wonder, in the case of your dad's anger with the world, was it that he could come to terms with it and get less angry with the world? Or was it that he was always angry with the world, but he could think about it less?
I don't know. This has been an interesting conversation to have with him, but he wasn't the types who would have these kind of conversations. So I don't know if he thought about it or he just ignored it, or he distracted that thought with whatever else was more immediate, rather than dwell on his past. He may just deal with what is present before him, and that occupies his mind, therefore has no space for the past to come in. I don't think he was the introspecting, reflective types, but I don't know. The conversations I had with him, as I said, in my 30s, were more daily things, mundane things, were never about the past, were about now and what is happening now or what is going to happen soon. It was never looking back. In fact, even with my mom, the conversations I've had about looking back have been very recent, maybe in the last 10, 15 years. It wasn't about going back, and I don't see value in it. I mean, it's nice to have it as a conversation, as a way of connecting, good old days, but it doesn't have any impact on me. It's not as if it's therapeutic and it's going to make me feel better about the past. I've accepted the past and said, okay, I can change the future. It's in my hands. So that part of it, I don't need therapy for.
But it again goes back to what you earlier said about conversations as info exchange. That sometimes that connection itself matters, and it may matter to them.
It does.
So maybe because what I have realized about conversations is that the exact thing you want to, that doesn't matter. That's the most trivial aspect of conversation, is what you correctly put as an info exchange. And that connection is special when it happens. And that's what you tell me about your mother.
So she grew up in Pune as one of 5 kids. And my her father started as a very lowly clerk in a government office. Eventually retired as an officer. So sheer hard work did it. And he was very keen that his kids should be convent educated. And yeah, proper convent. So she went to the what was it called? Society of Jesus and Mary, Convent of Jesus and Mary. Nice school, taught by Angrez. And I think the family was very proud of the fact that all the kids spoke very good English. And my grandfather was very, very particular about it. Uh, and I remember even as a kid, it was the thing for us that your Tamil's crap, but the English has to be good. And the pride of my grandparents ki the grandchild speaks very good English kind of thing. So she grew up in Pune, but in a really strange way because the family was Tamil from Kerala. And so at home you have this very, very orthodox, conservative, Tamilian, poor household. But you go to a school where you have rich kids in an Angrez setting. So I think that somehow was quite a lot of conflict for her. That, she's expected to wear pretty shoes and socks and all of that. One, she couldn't afford it. And you're wading through mud to get there. So you get punished for dirty shoes, dirty socks. You have no money to buy clothes. So my grandma is basically stitching the clothes. And so obviously it won't look as nice as the other kids' clothes and you get punished for it. So I think she had a very difficult time in school where she didn't really find her place. That it seemed like a lot of punishment for her in school.
An outsider again, like you were.
Clearly. And she actually wrote a very nice piece on the right to education, which now is a fundamental right, and we've got a law in it. And she said, this was my experience of being an outsider in a rich school from 60 years ago. And she's wondering how it will be for kids not of that socioeconomic bracket to then go into these kind of schools because they have a right to it and what it actually causes them. So she wrote a very, very nice piece. It was published in the Deccan Herald, I think.
I'll link it from the show notes.
So that was her growing up in Pune. And then she got married to my father quite early. She was, I think, 23 or so when she got married. 21 when she got married. And then came to Bangalore. She never actually traveled to Bangalore and lived in Bangalore, anywhere near Bangalore. So it was quite, I think, a big shock for her. And then I was born a couple of years after they got married. But the 2 years before I got married, I think were the happiest married years of my parents' life. They traveled. My father would go off and set up factories for whoever in weird parts of town. So Bhavnagar, Hyderabad, Secunderabad, whatever. And in those days, if you were setting up this thing, you were the boss of that area. So you got a good hotel. And my mom had never seen the inside of a hotel. Never eaten in a restaurant. So for her, it was like a 5-star life, the first 2 years. And then come to Bangalore and have kids, and then the drudgery begins, right? So I think she didn't really take to married life very well. And my father was not an easy man to be with. I mean, he wanted his mother times 2.
Wow.
So he wanted everything that his mother did for him, plus a wife, plus somebody to take care of the house, plus someone to take care of the kids. So I think she had a very tough time. But the strange thing was, she's an introvert, very shy person, not very social in that sense. Loves to read, but read lots of newspapers and periodicals. So I always had newspapers and periodicals at home growing up. And all of them. You would get Illustrated Weekly, we'd get Femina, we'd get Eve's Weekly, we'd get Savvy, Society.
Yade, because it's the same bunch of magazines, yeah.
But along with what subsequently we got Sport, Frontline, India Today. Now she still gets Week, Caravan, all of that at home. So I think that's what kept her. That was her thing, that she'd like to read quietly by herself. And then after Appa, she's really found wings. She's really come into her own. She's happy to go traveling by herself. She's got a great social life around where she lives. It's a huge transformation, which we didn't see this side of her when Appa was around. So I think, there are stages in people's lives when they're hit by circumstances and they adapt to those circumstances. And then we see them in those circumstances. And then circumstances change and they become different people. So she's much more chilled now. She's much more relaxed. She's happier now. And she's found herself.
Yeah, very heartening. And so, do you talk with her about all of this stuff?
More recently, yes. I think because we're looking at difference in parenting, right? She sees what kind of a parent I am to my son. And so she asks. She's very observant and she notices. So she asks, are you doing this because you didn't get it? Are you doing this because of your personal experience of it? And I said, no, I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do. Because I think this is the thing to do. This is not some silent protest against something that happened to me.
But the answer is actually yes or no, no?
The answer is that...
I mean, I'm not trying to Murali explain you, but...
The answer is that I have thought about it more than my father thought about it. Parenting is a conscious act. I wanted to have Arju. I decided that I will be a good parent. So every one of these things is very conscious. It didn't happen to me.
Do you try to bring that same intentionality to all your relations, in the sense, marriage, obviously, but even with friends? Like, is that something that you become intentional about?
Yes. So through law school, I didn't think I had any friends. I had acquaintances, people I played sport with, people I had activity. So like activity partners. Not really friends. So nobody with whom I really thought anything would continue to happen after this activity finished. So I disagree with the lot which says I can't make any new friends after my teenage years.
Yeah, referring to Abhinandan Sekhri's episode, obviously, well done.
Yes.
Uh,
But my experiences have been that from school, I only have 2 friends who I'm still in touch with.
which is 2 more than I have, but yeah.
But again, I had lost touch with them for 1986 to 2004. So about 15, 16 years after I left school, I wasn't in touch with any one of them. And then it just happened that, what was it? Some Google groups or something started at that time. And then they found me from somewhere and then sent an email. And then I'm in touch with 2 of them. But other than that, I'm not in touch with any of the school friends. And at uni as well, through law school, even the 5 years, we're a small group of people stuck for 5 years. I didn't think I had any close friends during that time. And the close friends I have now are those people from law school who became close since I left law school because we've done stuff together. Not because of what we did during law school. So my sense of it was, I will make the effort to do certain things, which is very different from what happened in law school, where I thought I was making the effort and I didn't get anything back. So I thought, I'm bringing you lunch. डब्बा खा रहे हो, but हमको कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है उसके बारे में. I'm helping you do your assignments, but I'm not even seeing gratitude back. That is my recollection, and that's what my notes from that time say. That you're making the effort, but you're not seeing any return on it. Not that you expect one-on-one correlation for effort and return, but you're not seeing anything coming back from there. So that
I think boys that age also tend to be oblivious. कि कोई कुछ कर रहा है, कोई lunch ला रहा है. They just tend to be oblivious to these things. Everything is normalized, taken for granted.
But even things that I thought were big at that time was, boss, you couldn't have cleared this paper without me. And I don't have to do this for you. क्यों कर रहा हूँ? I am not even part of your group. So this is all trying to get into tribes, right? How do I think I can get into this tribe by doing this? How do you think I can get into that tribe? By doing things that I think they will value. But clearly that was not valued much. कि मैं कर रहा हूँ, and there's absolutely no acknowledgement of it, forget gratitude of it. But that changed after, I think, I became a lawyer. And I said, doesn't matter. मैं तो करूँगा. वापस आएगा कि नहीं भी देखा जाएगा. So the people who I'm close to now, I continue to engage with them over the years. And that's become a really comfortable relationship. In fact, one of them will turn 50 this year. His wife says, I am the wife. So she and the son both kind of say, that is the couple. Murali and Karthik are the couple. So that's very strange. And we don't actually speak about any personal stuff. So we're like the boys, right? Two guys get together, they don't talk personal stuff.
It's very heartening.
But we don't talk personal stuff, but this is the relationship. We call up and say, I have this problem, this is something, this is some other thing. And I see him every time I'm in Madras, but that's about it. It's not a relationship based on sharing vulnerabilities. That's not been the basis of any relationship in that sense. So yeah, it's a strange way of connecting to people.
Have the way you form friendships with women changed? Because one thing I've kind of noticed, and this is probably just an impact of the podcasting that I do, is that I find that the quality of conversation that I can have with a woman is actually a really different one, even a much better one in some ways, where, there is no, I don't know how to put it, no filter, no pretense, that once somebody feels that you can be trusted and it is, it just, you just reach that pitch, as it were, which, with a man, like I have very good friendships with men where it's like you and Karthik perhaps, you don't need to do anything. You can just chill and it's okay, and you don't need to share deep personal thoughts and all of that. It's अच्छा है, खाना खाने जा रहे हैं, खा रहे हैं, मस्ती कर रहे हैं, it's good. But with women, with some conversations I've had randomly, I've realized that you can just sit and you just got that connection, and it's a beautiful thing. And we were never fucking taught this. Our generation, we did not know how to talk to women. And I think most men even now don't. Which is why when, I think like somebody was asking the other day why I have on my show, though I'm not referring to show conversations, but somebody said on your show, why do you have so many great conversations with women? And I think one of the reasons is that you said it to me, and others have also been pointing it out for a long time. And I'm speculating that one of the reasons is that they find someone who's willing to listen and keep their ego out of it. And then when they know they're in a space where they can trust the person, then you just, hit that level of conversation, which is like so hard, and also much greater self-awareness than men. I'm sorry to say this.
No, I think I grew up, and I distinctly remember this, thinking that there's no difference between men and women. I was both right and wrong. There is a big difference between men and women. But it came from the right place, which is that I don't discriminate between men and women. So the conversation I'd have with the guys, I'm willing to have with the women. But that itself was a very silly thought, because what's interesting to women is not interesting to men.
Exactly.
And vice versa. So my trying to be equal and treating both equally only exposed how little I knew about women. So I treated them both the same. So in the sense, I didn't discriminate. That's, if there's any consolation to that. But it didn't really endear me to either of them. And I didn't learn how to flirt, and I didn't know if they were flirting with me. So that was the part I was blind to. So my conversations were information exchange, right? And that was the conversations I had then.
Did you know how to flirt now?
No, and I still don't read the signs, because I was with a couple of friends, and somebody came up at a conference and said something and went away. And then somebody next to me says, she has the eyes for you. And I said, how do you see these things? I didn't see any of this. She said, no, it's very obvious. I said, it is obvious is not a useful comment.
No, but boss, the other greater problem is that not having eyes for this is one thing, but having eyes for things that are not there is another thing. That woman will get friendly and you'll think, ha, ye to pat gayi. Which is a greater problem, frankly, in India.
And that is the fear, right? So for me, it is that I don't know how to see it. So better to err on the fact that it is not happening. Nothing is happening.
Also, you got to be faithful to Karthik.
Yes, that's true. Although I think in that sense, there is no monopoly on love. I don't think he feels he has the monopoly.
Good to know. Okay.
Liz, wherever you are listening to this,
Yeah.
Liz is his wife.
Well, she will now have to listen to this because it will be brought to her attention ki your Sautan is saying things about your husband.
Yeah. But Liz and I have a very good relationship as well. We wrote letters to each other.
Oh, that's beautiful.
वो ज़माना था when
वो
we would
ज़माना
write
था।
letters to each other, no? Long letters to each other, vacation पे.
तो एक बात बताओ, we were on the theme of finding old papers. And
yes.
in my dad's house, I found some old papers, and among them, I found a letter I had written when I was 19 years old. Not to a lover, to a sort of a person, to a woman I knew. And I don't think I had posted it because obviously that is why the letter still exists. But it was like a 5-page letter, like 5 foolscap pages. And 3 of them were about a story I was planning to write, and this would have been early 90s, and the story was eerily similar to Parasite, the Korean film. And not only was it eerily similar, in that letter, I am talking about the different themes I am exploring and blah 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 बहुत डेप्थ में. मतलब इतना अच्छा लेटर था कि मैंने पढ़ के सोचा कि यार ये काफी डूट था. लेकिन shit, what the fuck happened? And I didn't remember that story. I didn't remember the letter, but it is my handwriting and it is my letter and it's very interesting. And that got me to thinking कि, आप लंबा चिट्ठी लिख रहे हो, तो आप सोच डाल रहे हो. You are self-reflecting, you are getting deep into something, 5 pages. When you sit down to write a 30-word email, you know what those 30 words are. When you sit down to write a 5-page letter, you don't know what the 5 pages are. It unfolds, and as it unfolds, you are unfolding and you are forming, and it is a beautiful thing. And I worry that we lose that, which is why I keep telling my writing students ki journaling karo, journaling karo, journaling karo. I mean, just as a device for sort of, tell me how that scene is for you, because I'm very keen on knowing the kind of letters you wrote to friends, and also the fact that, and we'll talk about your knowledge management later and the kind of notes you take for work and all of that shit later, but you're doing all of this, you're collating all the information on one hand. Like, this is also information exchange partly and, connecting partly. So sort of tell me about that. Has that a habit that you felt helped you? Is it something that you have continued? Do you think it's a loss that more people don't do that anymore?
I remember writing a lot of letters, also receiving letters. And I have every one of my letters that I've received still with me.
मतलब आप पे अक्षय मुकुल बायोग्राफी करेगा तो सब है
बिल्कुल है. And they are neatly sorted. So it won't be like the box of Narsim Rao's papers that poor Mr. Sitapati had to just wade through.
Very scary how you remember things from my episodes, which I have long forgotten. You'll say something and I'll be like, "Arey, ye familiar lag raha hai. Arey, ye to mere episode pe hua tha."
So they're neatly indexed. I think my letters were largely information sharing. कि मैं क्या कर रहा हूं. But मैं क्या कर रहा हूं which is of interest to you. So it is not just सब कुछ जो मैं कर रहा हूं. It is मैं ये कर रहा हूं which will be of interest to you. And the exchange of ideas which I think will form a conversation. So I will start a string in that letter about something for you to continue. And it may not happen in the reply. It may happen 3 letters later. So I find, I don't think it was very conscious at that time, but I find when I read those letters, I don't have my version of it, right? I only have what I have received. It has sprinklings of what was contained in my letter. So then I can almost reconstruct that conversation, even though I only have one side of it. And I wrote the other side of it, but I don't remember it well enough. So I think that is a very interesting way of communicating. And I still do that. I have done it for a very long time, that I find things that might interest you, I will send it on to you. So to me, it's my expression that you're important to me. I'm thinking about you, and things that are happening to me remind me not of you as a person, but of all the things that interest you. and that make you. So even people who I don't meet regularly, if I find something that connects them to it, I'll forward it to them. It might just be a thought, it might be an article I'm reading, it might be an excerpt from some book, could be Oscar Wilde, could be anything that I'm reading it and it reminded me of you, right? So I just send that over. And that's a practice I've continued for a very long time. So when I'm reading, it's not just the words, it's what makes me feel something about it. And it could be people it connects to. So that is how my letters also were. That, this is happening, this is what I'm reading, or this is what I'm doing, and I thought of you, it reminded me of X or Y or some event, or something else. So that was usually the correspondence. And I don't write the law firm letters anymore, but I still send out emails. Most people don't even reply. I don't even know if they read it. My son doesn't, I know that.
See, you sent me a bunch of emails which I didn't read because you were sending them to the wrong bloody email ID.
I blame Prem Panikar for that.
Prem gave you that email ID. Kaise log hai?
And the second person to blame is Ashish Kulkarni, because he CC'd on all of those and he didn't tell me that is not your email ID.
Listen, if you're CC'd on a mail, you're not going to check if all the email IDs are accurate. You're going to trust the person, yeah? ये तो हद हो गई. We will talk about Ashish Kulkarni later. वो बचेगा नहीं. Ashish, if you're listening, I don't think you're going to get away with just one mention. No, I think I've learned a lesson from you today, and I think it's a beautiful lesson that when you think something may interest someone, just send it to them. And there's so much more in that gesture than that thing possibly being useful to them. So thank you for that. That's very useful. I was just telling my writing students yesterday. I remember this really old project which I'd completely forgotten, and I don't remember somebody on the group mentioned something. तो मुझे याद आ गया that in 2009 I met a Pakistani novelist called Chandana Minhas in TED India in Mysore जो हुआ था. So we got along and we said let's write a book together. ठीक है. और बुक क्या था? इट वॉज अ एक्सचेंज ऑफ लेटर्स फ्रॉम अ यंग इंडियन मैन टू अ यंग पाकिस्तानी वुमन. और हमें लगा कि यू बिल्ड इट अप एंड इट विल बी अ वेरी क्यूट लव अफेयर एंड मतलब अच्छा एक यंग अडल्ट फिक्शन का. हाँ, एग्जैक्टली, व्हिच वाज बेस्ड ऑन लव लेटर्स एंड
तुम्हारी अमित.
या except that we stopped after 4-5 chapters because I think we were both fucking it up. The voice wasn't working, nothing was working. I just read that. I quickly went to my email and searched it, and I was like, I posted the first letter that I wrote in that thing. I posted it for my writing students, but for no one else. But the rest of it is really embarrassing and cringeworthy from both of us, I think. But when you just said that and that's a genre of literature, by the way, epistolary, I think it's called epistolary novels, which consist just of letters from one person to the other. But I'm just thinking, why one person to the other? Why not just from one person to everyone? Or why not from everyone to one person without, like aapke jaise hai, you have letters everyone's written to you, but not letters that you have written to them. And just that, the letters of everyone to you actually in a sense reveals you also, without your letters being there. And I think that there's also a subtle exploration to be made of that form.
I think there may be, because the replies I got contain elements of what I have said in my letters.
It's your journey also, even though there's not
Very
a word
much.
by you.
Very much. And it has things in them that are commenting on what I have done. So if there's a letter that says you haven't written in so and so time, or you mention so and so often, what's the special relationship with that person? So it then tells me that unknowingly I must have mentioned a person in a series of letters, and so the person receiving the letter must be feeling there's a special relationship with this person, which I hadn't noticed myself. And I didn't think that there was any special relationship going on here. So it's an insight into how others are perceiving what I'm thinking
And sometimes,
not articulating.
sometimes is that perception correct? In the sense, you don't think there's a special relationship with someone, but you realize there is because somebody notices
Yeah.
it.
So that was what I was trying to say when I said the letter I got back made this observation
And it was
based
true.
on the 4 or 5 letters that had gone before. Yeah. And the observation was accurate. Not that I had the crush for that woman, but that a person seemed to turn up. So Karthik turns up more than once then you want to know what in a letter. So, yeah. So I think that was the interesting part of reading the reply to the letter, is how they're reading a subtext in a series of letters that has gone from here.
Very interesting. Someone should try a sort of genre like this. Like at one point, you said that when you were at home, you said boys is equal to girls at home, you know? So tell me a little bit about that, because on the one hand, what you're really seeing all around you is a typical stereotypical, the typical male archetypes and female archetypes, and I don't even know if I'm pronouncing archetypes properly. But you're seeing all of that in play, but at the same time, you are cooking and you're doing all of this. In fact, I got to tell my listeners that when we were fixing up this recording in my home studio, I mentioned to Murali that I'm alone at home at the moment, so we'll order some food. And Murali said, "Never, mahuna." And he cooked a whole meal and got it for me, and we had that before we started. So a wonderful meal with ingredients I couldn't guess, but it was great fun. So thank you for the meal. But tell me more about sort of this, because it seems to me that one, that you are doing household chores and errands and cooking and all of that when you're a kid, but at the same time, and we'll talk more about this in detail, I guess, but at the same time, in your marriage and in the whole fatherhood experience, you have also taken on a non-typical role. Like typically, yeah, in India, what is fatherhood? The man puts a seed and then he is provider, and that is fatherhood in India. And I think, like, first of all, I think no one should have children. But if they do have children, then it's got to be a joint project. Dono karo. So, but we'll come to that. But just sort of starting with your whole sense of who are you, like how the hell at your age, like in the sense, in the years that you were brought up, how the hell do you own that self image कि मैं घर के सब काम करूंगा, मैं पकाऊंगा, मैं ये भी करूंगा, मैं वो भी करूंगा? आप बने कैसे?
That was entirely my parents. They made sure that the kids did all the chores in the house. So, बर्तन, झाड़ू पोछा, कपड़े धोना, कार धोना, स्कूटर धोना, everything. सब घर का काम. So we can fix bulbs, we can fix your garam pani, we can fix taps, lights, everything in the house.
मेरा एक गीजर काम नहीं कर रहा है, but
देख लूंगा, no problem.
चलो.
Clean your carburetor, know when it is, when the engine needs to be retuned, we know when the piston needs to be changed, we know when it's not firing right. So all of the basic stuff, both my parents were keen that kids should be able to do it. Also, I think we didn't have servants. So Amma would otherwise have to do everything. And it was just physically tiring to get everything done. So the best thing to do is to get the kids to do it. So I think it's a combination of many things. One, it's a lot of work if only Amma had to do it. And Appa wouldn't do anything at all. So then the only thing he could claim to help is to get the kids to do it. Secondly, I think there was genuinely their desire to make sure that the kids learned life skills. So that was the second one. And thirdly, I think it was to keep us busy. नहीं तो तंग करेंगे ना बच्चे. तो get them to do stuff. So vacation पे we would get 10 kilos of rice. उसमें से कंकड़ निकालो. That will take you many hours. So parents can have a nap. And you don't hassle them in the afternoon. You give them a task like this. कि गेहूं का करो, फिर रागी का करो, फिर चावल का करो. तो vacation तो निकल जाएगा तुम्हारा. दाल का करो. So it was doing many things. Keeping the kids occupied, teaching them some life skills, and also helping, Amma about the house. And who else would do it otherwise? So it was not as if we had servants. We had no servants. So if you had to go and get milk, you have to go get milk. Appa was not going to do it. And Amma had enough chores. तो बच्चे जाएंगे सुबह दूध ले आने. राशन लाना है. The only day you could do it was on a Saturday. Because we're going to school the other days and Sunday it's not open. So most of Saturday would be in just going and getting ration. And every week you have to go to ration because that chap, being the mean guy he is, he won't give you everything on that one day. So if you get rice today, he won't also give you the sugar and the kerosene. तो एक ही देगा. Because he will have separate lines for each one of those things. And by the time you finished with one line, तो 3 घंटे हो गए उसमें. So you just don't have it in you to stand for another 3 hours after lunch in another line. So every week you're at the ration shop because you only get one or two things. When in fact you're entitled to 6 or 7 or how many ever it is. You get sugar, rice, wheat, kerosene. Those are the 4 things we used to get. We never got dal. So come back and then you have to take it to the mill. So the day you do this, you go home, have lunch, and in the afternoon you take it to be milled to atta. Or you get masala piece out. So who else would do it?
And I'm just thinking that, we talk about wars and we say so many lives were lost in so many wars. लोग argue करते हैं कि हिटलर ने इतने मारे या स्टालिन ने इतने मारे. And I'm thinking, fine, you're looking at a catastrophe like that and looking at the loss of lives. But this is an unseen version of it when you think of the loss of lives waiting in queues. The loss of weekends.
I don't think it's so hard for us, Amit.
Not hard.
It is for the poor man who's losing a day's wage, standing in queue to get stuff done.
Yeah.
That is a real loss.
And everybody's losing 3 hours of their life in a line. And you're losing 9 hours of your life if you have to get all the ration and you're standing in the line multiple times. And all these hours accumulate and they become days and they become weeks and they become years and then you're dead. And all this time is just gone.
Yes, it's a loss to our GDP.
It's a loss to our GDP. Yeah, मैं किसी poetic angle पे जा रहा था, आप GDP पे आ गए, ये तो मतलब कि anyway.
Yeah, but it's a real thing. I think that was the 3 reasons why we ended up doing a lot of these chores about the house. And our parents were very clear that there's no difference between boys and girls. So you can't say, this is girls do this and boys do that. वो ऐसा कुछ नहीं था कि we won't help mom in the kitchen. No chance.
How many of you were there?
Only 2 of us, brother and I. But we're only a year or so apart. So we're almost the same age. So we didn't have any choice on any of these things. And it was not negotiation. No? It's not like me and my son now. So he doesn't get a choice. We never got a choice. We were told, you do this, you do this. There was never a question of कि क्यों करेंगे? Why can't someone else do it? वो सब नहीं होता था. You were told to do it and you did it. And we didn't see any other way. We didn't think.
और 3 घंटे आप क्यों में क्या करते थे? Would you read a book or would you just stand and look around?
Stare at the place around, just stand in the queue. बस खड़े हैं क्यों में क्यों? खड़े. Bored as hell, standing in the queue.
Would you talk to the people around you?
Not particularly.
Information exchange.
Not particularly. And what do you talk to them about kind of thing, right? I was the only kid in the queue. There would usually be slightly older kids or adults in the queue. So I often found that there was nobody of my age group really in the queue.
वो भी एक इंटरेस्टिंग इकोसिस्टम है ना, किसी को किताब लिखनी चाहिए.
Ration shop के queues are very interesting.
Ration shop
I have plenty
queues.
to say about it.
Say more.
You have 2 kinds of people. People who can't live without the ration. Okay? So they're the poor. And you had us. We could live without the ration, but we still took the ration in those years at least. I mean, later I don't think we took our quota of ration, but those were the years, in the early years when we actually took quota. We thought we were middle class. So you had 2 classes in that ration shop queue. One, the poor who needed it, and the second, who didn't want to admit they needed it. They were the aspirational middle class. But it was useful to them, and they couldn't have done without it. They would also buy stuff from the retail store, right? So they would go and buy shampoo. My dad would go and buy Tataka shampoo. But also the ration from the ration shop. Some things you couldn't get. So for example, kerosene. The difference between the ration shop ka kerosene and outside ka kerosene was severely marked up. So there's a big difference. So it didn't make actually sense to go and buy kerosene from the outside. So you'd buy kerosene from here. But who would buy the kerosene? People who didn't have the gas. So again, you will see that divide. It's a socioeconomic divide there of who's buying the ration, who are the 2 kinds of people buying the ration.
Yeah, and I mean, before we started, you told me your hourly rate, and I just had to immediately apologize for taking up an entire day of yours because I cannot afford you. So, thank you for donating such enormous value to me. Tell me about the other stuff you did. Like you were part of the NCC also.
Yeah, that happened in 11th, 12th. Again, this is random. Uh, I wanted to join the services, the armed services. So the plan was NDA का एग्जाम लिखेंगे and मिल जाएगा. And unlike now where you have all these coaching classes and all that, तब ऐसा कुछ नहीं था. The only coaching was for IIT. And if you went to a tuition class, that meant you were an idiot. Only stupid people went to tuition class. That was the thinking in those days.
In my time as well, yeah.
So nobody did any preparation for NDA. At least in Bangalore, there wasn't. Maybe there was a quota-like place, I don't know. But Bangalore में ऐसा कुछ था नहीं. So I said, ठीक है, वो तो करना है. And I had some family in the services. I had an uncle at that time who retired as an Air Vice Marshal. An uncle subsequently who retired as a Lieutenant Colonel. I have a cousin now who is a brigadier. So there is some connection with the armed services in the family. And it was an acceptable career option. So I got into Joseph's. One of the neighbors from where we lived came to me and said, listen, I'm the head of this NCC outfit at Joseph's. आ जाओ, मजा आएगा. So 2-3 of us, हमने कहा ठीक है, देखेंगे. And so it turned out to be quite good fun. And they liked me as much as I liked them. So I made 2 promotions in my first year, 2 promotions in my second year. We had some fantastic camps. And this was the Armored Corps, so we didn't do marching all day. Our camps were at Ahmednagar, the Armored Corps Center and School. So we actually got to ride tanks, fire them, understand how they work.
You have fired a tank.
हाँ, अंदर गया हूँ, चलाया हूँ. In fact, on Republic Day 1991, or was it Karnataka Day? I can't remember, or Army Day, I can't remember. One of the parades that we had in Bangalore, I was leading the parade in a half track, which is kind of a armored vehicle in Bangalore. So yeah, it was great fun. NCC was great fun. And I really enjoyed it because it was towards a career in the services. It was a good introduction to the services. We were treated quite well when we went to the Armored Corps Center and School. Sometimes we were treated like the poor recruits and sometimes like young officers. So it was kind of bit of both. I liked the responsibility, taking care of the troops. So in 2 camps, I was head of the camp. And yeah, so it was great fun. And
you'd done an advanced leadership course also.
वो तो drama था यार. You know, it was supposed to be in a place near Trivandrum. And I had gone to Allahabad for the Services Selection Board interview. So the plan was I go from Bangalore. I came to Bombay to see my aunt and uncle. And then idhar se, it's a 24-hour train journey to Allahabad. My uncle promised कि ticket wicket सब हो जाएगा. नहीं हुआ. So I sat on a suitcase in a 3rd class compartment for more than 24 hours from Bombay to Allahabad.
And you were awake throughout.
Obviously, if you go to sleep, where will you sleep?
Correct.
You get off the suitcase, somebody will take away your suitcase.
A rhetorical question though, but yeah.
So you're not हिलना नहीं है. 24 hours उस suitcase पे बैठ के उधर तक पहुंचना है.
अच्छी discipline है.
अच्छी discipline. तो पहुंच गए उधर. Did the interview. 3 दिन का interview था. तो किया.
3 दिन मतलब 3 parts में.
No, you stay on in the center and it goes on for 3 full days. So you enter the center with your suitcase. They do a series of exercises and evaluations day after day after day. And every day they eliminate. So I stayed for 3 full days.
Wow.
Didn't get through. In fact, one of the chaps in that interview, I remember distinctly, uska naam bhi hai mere diary mein. There's a guy called Navneet Vats. He was from Chandigarh. And he got through. And I remember reading in a newspaper about 10 years ago, lest we forget karke kuch, they put up a picture, maybe on Twitter, I don't know, or somewhere else, for martyred soldiers who've lost their lives in the line of duty. And they'd shown Major Navneet Vats. And I remembered him. And I went back and saw my diary with his name and address on it. And I had written letters to him.
Oh, wow.
After we had come back.
What had you written to him?
कि मैं कैंप से आया हूँ वापस Bangalore, and this was this whole drama. And the drama was that you get kicked out as soon as you're out, right? Unfortunately, there was a curfew in Allahabad. And Allahabad was shut down. So these guys had kicked me out of the camp, and I couldn't go anywhere because there was a curfew. So from the SSB center to the station was quite a distance, and you're not meant to be on the streets. So my friend Vats stole a bib of somebody else, came out, gave me the bib, and sneaked me back into the SSB center for a day.
Wow.
And therefore, I had to hide in the place, the dorm, and swap bibs so that I could go eat and come back with somebody else. So it was like your scene in the...
You were the scene in the unseen. You were Schrodinger's cat. Everything's coming back to this.
But it was like what you'd see in the POW camps, right? They make up these guys, dummies. But anyway, so the next day we couldn't stay because that whole lot emptied out and a new batch was going to come in. So fourth day was the last day and the curfew was still on. So then I got out, caught by a policeman who said, पता नहीं आपको कर्फ्यू चला है. I said, हमको तो पता है, but हम जाएं कहाँ? He said, कहाँ जा रहे हो? I said, हमें तो ट्रिवेंड्रम जाना है. He said, ट्रेन वेन सब बंद है. I said, ठीक है. तो कहीं तो रहोगे? I said, नहीं, जाने के लिए कहीं है नहीं. So in a curfew, I got taken by a policeman to the railway station.
Where no trains are running.
Where no trains are running, and I have no ticket and I have no money.
It's a metaphor for something, but I don't know what.
So I had a ticket for a train that is not running the previous day. And I have no money to even call my folks at home to say, ye crisis ho raha hai. So the next day I'm lying on the platform, वैसे on my suitcase. The day after that, trains start, but there is so much chaos because trains have stopped all over the country, right? To restart them is not as simple as just turning on a switch. It now has to be reorganized so that trains get to the appropriate place to start the schedule again. So the random train, it's going to random places. So the only train from Allahabad going down south was going to Tirupati. So the station master was my friend now. So he said, चलो जाओ. I said, मेरे पास ticket नहीं है. So he wrote me a parchi. Because in those days, you could not even get a refund on a ticket unless you went back to the place where it was issued.
Oh my God.
So I had a ticket in very awkward circumstances, which was not entitled to a refund because I didn't claim it 24 hours before the train left. So not entitled to a refund. But the guy took pity on me because मेरे पास पैसे नहीं थे and I looked decent. तो उसने एक पर्ची दी. So I got onto the train. Then I had a negotiation with the guy on the train, who then also became my friend. So halfway through to Tirupati, he told me कि इधर से निकल जाओ, दूसरे ट्रेन पे जाओ, that goes to Trivandrum. So पूरा research किया हमने, कुछ तो करना नहीं था. So I looked at the Indian Railways timetable in Allahabad and figured this out. Explained it to the train guy on the way to Tirupati. Got off, changed platforms, got on to another train, eventually reached Trivandrum. And again, nobody knows I'm coming to Trivandrum. So from the station, I walked into some relative's house. They didn't know me from Adam. Announced myself, got inside, and got fed.
Was that your first meal?
In 3 days.
Wow.
पैसे नहीं थे यार. Because this was not anticipated, na. And the choice was either I could make a trunk call to my parents or I could get a cup of tea and last me for how many ever days. So that was it.
You got the cup of tea?
Obviously, rather than call my parents. And parents weren't worried. because they didn't know कुछ crisis था. That's how I got to Trivandrum eventually and did the rock climbing and whatever course.
And you
Advanced
got there in
leadership.
time for the course.
Got a day late. वो भी drama था कि the course started the day before, but because I reached that night, I could only get there by bus the next morning. So by the time I got there, so these are competitive courses. I had already missed one activity on which I could have scored points. So I was already behind on one activity. And that was turnout and drill, which I was quite good at. So I was already behind by about 20 points out of 200 or something. So I got there, didn't even have lunch. It was pouring. And they said, today is the firing competition. So I just dumped bags, got into the truck, and went to the range and shot. And I didn't come anything but first in every one of the events after that.
And you won the whole thing.
Except the last one, which was on the second event, which was the following day. I was shattered. Was a 10K run. And so I had arrived at camp, gone straight to the shooting, not eaten that day, got back, done some other activity, I think, had dinner, couldn't sleep, woke up the next morning, ran the 10K. I think I came third in the 10K race.
क्या time था?
याद नहीं, it was not relevant to time. So it was just first, second or third. But I can still do 10K now under an hour. I do 53 minutes.
That's mind-blowing.
I'm sure I could do it faster then. But
Jesus Christ.
so उसके बाद when I went to Bangalore, I wrote a letter to Navneet Vats कि ये सब मेरे साथ हुआ था. तुम कैसे हो?
And then he died.
He died many years later.
Yeah,
but he
I mean,
went to
I'm-
India
I'm-
after that. Yeah. So, and then his daughters joined the OTA. I read the news somewhere.
What's the OTA?
The Officers Training Academy in
okay.
Chennai. So his daughter is called Inayat, and I saw a news clipping somewhere.
Well,
Footnote mein hai.
if Inayat is listening to this, happy memories of Navneet Vats because he gave
Very
you the
sweet
bib
guy.
and took you
A
inside.
really sweet guy. I was really fond of him. Those 3 days made us really close.
Shit.
तो वो कहानी था of NCC and wanting to join the services. I did it twice. And as luck would have it, both times I went to Allahabad. And the first time this happened, and the second time I didn't get in either. So that was the end of the career in the armed forces, if ever I had one.
And I'm just thinking, as time passes, there is one big illusion which we kind of lose, which is this whole illusion of immortality. कि जब हम young हैं, we think that we're going to live forever. We think everyone around us is going to live forever. I remember when I was young, I used to be so competitive with anyone around me who showed an interest in reading or writing, because मेरे मन में ये था कि ये मेरे पहले Booker Prize ना जीते, right? And the point is, none of them became writers. But you amplify everything in your head. And then as you grow older, you realize that everyone is frail, everyone is fucked up, everyone is winging it, and everyone's going to die. And then some of them start dying one by one, and you're like, what the fuck happened? And yeah, and you get here, you know, that illusion is completely gone. And then you're sort of looking for other illusions to get by, in a sense. I'm not being very articulate with this. As you can see, it's a slow day for me, but it's a good day to be a listener, therefore. But
I didn't think I was immortal. I thought I was indestructible.
hmm.
And I said to you then that, there was a thought I'll come back to.
Tell me.
The learning from all of this is self-sufficiency. कि भाई हम मैनेज कर लेंगे यार, कुछ नहीं होगा. I don't need dad to drop me to school. I don't need someone to pick me up from the airport or from the railway station. कर्फ्यू में डाल दो, ठीक है, हो जाएगा. ट्रेन नहीं है तो हो जाएगा. So the sense that there is nothing that will really hassle me to an extent where it causes stress. ट्रैफिक है तो है, बंदे चिल्ला रहे हैं तो है, दंगा हो रहा है तो है. It is happening around me. It is not happening to me. That I learned very early. So this, I'm going to die, but it's fine. Even to this day, I don't fear the fact that I'm going to die. I fear the fact that it might be painful and slow and long. That is the only thing.
You would fear it if you knew for certain it's going to happen in exactly 10 minutes.
Not at all. Not at all.
You would still not fear
I
it.
have no problems with it. I'm ready today. कि अभी इधर हो जाए तो अच्छा है.
Okay, let me ask you a question I ask at parties. I'm very boring at parties, as you can make out by now. I ask all these really serious questions and people get sad and they start crying. But here is my question to you, and it's a question, therefore, also for all of my listeners. I want all of you to think about it, which is that I will give you a scenario and then I will give you two questions. And the scenario is that there is a comet heading straight for planet Earth, and it is going to hit us at a particular point in time. There is scientific consensus on this. Everybody gets it. There is nothing we can do. We will all die. Now, two questions. Question number one is it will happen 24 hours from now. What will you do?
Yeah.
Question number two is that it will happen 24 months from now. What will you do?
Nothing changes.
For both?
For both.
You'll still do this freaking podcast for another 5 hours if you have 24 hours to go.
I've written my obituary.
Okay, he just turned his iPad around. He's showing me his fucking obituary. Will you send it to me? Can I put it up?
I don't think you should put it up. You can read it.
Okay. I can't read it out though.
No, you can't read it out though.
Okay.
This is how I'm going to die. हमने लिख दिया. It's a picture that's written in words because I can't paint. But it describes the scene.
But ये fantasy है.
Huh?
Like I was...
So I will make this happen.
So Roshan Abbas introduced me to this great book by David Sinclair called Lifespan, and it starts off with something that is absolutely, utterly true, which is that you might think you will die happily and peacefully, but the moment of death is always, always terribly painful. Even if you die in your sleep, all your internal organs are failing one by one, and it is incredibly painful. And perhaps one way out is if you're in a plane crash, it's sudden, you don't know it. But otherwise, there is no getting away from it. That you can live the happiest life where you take pleasure in the small joys, or you could be the biggest asshole out there causing pain to everyone. We will all die the same way. It will all be terrible at the end, and it will all boil down to that.
Yeah, but if I think about it now,
Correct.
It doesn't really help my cause. So I see no value in thinking about मैं कल मरूंगा, अगले साल मरूंगा, 2 हफ्ते में मरूंगा. I'm only focused on what's happening now. What's happening perhaps no longer than today.
But if you had 24 hours, you wouldn't be doing this podcast. No, it would just be silly.
I would absolutely not change it.
But why? Because it would never release. Won't you be with your wife and your son? Assuming they want to be with you.
The podcast will release. Why won't it? You are not dying, right? I am the one dying.
No, the comet is coming, sir. We are all dying.
24 hours में हम रिलीज कर देंगे यार. दोनों मिलके कर देंगे. कितना मेहनत है.
मेरा एडिटर गौरव चिंतामणि नहीं करेगा क्योंकि उसको भी फैमिली के साथ टाइम स्पेंड करना है.
I learn a new skill, editing a podcast before I die.
यार अब तो बहुत.
क्या प्रॉब्लम है? I have no unfulfilled fantasies, last minute wishes कि बॉस ये सेल कल खत्म होने वाला है, करना है. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. I have no such problems. And the world is going to end. सेल में क्या करोगे? I have no problems with it. It's not finding external pleasures. No, that's the other realization I've got. That those who feel deeply and are sensitive also feel the good things more deeply. So we think of sensitive only for the negative stuff. कि उसको दर्द ज़्यादा होता है. But you also feel pleasure, you also feel love, you also feel the other things more.
You know what? I'll tell you something. We take the other things for granted. And a couple of things. One is that, you know, when I was a professional poker player, in fact, one of the things I realized was that there is something called loss aversion. We are hardwired for it.
Yes.
And loss aversion basically is that you are more sensitive to losses than to victories. And what that basically means in a poker context is that the pain I would get at losing 1 lakh in a session is way more than the joy I would get at winning 1 lakh in a session. Because you immediately normalize the profit, you believe you deserve it, you're kind of happy with it. But, you know, and in the same way that we normalize and take for granted and feel entitled to all the good things that happen all around us, which I always try to remind myself of, ki air conditioning hai, fold your palms in gratitude, you know, whereas the bad stuff, when it happens, we amplify it and blow it out of proportion and feel aggrieved and get angry and all of that. So in that sense, I think, even with technology, like, so many people will crib about this or that and small things going wrong. And I'm like, like everyone listening to this is more fortunate than the King of England from 100 years ago, because you have so much. कुछ comparison ही नहीं है. We are living in an incredible age. Not all of us, which is why the caveat, everyone listening to this. But if you're listening to this, you are so freaking fortunate. You're among the 0.0001% people of all time in terms of what you have. But we normalize all of that and we are complaining about random things like, Kartik ka spouse to murli hai and all of that.
Yeah, but I feel the gratitude, and I've always felt it for a very long time. So the fact that I'm self-sufficient, I'm grateful for that.
Yeah.
The fact that I can find my pleasures. And if I want to feel an emotion deeply, I know where to find it. So if I feel a little melancholy, I'm not talking depression here, just melancholy, which is a common thing to happen. I'm feeling sad. I actually want to feel it intensely, and I know how to enhance it.
How do you enhance it?
I'll go and read or listen to a piece of music or watch a movie that really brings it out, that you can feel the pathos in it. The last time, so the best way of doing it is the last time it happened to me, I watched Andhi, the movie. I mean, it's a sensitively made movie about people who love each other, understand the realities of their circumstances, feel the pain and treasure the time they have together. But overall, it is still pathos because they can't have each other forever. To me, that really accentuates how I feel melancholy. I can do the same thing with any other emotion. If I feel really angry, I don't go and break something. That's just not me. Nobody's heard me shout. In fact, my son, when he was a little kid, used to be scared when I actually lower my voice. Because I think the best threats are delivered in a soft, low tone. And they really get home. And if you want somebody to listen to your threat carefully, drop it a couple of notes and say it gently, softly.
मेरी
It can be
already
really
फट गई है.
threatening.
मेरी already फट गई है.
आपको क्यों फट रही है?
आप बहुत softly बोल रहे हो. One, I totally get that whole thing about amplifying the emotion, but I amplify my melancholy. Like, there'll be music I listen to. Like, I suddenly went on a Yola Tango trip and I think I heard the song Nowhere Near some 40 times. I'll link it from the show notes. Beautiful melancholy song. And, and that kind of keeps me in that zone. But I find that perhaps it is because of my lack of mindfulness that I don't amplify the happy things enough. And the other thing you said, shout. It is unrelated to this, but you said shout. So, trigger चल गया मेरे mind में, एक keyword click हो गया और वहाँ से unconnected जगह जा रही है. We were at that event together where I was in conversation with Shreyana and Aditi.
Yes.
And at the end of that, a bunch of people came to me to talk about the show, and they were listeners and all of that. And one of them was someone, I think she was there with her husband and she'd heard, every episode or whatever. And she said, I have a question for you. Have you ever shouted at someone? ठीक है, तो इन दैट मोमेंट तो हंस लिए कि आई एम नॉट द पर्सन ऑन द शो एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट, एंड इन दैट मोमेंट तो हंस लिए. बाद में सोच रहा था कि यार ये क्या किया है मैंने, कि नाउ आई एम ट्रैप्ड, कि दिस इज अ पर्सोना, कि ये जो बंदा है ना, रीजनेबल बंदा है, चिल्लाता नहीं है, पोलाइटली बात करता है, ऑल ऑफ विच इज ट्रू, बट दिस ऑल्सो अदर थिंग्स टू मी, and that is not there. And I remember I was in a deep funk recently, and I was chatting with my friend Shruti Rajgopalan, and she was doing amateur therapy on me without calling it that. And she was kind of telling me that, your problem is that you are always the adult in the room. You are in the show, you are listening, koi kuch bhi bakega, not in this conversation, but koi kuch bhi bakega. I can see sometimes you'll disagree, but either you'll say it politely or you won't say it at all. And you're the adult in the room and you're restraining yourself, and in every context, not just the show. And I can see the the toll that it's taking.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I don't know why you said shout, and I just hit that keyword.
But it is, you might think you're the only one, others might think you're the only one thinking that way, but it's true of all introverts. We don't have, and I say, and I try to teach that to my son, respond, don't react. Reaction is happening at the spine. Response is happening at the brain. The reflex is happening at the spine. Thoughtfulness is happening at the brain. So even as a kid, he was taught to count to 5 before speaking. Doesn't matter what it is. Just count to 5. You don't have to instantly, as soon as the full stop is, you don't have to start your next sentence. Wait, give it a pause, count to 5, then do it. So it's a part of, I think, both being an adult and an introvert is that we don't feel the urge to add to the noise, to add to the conversation. We feel that we need to process it a little bit and then respond. And as a little kid, on his school wall, there were these 3 rules written. Before you speak, be sure it is the truth. Then be sure it is kind. And then be sure it is necessary.
Beautiful.
And this was for a 4-year-old. And that has stayed with me. That
Beautiful.
I don't say that I can practice it always, but it has remained with me that if you can do this, then you're the adult in the room. It's basically preparing you to be an adult in the room.
And I would, if I took it's beautiful, and I think we should all learn to follow it. But if I were to follow it, मौन व्रत हो जाता. I would never say anything because everything is futile, so nothing is necessary.
It's fine. If it's not necessary, don't do it. Do something else. बात नहीं करना है, किताब पढ़ेंगे यार, सुनेंगे कुछ और
आप
करेंगे.
समझे नहीं, कुछ भी necessary नहीं है. But okay, no, I get your point. It's I was kidding.
Yeah, but on the point of melancholy, there's so much music that you can listen to it.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Ghalib saying "Dil hi to hai." That whole ghazal is, this is my heart. I am feeling the pain. I want to express it. I want to feel it fully. Why in the hell is the whole world worried about it? So you have...
What are your go-to things for melancholy? I mean, I know we'll do a lot of recommendations through this conversation, but what are your go-tos?
So this ghazal is a really good one. There's many versions of it.
What's it called?
Dil hi to hai, sango dil.
हाँ ठीक है, जो भी है, we'll link it from the show notes.
Very famous one. There's this. For loss, there is Ranjish Hi Sahi. There's a whole lot of music from the...
Whose renditions, though, in both these cases?
So this one was Abida Parveen, I think. And the Ranjish Hi Sahi is Mehdi Hasan. There's a lot of English music, both country and pop from the 70s and 60s. That are really melancholic, of loss, or people who are not there, person I could have been. So there's a very nice one called Old Man. You listen to it?
By? No, I don't.
Neil Young. Yeah, so I've quite a lot of music. I have books I can go back to.
What do you read? Somebody asked me this yesterday, in fact, on my writing group, that what do you read when you're in a funk? And I was like, मेरा तो attention span ही नहीं है when I'm in a funk. But what do you read?
Oscar Wilde.
I actually find him insufferable, but ठीक है.
No, I understand why you find him insufferable, but to me, it is the beauty of being frivolous. You have to appreciate it for that. He wasn't writing serious stuff. He was trying to be frivolous. And that was what he was famous for being gay and frivolous. And to me, that is the thing that, he's going through so much in his life. And yet he's able to mock society and be praised for mocking society as this cool dude.
तुम इतना क्यों मुस्कुरा रहे हो?
I don't do the soppy stuff, but yeah.
No, I mean in the Oscar Wilde context.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
But he was thought of as this big serious literature of its time when he wrote it. Both popular and serious. Not many people can claim to be that, no? So I go back to usually the classics when I want to read it. But I think my identification to the feeling of melancholy, different from sad. I think people mistake melancholy for sad. or depressed or disappointed. I think they're all very different things.
My old friend Sanjeev Nayak, if I remember correctly, introduced me to this lovely French word called tristesse. There's a novel by, I think, Francois Sagan called Bonjour Tristesse. And tristesse means a certain kind of melancholy, and there is really no other word for it, but it is a delicious kind of melancholy from what I remember,
yes.
where you can kind of revel in
That's-
it as well. And
It's almost like a slightly grey version of nostalgia.
yeah, and if I may think aloud, like I think of self-pity as a form of ego, but this kind of melancholy could be a form of self-love also, is
Yeah.
it? I mean,
That's how I think of it. That it's a real emotion. It is personal. It happens in certain circumstances. It's not self-pity. It is an acceptance of the situation. Sometimes you may not be able to change it, but it is between feeling it strongly and accepting it, that space where you're disappointed, unhappy, to the time you get to accepting it. The space in between I think of as melancholy. And I think of it as the same feeling of nostalgia, that you have warm, fuzzy feeling about nostalgia. If you slightly make it a little colder than that, then that becomes for me melancholy.
that's really fascinating. And, before we go into the break, I'll ask a question about, again, something that you mentioned during our lunch, which reminded me of something else. And why not talk about that now? Because it fits in, which is you spoke about how people will have a public self, a private self, and a secret self. And I pointed to this. I'll look for the Twitter thread if I can find it, but there was a thread which had basically done a graph of how many people secrets keep. And the first category there was secrets you keep from everybody. And if I remember correctly, the average number there was 4. And I thought about myself and I said, yeah, there are around that many things that I will never tell anyone, including on my show, where otherwise I am utterly naked, as it were, and speak without a filter. But there are certain things which won't even make it there. And that is the secret self. Tell me a little bit more about the private self and the secret self.
I think the difference between private and secret, private, you're willing to share with somebody if push comes to shove. Secrets are those things that, at least for me, would embarrass me. Not embarrass me in front of others, embarrass me for myself. So things that I feel make me feel lesser about myself, things that make me feel like I'm not doing as well as I should. I'm not a good role model to my son, for example. That would be a secret. The aspect of me that I feel I should do better to be a better role model, that would be something I'm not willing to discuss with anyone. And it's really conflicts within. So those will be the kind of thing that I think I would think of as my secret life. The thing that really annoy me for who I am. Those will be secrets.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. And I'm wondering if people's secret selves are often a secret even from themselves. Like there is this fascinating book I talk about called Everybody Lies by Seth Stephens Davidovitz, where he looked at search terms.
I think of that as private though. So let's say, for example, if I have a kinky side to me, that would be private. That wouldn't be secret. And as I see it.
But you would share it with someone.
You are sharing it, right? When you're doing a search, somebody's seeing it.
No, I mean it's
There's
all
a risk that somebody will
anonymized.
know.
No.
Yeah, but somebody will see it. So I accept. I'm not that stupid to
But
know.
does your wife know your full kinky self?
That's why it's private, no? Wife doesn't know, somebody else may know. The kink partner may know. Yeah, so in the classification of public, private, and secret, kinky would be private, not secret.
Okay, for me actually the only secret is kinky. Private तो सब मैं शो पे डाल देता हूँ. तो yeah, which is
So your work of fiction will be the secret life of Amit Verma.
No, but I'll tell you something on my laptop right now, and I'm not going to take you to that window, but I have actually over the last few weeks gotten Chat GPT to write some 70,000 words of erotica, customized to just the way I like it. And obviously there are filters, so it will always say I am sorry, apologies, but there are ways around that, and I have become really good at finding those ways around that. I mean, basically tip number 1 is use euphemisms and avoid certain hot words, and key number 2 is that don't tell it what you want it to say. Take it to the edge of that spot where its autocomplete on steroids will take it into that territory by itself. But yeah, I think for me, a lot of the stuff in Everybody Lies was stuff that people would consider private and would consider secret and not private. But it's very interesting that you should say. I mean, if you have a kink, you'll share it with someone. If you know, if
Because there's a community of kink, right? I mean, I'm just assuming that
Yeah.
all of these deviants, if you can call them that, I don't like to call them that, still want to know that there are others like them. It's like the mutants, right?
But it's not exactly a community because they won't participate. Because they'll be too scared and embarrassed
Doesn't
to
matter.
participate. But
You know
they'll
there's
see
another
it.
like you.
You know there is another like
You
you.
know there's another like you. So in that sense, you are sharing. You are participating. You know there are more like you. You don't feel like you're the only one. But a secret is where you can't even do that because nobody's sharing it.
And you spoke about how all the secrets embarrass you and make you think less of yourself. But I think even non-secrets embarrass you and make you think less of yourself.
But
Like the
those
more
who will-
self-reflection I do, the less I like myself.
Yes, but you're willing to talk about it to somebody else. That makes it private. So it's the consequence of that.
Correct. Yeah. I
So,
agree.
so it's
No,
it's
what I'm saying is the not liking yourself is not exclusive to the secret part.
It has to be both.
Some of it is private.
Yeah. So the test, for me at least, is things that make me feel less about myself, and I'm unwilling to talk about or share with anyone.
That is secret.
That is secret. Private is some.
What makes you think less of yourself, which you could talk about?
So my behavior, which I think occasionally makes me feel less about myself, I could do better with, for example, understanding what other people are saying, feeling more connected to what they're saying, which I find very difficult to do. So I will listen, truly listen, not multitask, understand the words, understand the emotion, but I don't feel the connection. So when people say you must have empathy, to me, I can have compassion, but I can't have empathy. I don't feel the pain. Empathy means feeling the pain. I don't feel the pain.
But you know the other person is in pain, so you're willing to help them, and that's compassion.
For me, it's compassion. So I don't have empathy. And so I find it's a bit wanting in me.
You have compassion for Ashish. Okay, we'll come
I
back
have
to this.
compassion for a lot of people. But so that's the one thing that I really feel, but I've accepted that I can't do it. The things I can't do, I can't do. So this is one of them. This giving this warm, fuzzy vibe to others, humse nahi hoga. This overwhelming expression of joy, warmth, humse nahi hoga. So you have to understand with the little acts of love that I love you. But there is nothing that I will say regularly, I love you. मैंने खाना पका लिया, I love you, हो गया. There won't be this expression of joy and warmth and sunshine. तो वो तो नहीं होगा. So those are the aspects where I think, it's a struggle for me. I'm willing to consider it. I will think about it. But I'm also willing to live without it. कि नहीं होगा तो नहीं होगा. So it's a list of 100 things to do. This is not on the top 10.
So, there's a great thought. I think one of the four horsemen had it. I think Christopher Hitchens had it, where he spoke about atheism, and he said everyone who thinks he's a believer is believing in one religion. They're an atheist for all other religions, right? So, an interesting way to step back and look at it. And I'm thinking if all of us are, in some context or the other, if you zoom out enough, all of us are sociopaths. That when you talk about empathy, sociopathy is a medical condition. Your amygdala is damaged and therefore you don't feel empathy, and it is what it is. And it's a biological condition. Sociopaths get a bad rap, but sociopaths are overrepresented in prisons, for example, and apparently in consulting and banking and politics, especially. And I wrote a column about this once where I made a mistake. I called a couple of people non-sociopaths, but they turned out to be sociopaths because at that time I didn't know better. And I sometimes think about this. Like I'll ask myself, am I a sociopath? Because there are people I know I care for, but there are many people I don't care for. Like I just don't feel it.
Yeah.
And I think about this as sort of, W.E.H. Lecky's concept of the expanding circle, which no doubt you're familiar with because I've said it on many episodes and you heard everything. Where just briefly for listeners who might not be aware of it, Lecky was a 19th century philosopher who came up with the concept of the expanding circle, where he said that your circle of moral consideration begins really small with your family, and then your tribe, and then your, people in the immediate surroundings. And over humankind, it's kind of expanded more and more till it can even include all of humanity. And Peter Singer argued it will one day include animals as well. Except that at some level, I'm deeply skeptical about how much it can expand. Like, some could argue that the Dunbar number, 150 numbers, which is the optimal tribe size back in the day, is the limit for that. That is how many names we can remember. And so maybe it doesn't go beyond that. But also, I think a lot of empathy or hum sab ek hai and all that is just posturing. That beyond the point we don't really care. And then I think what kicks in is that it is okay not to care. That if my amygdala was damaged and I didn't feel for anyone, I think that would be fine, because what matters is my behavior. What matters is how I relate to the world and how I treat the world, and the normative sort of scaffolding I built. क्या terms use कर रहा हूँ मैं? The way I live my life, the rules I make for myself, that treat other people well, be kind, listen. All these things matter much more than actually feeling anything. And the way you are expressing it seems to be that you have a set of rules of how to behave. And then it doesn't matter, empathy bolo, compassion bolo, kya bolo, it doesn't matter.
I think we have weaponized empathy and weaponized some of these words. I was having a conversation with somebody else we both know, Shubha, and we're talking about a class of people, and it happened to be the IT industry. I said they wear their humility on their sleeve with arrogance.
Yeah.
So I think with some of these things, there seems to be this signaling, almost virtue signaling, that I am empathetic, I am humble, I am compassionate. You may be all that, but you can't be that all the time to everything and everyone. That I've accepted. That there will be phases when I don't feel for certain causes. Tiger dying somewhere, I don't feel it. And I'm willing to acknowledge that I don't feel it. And it's okay with me. It doesn't mean that I don't care for the Jews who were exterminated, because it is also life. That whataboutery doesn't get me at all. So I'm okay with it. Okay, this is what I care about. And I don't feel for certain things, and I don't feel the need to explain it. Okay, why do you not feel for this and why do you feel for them? Pata nahi yaar, aise hi hai. I feel it, I express it. I don't feel it, I don't express it. So I don't feel the need to always try to conform to and explain to people कि ऐसा क्यों नहीं हो. So that acceptance I got, I think 10 years ago. So I got that acceptance कि भाई हम ऐसे ही है. It's not one of my values. Growth is not one of my values. I mean, I don't know if you've done the exercise. The deck of cards have different values, life values written on them. And the challenge is to identify which are yours. And it's a deck of cards, about 50 of them. So it has loyalty, humility, this, that, and the other. And it's a really, really difficult process. Because you got to come up with your top 5 and you got to rank them. And they don't tell you how to do it. So I created, see, the top 10 are easy. Then the difficulty arises. And so I created a scenario for those conflicting values in each one of them and eliminated them. So if you say, for example, honesty is an important thing, and the one you're comparing it to is happiness, then you create a scenario which says choice A will make you happy, choice 2 will make you honest. Which one will you pick? Pick it. Then you eliminate the other one.
And this
loyalty is important.
Which one did you pick?
Happiness.
And it's very interesting that, like, I'm just thinking aloud and I'll let you continue after this, but I'm just thinking aloud and I'm thinking that happiness relates to oneself, honesty relates to others, that you're normatively honest with others, and it relates to oneself in the sense that then you can feel pride, your ego can be massaged, that I am an honest person. But there is, anyway,
I'll give you a different one. Fidelity. I am faithful to my wife versus happiness. You have to pick
What did you choose?
happiness.
You picked happiness. Is your wife going to listen to this?
No. But I'm being honest here. So,
Yeah.
so it was a very, very difficult decision. So these are the difficult decisions, right? It's very easy to say, obviously I love my wife, but you're not being honest to yourself. And the exercise with the value cards is to be honest with yourself, because it tells you who you are. It's telling me who I am.
So I'll send you a link and I'll post it in the show notes also. There's this great tweeter called Ayla. And she writes about sex and all of that. I think she's worked as an escort and she's also incredibly good with data and just a fantastic mind. I love a newsletter as well. And maybe I should invite her on the show someday. And she built this site which carries out this experience where one after the other, you're supposed to choose between two things.
Yeah.
And gradually, and many of these choices will come up multiple times.
Yes.
And gradually, an order emerges.
Yes.
And that order is you.
Yeah.
And I remember sending a screenshot of that to a couple of my three of my friends, Naren, Sudhir, and Subrat, and because we are in a group of food lovers, and telling them that I'm sorry I have to do this because one of the choices was close friends or whatever,
Yeah, absolutely.
and the other choice was air conditioning.
Oh,
and I
that
said,
way.
sorry boys,
Air conditioning beats friends.
yeah, I mean sorry because and and I'm being a little flippant here.
I get it.
Obviously, it's not necessarily the case, but like some of them will be right thumb versus good orgasms, or randomly, and and that for some people that's a real choice.
Yeah,
it
is.
That.
But this exercise was serious, very difficult to do, and the only way you can test it is by taking it to the extreme.
And
otherwise, it's not a choice.
What did it reveal to you about yourself?
All of these things, I think that, what I value more than other things. So,
what surprised you about your values?
That I was willing to negotiate honesty, integrity, loyalty for happiness. Make me seem like a hedonist creature.
But at the same time, those values that you mentioned are baked into you anyway, right?
I know, but I was willing to trade them.
For happiness.
It's as if you're making a Faustian bargain, right?
But then how do you define happiness?
That's the consolation. Shayad.
As in?
It's like an apology to everything else, no? That you can say कि शायद बाकी सब करूँगा तो happiness हो जाएगा. So shayad is your escape route for anything.
What was second?
Honesty, I think.
Honesty was second.
Yeah.
What came surprisingly low?
Friendship, being faithful. They all were in the
top
bottom
5.
half. Bottom half of the 5.
Friendship was bottom half of the 5.
The 10. So they're not in the top 5. Not in the top 5.
But they were not in like bottom half of the 50, I thought you were saying.
So family, all that didn't come in the top 10. Fraternity
didn't
come in the top 10. They're quite interesting months. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. I did it about 10 years ago. About 10 years ago. I should go back and do it again. But it was a super exercise. I
must do it myself, and I'm sure abhi to websites mein.
But I found doing it with cards was a lot more.
Yeah, it's tactile.
Not just that.
Like you're literally moving fidelity aside, literally.
And then it tells
putting
you
one over the other. Yeah.
But it's a view on fidelity I've held for a long time, so it was not a surprise to me.
Yeah.
That, and I said this remarkably in law school when. And I remember the conversation, I remember the people as well. I was saying, just because I like strawberry ice cream doesn't mean I shouldn't eat vanilla ice cream. Ye kahan hai? Just because I like one genre of music doesn't mean I shouldn't like another genre of music. And the way I relate to individuals is unique to them. So one is not replacing the other. One is not threatened by the other. I'm just a different person to each one of you. So why should one feel threatened by the other? And therefore, this whole sense of being faithful, being loyal, all of that just puts pressure on people to disconnect from whom they are. So I don't get to express that side of me with another person because X feels threatened by that other person or the other relationship. So I felt strongly about it for a long, long time. And then, of course, there's Javed Akhtar who says, "Humse nahi hoga, kisi ek se pyar karna."
Oh, he says that. Okay, what's
famous sher.
okay?
So there's that. So fidelity comes fairly,
Yeah, but there
in
is.
that sense of fidelity, as in matrimonial fidelity, comes fairly low on that list.
Yeah, but there's that Vikram Seth poem, all you who sleep tonight far from the ones you love, no
Yes,
hand to
yeah.
left or right and emptiness above.
Yeah.
Know that you aren't alone, the whole world shares your fears. Some for tears, some for 2 nights or one, and some for all the years. So you're talking about multiple genres of music. Some people don't even have one genre of music that likes them back. But anyway, that is the Indian incel problem.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Indian insect.
I get what you're saying, and I think we take a lot of these things for granted, including institutions like marriage, including ways of relating to each other. And I think we just take it for granted and fall into it by inertia,
Yeah.
and we don't think hard enough about कि ये है क्या? What is a concept? What are we doing? What is the logic behind it? When did this convention arise? Why did it arise? Is it relevant now?
Yeah.
Will it make me happy? And how can you then relate to the world in a consensual way, which doesn't also involve you being dishonest to yourself?
Correct. And what I do with somebody else is not a comment on you, is not a judgment on you. I think that's where the institution with marriage, couples, or close friends, or whatever, feeling threatened that their position, and you find that between Saas Bahu, because they're seeing it as there is a limited amount of attention that the man can give, and either the Saas gets it or the Bahu gets
And
it.
they're both delusional because a man doesn't give a fuck about any of them. Instrumental.
So I think those were situations which we see happening more and more and more. Saas Bahu, I think, is the obvious one because we see it in the family, but we see it everywhere else. In fact, I remember a difficult discussion I had with my wife on this. Where I said, I prefer books. They don't feel neglected. They don't feel ignored. They're happy when I read them. I don't have to finish them.
वॉर एंड पीस कंप्लेन नहीं करेगा कि क्राइम एंड पनिशमेंट क्यों पढ़ रहे हो.
बिल्कुल. कभी भी उठा लो, कभी भी रख दो. जब पढ़ना हो पढ़ो. Don't read it completely. Read only a few pages. Read it differently each time. Each time I read a book, I read it differently. No complaints. Why can't people be like books?
What did she say?
She didn't say much.
Yeah.
She threw the books out.
Yeah, you've mentioned that people Murali in his house is not allowed to keep books. They're in his library in his other house in Bangalore.
Exactly.
I hope that wasn't a secret fact I gave away, but merely private. All right, so let's take a quick commercial break, and we shall, for the next 10 minutes, put coffee on the top of our list of priorities, and which will bring happiness, so it's the same thing. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Murali Neelakantan, and just before we came into the break, he told me something very interesting. He said कि leadership में ये सिखाते हैं कि अगर कोई 4 wide bowl करता है, तो what do you go and tell him? So why don't you, give this funda yourself?
We see it in sport. We see it in everyday life. You get shouted off, shouted at for what you've done wrong. Most people who are screwing up already know they're screwing up. So if a chap in IPL has already bowled 4 wides, he knows that he's bowled 4 wides and he shouldn't be bowling 4 wides. he needs some help to refocus. And I've always felt the way to help him refocus is to tell him what to do and keep it simple. So give him a really small target. Don't say theek se bol kar, bowl properly or bowl better, or trust the process. These are all nice things. Tell him something specific, actionable, that he's capable of doing. Just say, can you hit the batsman's shoe? Give him a small target. That keeps him really focused. That should really be the easy way out for much of this. I mean, it's the same with negative thoughts. Don't think negative thoughts, not useful. Don't think about sadness, not useful. Unless you can replace it with something bigger. Don't doesn't solve the problem. Tell me what to do.
Wise words. And Theek se Bolkar could be such a great Marathi surname. Yeah. Sunil Theek se Bolkar.
And you might see one in the IPL given the Marathi names that we've got coming up, especially with CSK and a few of the others.
Yeah, I've stopped following IPL for the last couple of years. Somehow, the only sports I follow, oddly enough, are chess and cycling, which I kind of watch obsessively every day thanks to GCN Plus.
Oh my
But
God.
moving away from that, and actually, let me continue down this theme. You've seemed to have heard all my episodes. Yesterday, you even told me what my worst episode was. And I kind of agreed with you. It was pretty bad, but it was in the early days. I think recently it's been okay. What would you tell me about the show? What should I do?
I think over time, we all get into a structure of how we do things. And with your show, the familiar becomes tedious. So we know, I think you've heard it from a lot of your listeners, we know these 5 or 6 ideas that you're going to throw every time. For those on this side, it's very comforting. It's like TTP dekh liya humne. Past test papers humne dekh liya. But for those listening, there'll be one lot that says it's the same question and so many different people are answering it in so many different ways. So to me, that is the attraction. To the other part, they may feel कि वही issue फिर से discuss कर रहे हैं. Thin desire, thick desire, mimetic. Then we're talking about everybody lies. All of those things, one half of the people think कि फिर से वही, we have flogged it into 300 episodes और कितना ले जा सकते हैं. For the others, they think there must be a 302nd way of looking at it. So maybe that's something for you to think about is how do I get, if you want to, the lot that thinks this is tedious, to think of it differently and to enjoy it as the next person may have something different to say about the exact same thing. So maybe it's not the issue, but the structure of how you weave it in or get it in. Because otherwise the footnotes, the references all become too familiar. And unfortunately, I think there is a group of people who think familiar is tedious.
Yeah, it's unfortunate people think like that. No, I get what you're saying, but just to go to the few themes that I have that I keep exploring. On the positive side, there are the different answers. Like if I hadn't kept exploring, that would say Pratap Bhanu Mehta's take on Thick and Thin Desires was deep. It was good. Yeah, I'm going to record with Luke Burgess a couple of months from now, and I'll chat with him about it. And that was a great take. But on the other hand, I think what also happens, and I will be hard on myself here, is that you develop these frames and then, somebody says something, that's the first thing that comes to your head. And sometimes it is worth exploring, sometimes it is not. So I do try to consciously avoid some of these now. And I think some of it also has to do with my laziness, in the sense that if I read more and in a good month I read 20 books in a month or 30 books in a month, but in a bad month I might read 1 or 2 or 3 apart from the regular reading that I do. And the thing is, I need more good months, because the good months give you new ideas, fresh ways of looking, and then in the excitement and infatuation for those ideas, they can kind of come on the show. Though I think it is what it is. I mean, sometimes I wonder why I'm doing this at all, but
I think there's still a following, right? And there is a large following which is interested in this, wanting to know about this.
I'll tell you what my angst is. My angst is that there is a really deep following. The last 9 times, literally, I have been at an airport. I have been stopped by someone saying, "Thank you for what you do," which is very touching. And please keep doing that because that's what keeps me going. And I was at Blossom's bookstore when I went to Bangalore to record. In half an hour, 3 people came and asked me if I was so and so. And sometimes I feel trapped by that. कि यार अभी treadmill से उतर नहीं सकते. Which is not that, I mean, I as you've seen from my recent episodes, all of them recorded when I wasn't particularly happy with the world, but I put in the I put in the effort. I kator re bhaji, as Jerry Pinto would say, and get the job done. But it's like everything else. I wonder if it's a trap. I guess you can't avoid getting into some groove or the other, right?
Look at it this way, na? Look at a high-performing athlete. As time goes by, what they're doing is pretty much the same. It doesn't change dramatically. Unless you reinvent yourself and say, I will do something dramatically different. I'll go from being a goalkeeper to a striker. नहीं होने वाला है. So in a sense, to the outside world, it'll seem like tedious. कि the guy is still doing the same thing. Midfielder है, आगे पीछे भाग रहा है. What does it feel to him? Does it feel to him that this आगे पीछे भागना is giving him pleasure? Then it's fine. What does it seem to the other people? So I watch it and think, he runs so beautifully. He's anticipating the ball so well. He's anticipating the spaces so well. Even when he's off the ball, he's beautiful to watch. That is enough for me. That he doesn't score a goal is completely irrelevant to me. That is not the aspect I'm looking at. So he shouldn't feel any pressure to say from midfielder, now I'm going to go score a goal. Nahi karna hai. I enjoy what he's doing there. So I think there is pressure to think I'm doing the same thing. Should I do something different? Should I reinvent myself? Should I make the podcast longer, shorter, preppier, this, that? If you feel you want to experiment, go ahead. Try karo. We'll try somebody as a false nine and see what happens. We'll try somebody, we'll bring back Cruyff and say, everybody plays every position all the time.
Cruyff's spirit is well and alive in Manchester City, and even the recent changes that Guardiola has done, for example, are just phenomenal and beautiful to watch. No, I think my question there is not कि football में formation अलग करे कि नहीं. My question is कि football खेलना ही है कि नहीं. Because as far as a form is concerned, I think I have really grokked it. It's a new form. Nobody does 8-hour podcast. I understand it. I understand the craft incredibly well. I'm proud of what I'm getting done. And I enjoy the process of the connections that I make. At the same time, it's like just I'm fucking tired. But anyway, that is a different matter, and we will not make this about me. And let's.
No, but it's a normal thing, right? If you've been doing something for very long, and you look at the people who say they want to retire or are retiring, this is what they say: I'm tired. I don't find joy in it anymore, so I'll go and do it. There are the others. Take the golfers. They've retired from the pro, but they're enjoying it in the Masters. There are others who I see still play sport. And I add that to myself. That's my story. That maybe 30 years ago, I could have played really good level sport. If I just stuck to it, I had coaching, whatever, I would have made it. I wouldn't have made world champion, but India tak to pahunch jata. I play for the joy of it. I don't think कि ये stupid shot तुमने miss कर दिया.
Yeah,
so it's not the joy of it.
But that's a different angle. You're talking about the competitive angle. I'm not even talking about going from the Masters to the whatever.
Excellence, not competitive.
Excellence is there. Like anything else that I do, excellence will take time because you learn, you grok it, you do all of that. This thing, it's there. I know what it is.
Karo. Find, I'm sure it's still a challenge to find your next 20 guests on the show. That is still going to be a fun thing to do. The next 20 and finding 20 different people from the 312 that you found so far, or how many you found so far.
दिल्ली में मैं गया था, मैंने 9 किए 12 दिन में, and I was thinking कि ठीक है, any of these days in the next 2 months I've told Murali I'll call him, and it'll be so comfortable and easy to do, and it won't be like these, which it is. But still, यार, वो मतलब कि, anyway, so let's talk about
it's comfortable and easy because मैंने किताब नहीं लिखी ना.
No, that's not the thing. It's comfortable and easy because I have a groove with you. Even though we've not met often. I think we met once or twice. But we've interacted a lot
On the side, yeah,
on
yeah.
the side. Yeah. So it's comfortable because there is a pre-existing groove, and that makes it like really easy. Like I did an episode in Delhi with Ajay Shah and Mohit Satyanand.
Oh, that's
Super
beautiful,
easy.
beautiful
I
episode.
could do it in my sleep because they're friends. I know the subject. It's just you can just
And
sit
all
and-
three of you vibe well.
it's such a great vibe, right? So I can do it so that's really comfortable. But others, you put in the work, and I think when you go deep, it's also emotionally exhausting because they are going to places that maybe they haven't been before, and you're going there with them, and that's this thing. But this is in severe and unwarranted danger of turning into a therapy session for myself.
No, but it
So-
was, as I said to you, when you asked me to come on the show, that was my big thing, that will it turn into a therapy session? I've never been to therapy. And
For you mean?
yeah, for me. And will I be in dark and dangerous places that I really don't want to be? And somebody warned me that it's possible. Amit Verma will lull you into this space and conversation and gently drag you into places that you perhaps don't want to go.
That's happened to people, but they've always been glad they went there.
Yeah.
But do you have dark and dangerous places?
I don't know. So far, I haven't noticed it. You may have taken me there and I haven't noticed it yet.
Okay, that's very interesting. I think if you're kind of done with your childhood, I think dark dangerous place तो अभी हो गया. अभी law school में क्या dark dangerous है?
कुछ नहीं है. Dark and dangerous नहीं है. Law school, I think when you spoke to Ashutosh Salil as well, it's vibrant, exciting, although he's much
Younger.
Yeah, much younger than me. हम तो थे during the pioneering days, जब कुछ ना था. Law school was set up in a bicycle shed.
आप पहले एक बात बताओ that you wanted to go into the army.
हाँ,
2 बार फेल हुए.
बिल्कुल fail.
Right? I mean, succeeded in getting from Allahabad to
Trivandrum and back to Bangalore.
Yeah. In those incredible circumstances, the challenge young people today may not recognize the significance of. But what was a shift there? Like, was it that, okay, the next respectable thing to do, which is still open to me now that engineering, medical seem to be gone, is law?
No,
Or
no. So, my father wanted me to be an engineer. And I was quite good at it. So my father would kind of give us problems to solve at home. He was an engineer. And, kind of discuss those things with us and ask us to solve stuff and things like that. In fact, I remember very clearly, he was given as a prize an ivory slide rule. I don't think your listeners understand what a slide rule is. But in the good old days, before scientific calculators, you had this fantastic instrument that you used for calculations.
it was a predecessor technology to the scientific calculator.
But really good. When you learned to use it, it was fantastically good. And so I learned to use it before I studied trigonometry in school. So I'd already learned to use it before I actually started studying the basics of trigonometry in school. So he thought, obviously, I was going to be an engineer, and he was very keen that I should be an engineer. And that was the only respectable occupation really at the time. And I chose not to be an engineer. Also, I did exceptionally badly in my 12th standard exam. I was not cut out for the kind of testing that we did those days. I had to understand the why of it. I couldn't just sit down and write out MCQs, 200 of them every day. And that's what the test was. So I didn't do very well in my class 12. I did very well in the entrance test. We had a common entrance test at that time. And I maxed that test. But combination of the two meant that I would get some strange engineering stream in some strange college. Also at that time, we didn't have that many engineering seats as we do now. And each state had a different quota for general merit. And at that time, I was very angry about the reservations system. And in places like Tamil Nadu, it was virtually impossible if you're in general merit to get a seat. And reservations really had my goat for a very long time. And I, in fact, wrote something to say that in some places it was more than 100%. Because you have percentages and absolute numbers both.
Wow.
So if you put all of them together, after you do all the percentages, and then you add 3 to it, it goes over 100. So it was very silly. So anyway, long story short, so I didn't do engineering. And because I had missed the time to come back to Bangalore to write the law exam. I had a year to kill before I could do it next year. So I did 1 year of BSc and 1 year of NCC to go with it. So I had a great 1 year. Spent the vacation learning to play billiards and got really good at it. I played for 3 months. Then Appa on a whim said, there's a tournament, handicap tournament coming up. You should play. I didn't think he thought that I would win, but he thought that thoda औकात समझ में आ जाएगा. But it so turned out that my handicap was bigger than his. So I had to give him a handicap. It was fairly substantial. And I did pretty well in that tournament. So I didn't think I endeared myself to him, but hua. So the 1 year I did my BSc was mostly spent learning to
meet your father.
वो तो हो गया था. तो बिलियर्ड्स तो हो गया, एनसीसी हुआ अच्छा सा, कैंप वैम्प किया अच्छा सा, पर और कुछ खास नहीं हुआ ड्यूरिंग दैट टाइम. एंड नन ऑफ द फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री मैथ्स मेड एनी सेंस टू मी. वो एक्सप्लेन कर रहे हैं क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. नॉट दैट आई वाज स्टूपिड, बट द वे दे वर टीचिंग इट जस्ट डिडंट मेक एनी सेंस टू मी. तो ऐसे कट गया. एंड देन व्हाट चॉइस डिड आई हैव? कंटिन्यू टू डू बीएससी or do law. And law was a happenstance, actually. Law school was set up only a few years before I joined. Nobody knew about it. Nobody thought law was a sensible profession. You only did it if you had family in the law. So if you look back at all the greats, very few were first-time lawyers. So you only did law if you had somebody in the law. तो वो नहीं था. But during a couple of the college fests, I bumped into folks from the National Law School. And we start talking, क्या हो रहा है, क्या है? So then I said, okay, चलो ये करते हैं. It's better than the rut I'm stuck in. तो हमने एग्जाम लिखी, मिल गया. My dad was very upset कि एटलीस्ट सम होप कि बीएससी करोगे कुछ होगा, लॉ करके क्या होगा. सो ही सेड मैं फीस नहीं भरूंगा. तो नाउ आई एम दिस ऑकवर्ड सिचुएशन कि पैसे कैसे भरेंगे. एंड इट वाज नॉट अ लार्ज सम ऑफ मनी. द एनुअल ट्यूशन फी फॉर द नेशनल लॉ स्कूल वाज 750 rupees.
Which year was this?
91. Which even then was not a large sum of money. It was not a large sum of money. तो मैंने कहा ठीक है, फिर भी करूंगा. सो आई डिसाइडेड कि पार्ट टाइम काम करते हैं. 1990 में 91 में टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया बैंगलोर एडिशन वाज लॉन्च्ड. एंड आई सेड दैट somebody वो एड आया था कहीं कि दे वांट पीपल टू हेल्प विथ मार्केटिंग. तो हमने ऐसे अप्लाई किया, सेलेक्ट भी हो गए. But little did I know what the task was. So Bangalore traditionally had Deccan Herald, Indian Express, and Hindu. Only 3 English papers. Times of India turns up there. And I found that the most difficult habit for people to break is not cigarettes. It's not sugar. It's morning newspaper. If you've been reading a newspaper all your life, and your father has been reading it, and your children are going to read it, getting rid of it and replacing it is incredibly hard. It's a ritual. They're familiar with the layout, they're familiar with the tone, with the font, where every piece of news item is, and they naturally reach out. They have a way of reading a newspaper. We all assume that everybody reads from page 1 to page whatever 13. That is not how people read newspapers. They have areas of interest which they want to do, and depends very much on who they are. So if they are from Chitradurga, for example, and they're living in Bangalore, there is a section in the newspaper which deals with places outside of Bangalore. So they will read the first page and then go to that section. So understanding that means that it's very difficult to drag them out of that. So my task, which I think was incredibly hard, and I still think it's the hardest marketing job to do, and the hardest and great training to be a lawyer, is persuading people at 7 a.m. in the morning when they don't want to actually see you, knocking on their doors and persuading them to shift from whatever newspaper they're reading to buy a subscription to the Times of India. So, subah, I used to go pick up all the newspapers, including the Times of India, then make a pitch for that day. Ki aaj ka paper lo, and here is why the Times of India is better than whichever newspaper they're reading that day. So every morning I had to do this pitch. Go house to house to house to house.
And you would customize it for every particular day. Like, dekho, we covered this better today.
Correct.
Wow.
That is the research I had to do at 5:30 in the morning. So that I could make the pitch at 7 o'clock, right?
And but would you always find things Times read better?
No, but I had to make it, right? I'm sure I could find something different and say it was better. कि आपके पेपर में वो नहीं है ना, एंड ये इंटरेस्टिंग है ना, देखो हमारे में है. Did you know? नहीं, but हमारे में है. And there's always going to be something in this that is not in that.
Yeah.
And since I've read it very well, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to persuade you. So what you want to see in it, I have to first understand and tell you कि वो हमारे में है. In addition to that, you are interested in X, Y, and Z. वो भी हमारे में है जो आपके में नहीं है. So that was the exercise I did every morning and then again every evening, 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. So that was, I think, the hardest thing to sell and great training in persuasion. How do you persuade people to change what is really their
Were people rude to you?
exception? But I would be rude to the person, right? 7 baje subah, I don't want anyone knocking on my door. Frankly, I don't want anyone talking to me at 7 o'clock in the morning. I want peace, quiet. The first hour in the morning, I don't want to see anyone. I don't want to hear anyone. I don't want to speak to anyone. Nothing. Just leave me alone. तो उस टाइम पे बंदा आके बोल रहा है कि सर हम टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया लेंगे. बिल्कुल नहीं. It's a part of newspapers, part of your personality, or at least was in those days. It's what defined you, right?
Yeah,
It's like, what's your poison? मैं तो old monk वाला हूँ. You know, I only smoke one brand of cigarettes. I only have this kind of alcohol. It's, you know, I only have whatever other tastes you may have. You know, ये वाला चाट वाला versus वो वाला चाट वाला, बड़ा पाव वाला, whatever. It's very specific, right? You won't have the other one. So
I don't take any newspapers or watch any news channel, so I guess that means no personality, alas.
it's
No, I'm
it
kidding.
wasn't. It's not relevant now. It was then. So I'm saying at that time in the 90s.
You're taking my quibs very seriously. I've
No.
got to, I think, smile while I make them or something.
So that was, so law school was a tough one to begin with. That I had this, plus I had schoolwork, which is the whole day, plus extracurricular activities. So my day was absolutely packed. So very little time for social interaction.
Did you enjoy studying law?
So I found it interesting, but I wasn't passionate about it. I accepted that I'm going to be good at it and it will be a way of earning a livelihood. But I never thought that I would do something great and fantastic with it. Law school was set up to create social engineers. We're going to change the world using the law. Many of my friends did, and it's in the book. The preface of that is all the great people, my friends, who've gone off and done wonderful things around the world. I had never thought that I would be any one of those people. So I had no imagination to go out and change the world or anything. I just thought if I do well in the law, I'll have a livelihood. And that was also a huge sense of insecurity because I didn't know whether I'd have a career in the law. So I'm stuck here for 5 years. At the end of 5 years, I may not have a job. So that was a very, very deep sense of insecurity through law school, that I was not like anybody else. Others had fallback options. Either you had rich kids, rich parents, or you had people in the profession, or your father is an IAS officer. He'll put you on some panel, yaar. State Electricity Board, Public Service Commission, they all need lawyers. You will get on any of those panels. And at least you will get to court. And then you can show that you're really good. How can I show an ability that I have unless I actually have cases to argue? How does judge know I'm any good? So that was a huge sense of insecurity through law school. Also, I think in my first year, it was all social sciences. And I didn't know any of that. So economics, sociology, political science, philosophy made no sense to me. It's like, what kind of a subject is this? They don't tell you the answer. What is the correct answer? You're having this argument on and on and on and on. And there's no answer to this damn thing. तो आंसर बता दो यार, कौन से किताब में है आंसर? So it's really tough. And a lot of my classmates all had done social sciences, right? So instead of addressing the lowest level in the class, the teachers were addressing the average. And I was like the bottom of the class with that. So nothing ever made sense to me. And so it was incredibly hard. The first year was just incredibly hard. I didn't know if I was in the right place, I was doing the right thing. I'd pissed off my parents. I'm now stuck here. And this is getting really, tough. In my second term, they decided to raise the fees. I said, boss, this is itself hardship.
कितना हो गया 750 से कहाँ गया?
I think they wanted to make it 10,000 or something like that.
Oh fuck, from 750 to 10,000.
And I said, boss, I was the only chap in my class who fought for it. So the deal we reached eventually was that हमारा नहीं इंक्रीज करेंगे, जो है उनका इंक्रीज नहीं करेंगे, जो आने वाले हैं उनका करेंगे. So again, my first fight with establishment was
successful. You crippled future Murlis.
हाँ, थोड़ा सा. But उसके scars बहुत थे. Because nobody forgets, no? Establishment never forgets. You may think they don't remember, but they do. So law school first year was not fun. And I didn't think I was very good. That's the thing, right? You come from a family which doesn't tell you you're very good. And it's a very common thing. कि नहीं, बोल देंगे तो इसको ईगो हो जाएगा ना, arrogant हो जाएगा.
So you told me something which also seems like a great metaphor for how one figures out how to look at the world, which is you mentioned that all of us have eyes where the two eyes, where our, two eyes, whatever the term for it is, binocular signal or whatever, we get a combined image. We are seeing one thing. You mentioned that you don't have that. Your two eyes are seeing separate things and they don't come together, and therefore you find it difficult to read in a straight line. But you can look at a page and it's in your head and you can parse it there, right? So photographic memory and all of that. And I want to talk about that in the literal sense that you've mentioned it, but also I think as a metaphor there is something there, because the way people form frames typically is that they will almost fall into a way of looking at the world almost by default, whether because of their background and where they come from, so they have a certain frame already, or they are in with a particular in group in college and all of that, and they have a particular fashionable frame, so you also have this fashionable frame and start using fashionable terms that otherwise make no sense, like neoliberal. So a particular pet peeve of mine.
Yeah.
And so in the literal sense, how did it change the way that you learned stuff from the way that others did, and did it mean that you could take in more knowledge? And in that metaphorical sense, tell me a little bit about how your frames and ways of looking at the world formed.
So law school was really eye-opening because of the subjects we studied and how we studied them. I think that sense of aha is very marginal in science, because that's how you're learning, right? Every time you study, you're building on what you already knew. But the frames in the law were so different that everything was an aha moment. You think of it and say, yeah, two people are equal. And you think, no, actually, just saying they're equal actually causes them to be dealt with unequally. So those kind of things which you took for granted, because you're thinking just logical, right? You're not thinking of the impact. A equals B means A equals B, they're equal. But actually the impact of this law is it causes A not to be equal to B. That we didn't think of. So those were the kind of things, the frames where you thought equality is a wonderful thing. Fraternity is a wonderful thing. And then you thought, but people are unequal. the impact on them is harsher than the impact on me. Those things we didn't think of. The same thing affects women differently from men, affects married people differently from single people, affects people in the north differently from the south. So when you say, for example, now this whole argument about Hindi being the national language, well, in the south we'll have to study 3 languages, right? Well, in the north you have to only study 2 languages, Hindi and English. Well, I have to do Kannada or Tamil, Hindi and English. How is that fair? So if you want to say Hindi is the national language and English should be the international language, then you must be forced to study one South Indian language. Then it's equal. But otherwise saying everybody is equal, everybody has to learn Hindi and English is not equal. So these are the kind of things that law school taught us to be more critical of and think, don't take these things for granted. Examine it.
Do you remember any specific example when this really struck you?
So I think the male-female thing, the reservations was a big thing, where my own experience of it was that if there hadn't been reservations, I would have got into a course in a better college. It was a gripe that I brought to law school, and it was inside me. But then I realized that really that is not what it's about. It is, I could have got into a college is better than what was affecting 80% of the population, which is they couldn't imagine going to college. And this is to help that. So these kind of frames came thanks to law school, that we looked at each of these things very differently. We looked at crime very differently. We used to think it's all black and white, right? Banda criminal hai, he should go to jail. He should hang. Then you realize that it's not that straightforward. That maybe he's not a criminal. Maybe he's actually innocent. Maybe he doesn't deserve to go to jail. There are certain things which shouldn't be crimes. Why should adultery be a crime? This is a real example. I was shocked when I discovered it.
I've written columns about these so-called victimless crimes and how they are such a travesty. And even adultery, the way it was defined in the Indian Penal Code, was adultery was a crime on the man.
Yeah.
Because his property had been tampered with. So just the misogynist nature of the law itself is like just remarkable.
But it was a shock to me when I discovered it. I just didn't think this 2 people can figure it out.
Yeah.
I mean, slap each other, do whatever, and figure it out. Why should the law come into the picture here? So those were the kind of things where I suddenly found the intrusive force of the law, how the law was actually oppressive, how the law is actually being used as an instrument of oppression. We all thought of law as this warm, fuzzy, protective force. That's how, if you're coming from a reasonably privileged family which has no actual contact with the police or the law or any of that, that's how you think of the law, right? It's there to order society and everything runs well and you're protected by it. But that was a big shock for me to see this side of it in the law as how it's oppressive, how it is really hurting people rather than protecting them and giving the impression that it's protecting them. So that's the worst part, not that you're hurting, that you're actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's the more difficult one. If you know who the villain is, very easy. You're assuming that this is this benevolent, kind person, which is the law, when actually that is hurting you. That, I think, was the big change coming into law school.
So I want to ask about a bunch of dilemmas or dichotomies that come to my mind when I think about the law. And obviously, I'll ask layperson questions because you'll have to forgive me for that. And one of them is that you mentioned that for you, in a sense, going to law school was instrumental to earning a good living and all of that, and it wasn't a passion as such. And therefore, one assumes there are no higher values in play. I want to become good at this and I want to make money. But at the same time, in your writings, there is a lot of talk of higher values. And I want to talk about 3 sort of different dichotomies. And one of those dichotomies is that in your mind, you have a concept of what the law should be and what it is there for. But in reality, the law in India, in so many different ways, whether it relates to women or whatever, is can be so brutal, can be an instrument of oppression. So then, how do you deal with this? Because then there is the pragmatic side of you which says that it is not for me to think about these higher issues, it is for me to make money in this profession. And the idealistic side of you could also be saying that, what the fuck? What am I really in service of here?
You're right. I think there are stages in my life where in law school, I was exposed to this law as an instrument of oppression. That very phrase. So law school was a place that, as I said, wanted to create social engineers. So
Which is a terrible thing, always bound to end badly, right?
it did create a lot of them. So I think you can't look at it and say it was a failure.
It was a failure in creating them, but social engineering always ends badly.
Not really. I think there's a lot of change that has happened. We don't see it sometimes. So if you look at, again, going back to Ashutosh, he's doing some fantastic stuff where he is. And that is change. And he's using
But
the instrument of the law.
Yes, but it's not social engineering.
You ask the community, they'll say it's changed the community dramatically.
But I won't call it social engineering. It's community change, and I mean, it's not like I'm searching for euphemisms to describe what I like and what I don't like differently. But the implication of social engineering is that you use state coercion and you try to change society from the top down. In fact, my second dichotomy was about that. Hayek's distinction of law and legislation, where law is the conventional way that a society kind of operates, and legislation is what you try to impose upon it. And the classic, I mean, there are many illustrations of that. I won't go into that. I thought of the very trivial one of when you're on Worli Sea Link, the speed limits make no sense. So your legislation there might be 80 kph, but when the whole damn road is empty, it is optimal for the whole world to drive at 120, and that indeed is a convention. But that's a really trivial example. But in general, that is another sort of conflict. And in fact, what Ashutosh sort of does, I think, is he plays on the margins to allow the law as it is in that sense, in terms of the way a society orders itself, to find expression and unity with what is really happening with the state.
So if you remember, one of the questions you asked him was, if there's a choice between doing the right thing and applying the law, what will you do? And he said to you that I will find a way to read it in such a way that I can do the right thing.
Correct.
So he will find ways within the letter, even if it's on the margins. So he said he will not enforce a rule.
But that's Ashutosh, and that's an outlier. Most people will take the easy way out and just enforce the letter of the law as an instrument of oppression.
But we are asking social engineering to be done, and it means resisting the state. It means coming across sometimes as anarchist, but seeing where you can use the law to do it. So, for example, labor. Can you help the unions? Can you get them better terms of service? Can you get them better terms of employment? Can you get better working conditions? Can you get a safer workplace? All that has a huge impact. It has a huge impact on health. It has a huge impact on their children.
But if I may point out, that is exactly the example I would use of social engineering going wrong. Like, one of the reasons we are not a manufacturing superpower is that you had labor laws in the 70s which hurt workers more than they helped them, which were a disincentive for business expansion, which made sure that many medium firms would remain medium-sized firms forever and not expand, which therefore hurt overall employment, which trapped people in poverty. And if you go by the intent of the law, we are protecting them. If you go by outcomes and what actually happened, those labor laws were an undisputed disaster, I think. Surely at this point, we can't.
I will disagree with you on this. So, I spent 10 years in London. The exact same provisions that we have in this legislation exist all over Europe.
Yeah, but that's isomorphic mimicry. Wahan kaam kiya to yahan nahi kaam karega.
So, the values that we picked for India have existed in Europe for a very long time. The difference, therefore, is the babus and what they do, and the babus there and what they do. So to say that the labor laws don't work is because we're going to monkey a gun. Nothing to do with the gun. It's the same gun that's there, that's here. We're using it like a sledgehammer. They're using it like it should be, as a gun. So there's a difference, not in the legislation. It's the same gun.
No, I disagree. I'll tell you why. And you've no doubt heard my episode with Shruti and Alex on
Yes.
I was about to say premature ejaculation, but on premature imitation. The thing is, if you're testing a monkey and a fish, you will want to see how the fish swims in water, and you'll want to see how the monkey climbs a tree. आप वहाँ के वैल्यू लेके बोल रहे हो कि नहीं, let us make the monkey swim or let us make the fish climb the tree. It doesn't make sense. That is a standard mistake कि हमारे intentions अच्छे हैं. This law has worked there. Let's put it here and see what happens. What happened? And what happened to me, like I feel strongly about this because the fact that that manufacturing revolution was not allowed to happen, that it happened in China and it didn't happen here, is to me a humanitarian disaster because it condemned hundreds of millions of people to poverty for much longer than necessary. And laws like this and attempts at social engineering like this from the top down are a key reason why.
I disagree. And I must confess that I did practice labor law for a while. And also that I acted for the employer, not the employees. And yet I'm saying this, that the problem was not the law itself. The law is from 1940. So it was not something we made up recently. At the same time that Europe was coming out or in the middle of the war. So they were not in a socio-economic situation vastly different from us. So at the end of the war, Europe, and end of the war, India, socio-economically were not that far apart. So their level of industrialization, and if you look at what happened throughout Europe, Germany, Czechoslovakia, Poland, all of those places, and France, Italy, so I'm not talking only of the Eastern Bloc, the Western Bloc as well, Belgium, all have identical legislation. The difference in India was the Babus decided to make it rent extraction. And no law can deal with that problem.
Murali, we know what the system is. We knew that would happen. It's like there's
In
an
40 we
excellent
didn't.
there's an excellent point that Pranay Kotasane and no, we did in the 70s where Indira made it much worse. And the thing is, the point that Pranay and Raghu Jaitley make in Missing in Action and another episode with me, it is the worst thing that you can say in public policy is that it didn't work because it wasn't implemented well. That is a worse freaking thing. You can make out in advance kya kaam nahi karega.
True.
And it could have been done and it wasn't done. Like if you're saying social engineering worked, my answer is how? Because you are yourself saying that that particular thing failed here because of implementation. I don't care about the because. The point is it failed here.
It did. And I think there are many reasons for failure. We tend to think of just this one.
No, it's very multifactorial and it all has to do, 100% of it has to do with state oversight.
Correct. So my father used to run a business.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember your episode with a person running a small business or medium-sized business and the hassle that he went through. It's the same story with the restaurant business, right? And I remember, when dispatches used to happen from his factory to customers, the number of times the truck would get stopped by the commercial access department, octroi, this, that, and the other. And he'd have to go on his scooter carrying cash to pay out bribes. So the reasons for us not industrializing is so many. I don't think this was the key difference. If we had fixed everything else and we still had this, we would have made it, just like Europe did.
But that is true of literally every single thing. That if we did everything else and this one thing was there. But the point is, this one thing was a move in the negative direction because you could have foreseen that this was not going to work. And you did it because you wanted to do virtue signaling and say, our intentions are the great, we are protecting workers. You did the opposite, right?
We still do it in Europe. So
but it's like fish, water, monkey, tree, right? It really is that. In a rent-seeking world where the state is so overwhelmingly powerful and oppressive, I mean, we can agree to disagree on this. We will agree to disagree on this.
And this is where my thoughts have changed. The stand I used to take in law school was the stand I'm taking now are dramatically different. So what I said about this then would have been that, no, it's unfair. We must allow free market. They must be allowed to hire and fire. People should be allowed to, staff up 1,000 people when there is demand and then get rid of them when there isn't. That was my view in law school. And I held that view At the same time, as I thought, the whole idea of the WTO and the Dunkel drafts at that time would be disaster for India. So I was holding conflicting views on the world at the same time. And it was okay to do it.
Yes, it was okay to do it, yeah.
I
आज के
was,
ज़माने में try करो.
no, and that was the time when I discovered Wilde. And there's a very beautiful line from, I can't remember which of his works, but it says the purpose of university is to be able to play gracefully with ideas. And that really struck
That's a
a chord
beautiful
with
line,
me.
yeah.
That, yes, they seem that they are conflicting. It seems like you should take a stand on this and not and hold that stand against every other idea that conflicts with it. But that is not what we were taught in law school, that it is okay to hold these different positions because what drives those decisions are very, very different. And the outcomes that you expect are very, very different. Therefore, you shouldn't be dogmatic in your view on any of these things, which was a very difficult thing for me to get my head around in my first year of law school. But I enjoyed it after that.
I think, like you said, for a lot of people in the Indian system who are doing rote learning, it's the same question that you asked when you first encountered social sciences, ki answer kahan hai? Sadly, universities today, from what I can see from the outside, are going in the opposite direction where you have to think in a particular fashionable way, which has no connection with the real world.
And we had people there with opposing views. And we were okay with them. We were friends with them. I still am friends with people I have serious disagreements with, and I can't reconcile them. So there are irreconcilable differences with certain people. But I still think of them as my friends. I still send them notes. I still make introductions to other people of a similar thought with them. So I have no problem with that. So I think I grew up, at least in law school, in an environment which was safe for ideas, that you could express an opinion. We were taught not by one professor in class, but by 3 professors in my constitutional law class. All 3 who held different views of what the constitution should be on that point in class, and were willing to debate it with 60 kids who are less than half their age, maybe even a third of their age. So that was the environment in law school that made, I think, great fun. It made for great fun. The academic side of it was, impressively fun. And don't forget, we didn't have the infrastructure. We didn't have a great library. The profs didn't come from Harvard. So they studied in the supposedly poor law colleges. But there was something about the place that said that we can be more than each of these little parts. And so that made the environment really great. And we were the first few, right? I went back 20 years later after I graduated. I was recruiting from law school, and I went with a colleague of mine. And some of the profs from my time were still there. And so I just happened to see them on the corridor, and they immediately called out to me. And my colleague was really shocked. He said, "They remember you after 20 years? So I said, "Come." So we went. So the profs remember my roll number, where I sat in class. So I had a specific place where I would sit in every class. One of them it's on video. Remembered the paper I wrote my first year in sociology. Another one of them mentioned another paper I wrote in constitutional law. Another one of them. So we met 4 or 5 of them.
Is it because you were memorable or they were memorable?
I think we built a relationship with them. Unlike now, where the easiest thing for you to write an assignment is to take a list of what somebody else has written and write another piece on it. There's nothing we could fudge from, na? You have to have something to copy from. हमारे पहले तो था ही नहीं कोई कॉपी करने के लिए.
कुछ नहीं था.
कुछ नहीं था. Internet came in 96.
You mentioned that if you had to pass a judgment, your skill of memorizing pages en masse would really help, because you would have no option but to read the whole judgment. There is no Google which will tell you what is a relevant paragraph.
There's no word searches, there are no indexes, nothing. So we read not because we had a task. So it was not focused reading. I remember reading stuff because it is there. Sometime in the next 4 years, there will be use for that. So anything that I laid my hands on, I would read. And to the extent you can make notes, you make notes, but otherwise you try to remember most of that stuff, because you're never going to be able to lay your hands on that book for the next 4 years. The waiting list for that is going to be that long. And we were only allowed to take one book at 5 p.m. in the evening and return it by 9 a.m. in the morning.
Oh,
That was all you were allowed to do with any book. And our library was one little place here. There wasn't very much in the library.
so you would take it and memorize it in that time.
Yeah, whenever you got your hands on it. And some of the books, thankfully, were also available in the British Library, which had a very small legal section, but had decent stuff on economics, sociology, philosophy, all of that. So I could borrow a book from the British Library for 3 weeks. So that was my way out, which I never told anyone, but
They're
that
all
was
listening
how
to it
I
now.
read Adam Smith the first time. I remember the book. It's a white covered book,
Which Adam Smith though? Wealth of Nations
Wealth
or?
of Nations.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have ever read any of Smith, Mill, none of that stuff.
Tell me something. It's at in other professions. I certainly think it is the case. In law, I wonder what it is. That there are, I think, two kinds of people in any line. And one is you do the stuff that you require to be good at your thing and have the career and all of that,
Mm.
and you don't do anything else. And the other approach is that, hey, you are interested in everything. So I might be reading Smith because I want how it pertains to the law. And I'm also reading an inquiry into morals and all of that, which may not pertain to the law per se, but just because it's a world of ideas and I want to read it. And therefore, your interests are broader. And
Yeah.
you are then applying frames that you pick up from everywhere else to whatever your core
Yeah.
line is supposed to be. And in other professions, I think it's a really small percentage of people who actually stretch out like that. How was it in the law? Because I would imagine that the very nature of studying law demands a certain rigor in thinking and argumentation. Or am I just romanticizing it too much and it's really crap? But
Actually, it's the opposite. The law actually allows you to read everything and relate to it.
oh,
So you read a newspaper, there's law in all of it. Because I want to know under which legislation is this happening? Under which rule is it happening? So it's a way of discovering law.
I mean, in the same sense, there is economics and everything,
Exactly.
but every economist is not going to look at the world that way. A few keen economists are going to. So I would imagine that every lawyer also will not
Correct.
look.
Correct. So you can look at it and say, what if this happens in India? It's not happening in India yet, but what if it happens in India? Or you can read it and say, so and so was arrested. What is that crime all about? Is it really a crime? What is the text? What is a similar text? What does the law say on it? So for me, that was my discovery of law, more than what was taught in class. And I said it to a lot of people who work with me, that please read a newspaper every day. And every paragraph of that has some law in it. Try and discover it. Parliament is not working today. Why? What is the rule in the parliamentary rules which says that it decides not to work today? Who does it? Who gives the notice? What happens? So that's my way of discovering the law. It's very haphazard, very random, but it's like a treasure hunt. And that gave me great joy in doing it. And therefore, I know random stuff about things which most corporate lawyers don't think is relevant to. So that for me was the discovery of the law, is this kind of random, every day is a treasure hunt.
This is beautiful, actually. It's a beautiful way of, I mean, that's how I think of economics, certainly, but it's a beautiful way to think of law as well, because you're right. Every paragraph will have some connection.
Yeah, you just take a newspaper any day, read any news item. It's going to have something. So-and-so accused so-and-so of something else. And he's filed for defamation. Is this defamation? What are the contours of defamation? What happened the last time somebody defamed someone? How much money did they get out of it? How is it different in the UK? How is it different here? What is the process for it? Where does it go? It goes to the High Court? Does it go to the Supreme Court? Does it go to the District Court? So there's so many things you can explore with each of these things. So I found that great fun. And it helps create scenarios. So even if it doesn't actually earn me an income, because 90% of that I never used, right? Corporate law doesn't require any of these things. And I was able to keep the two separate. I'm curious, but law is not part of this. My earning a livelihood has nothing to do with curiosity. I'm a good artisan, I'll do that. But I want to, sing, and I want to paint and all of that in my free time. That's passion. That is not for sale. That is not for anything else. The craft is for sale. So I've said that to everybody who works with me as well. Don't expect the employer to help you or give you a platform to express your passion. You're here to work. We'll pay you well for it. Let's stop there. The expectation people have that the employer will also give me a platform to express passion. Like, too much pressure on the employer. There are great few people who are lucky enough that their work is their passion. Their work has purpose. And I have great respect for those people. But to expect that everybody will have it, especially I think the younger generation expecting that, I want the employer to fulfill my fantasies of passion. Boss, wo nahi hone wala. I never had that. And that's worked well for me. That the relationships at work with the law is very functional. I'll do a good job. You'll pay me good money. You'll work with me. We'll do the work. And that's where it all stops.
I think there's a little bit of social isomorphic mimicry happening as well, where a lot of young people today have these crazy expectations and sense of entitlement and all of that, quiet quitting and all that nonsense is happening. And I just think that they are stabbing themselves in the back or whatever, because hungry young people from small towns will kick their privileged elite asses and take everything away from them. If you don't want to work, you ain't getting nothing. That's just the bottom line. And as far as what you said about not using 90% of your insights on law from reading newspapers and doing all of that is concerned, I'm reminded of this great quote by John Wanamaker, where he said 50% of the money I spent on advertising is wasted, but I don't know which half. Right? And that's exactly the case here, that you don't know which 10% will come into use at some point in time, right?
Absolutely. And when I said that I'll read anything that I can lay my hands on, it wasn't with the purpose that it will come in useful later. It is that it may come in handy. It's how we deal with scarcity. And those were times of scarcity. So what was scarce? Information was scarce. Everybody else had access to daddy's library, uncle's library, some library, law library. I had nothing. So if you had to compete in class or in the next 5 years in the profession, what did you have to do to at least have a fair chance of being there? To me, the scarcity is therefore information. And if I have at least as much information, because I'll never have access to it like they will. So I just have to memorize the stuff. So I'll memorize it. And then it'll come in handy. 2 years later, I'll remember. In this class, on this point, I read that judgment on that side. And it's happened to me. It was something I read in my second year. Yeah, second year. And in my fourth year, we had labor law. And there's a new teacher who had come to teach us labor law. And he said something. I said, no, you're wrong. And he wasn't used to students contradicting him. I said, no, I'm certain. This is the reference. What you are citing is not. It doesn't say that. I know which book you have read it from, and that reference is wrong. It was one of those days. I don't know why I was in a bad mood, but I felt like
Dikha do sale ko.
Dikha do sale ko. And I'm not like that. But it was just one of those days when he was just really annoying. And I don't know what it was. And I had done practical work on it because I'd interned in a labor lawyer's chambers. And he was a beautiful teacher. And I had done a lot of research on this. So I knew कि वो झूठ बोल रहा है. And he thought it was true because he had read it in a book. I knew the book and I knew the reference in it was wrong. So he was not doing it in bad faith.
How did he react?
Badly. He took it as if I was offending him.
But did he later...
No. So then he said, no, you're wrong. How can you know more than me? Some stupid stuff like that. It became an ego thing. So I stormed out of the class. got the original reference and got his reference. Walked up to him and said, here's what you're reading from. Here's the actual text of the judgment. Now show me where it is in front of the whole class. तो ऐसे ही पंगा लिया मैं.
फट गई उसकी.
फट गई उसकी.
नहीं कर पाया.
बिल्कुल नहीं कर पाया.
Sorry बोला.
नहीं. But he never came back to class.
He never came back to class. You finished his career.
And everybody from my class remembers it even now.
You literally finished his career. Beautiful.
He was, it was one of those guys before they are hired. They're observed, right?
हाँ, so
वो probation में था.
And where he messed up was not in getting a fact wrong, but in the arrogance, right? नहीं करना चाहिए.
But he thought कि this is my first class in labor law. You could never have studied labor law before this. Therefore, you could never know this.
हाँ, तो मैं बोलूँगा कुछ भी.
And I'm holding a view that I've read in a book, which is a credible book. So how could you, he couldn't imagine the circumstance or a scenario where a student would have read the book, fact-checked the source, found that the source didn't say what this is, and find him in that class. What are the chances of that happening? Of all the things in the world you could have discussed, you picked this, and I knew it. Improbable scenario.
A career derailed by a black swan event.
Of all the topics you picked to discuss, it had to be BWB, SSP versus ROIP. I remember the case also.
Wow.
That is the case you wanted to pick.
Oh, well done.
There are two cases, and so I said...
I mean, we shouldn't say well done. We should feel empathy for the poor guy. But he was arrogant. He started it, you know, so yeah.
Anybody else, so what was the difference between him and the others? The others would have said, are you sure? I would have said, yes, I'm sure. I have read it. I said, right. I will go after this class and you're welcome to join me and we will go and check this out.
That's a correct attitude, right?
So most of the other profs would have done that. Now, he was a new guy, didn't understand the culture of the place. And he came from, I guess, every other place where it is unusual to find a student contradicting you in class openly.
In such an emphatic way.
Correct. On a topic which is not mainstream. Those are not the days when people did labor law. And we never studied before, my first class in labor law. So it should have been an easy day for him in class. And it wasn't. So those were weird ones.
Got hit by a train called Murali.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen often. But it has happened more than once, that I can say. We've had disagreements with professors. But it was an environment that allowed you to disagree. Encouraged disagreement. Even dogmatic disagreement. कि मैं Marxist हूं and this doesn't fit the Marxist matrix, तो नहीं होगा. ठीक है. It's a good explanation. And I respect you for it. कि I come from this view and within this framework, that doesn't work. Correct.
Which is basically equivalent to saying this is written in the Vedas and therefore I don't believe anything you say to the contrary because...
No, or that I'm doing the analysis within this framework and your scenario doesn't fit this framework.
Yeah, but the Marxist framework by this point is as much a religious framework as any of these other...
यार हमने सब debate कर लिए that the fall of the Soviet Union is proof of Marx. हमने वो debate भी कर लिए. It used to be a very common topic for a debate at that time. तब हो रहा था ना?
तब हो रहा था.
हाँ, so that was a topic that we did. But I was saying that the views I held then to the views I hold now and everything that's happened shows that many of the things I thought of as true then, I don't believe now. Many of the things I thought of true then have more layers and nuances that I've discovered subsequently. And that's okay.
Yeah, I think the thing is not to get hung up on particular facts or a particular way of looking at the world, but instead the attitude of that I will keep exploring and I will keep that intellectual humility or at least intellectual openness is kind of what really matters, that we can have a discussion and we can disagree without calling each other evil, you know.
Of course.
Abhi tak Twitter mein to matlab one of us would be lying dead on the floor with blood seeping out of...
that you call me a trade union nihilist and I call you
neoliberal
rent-seeking, blood-sucking employer.
Correct. करेक्ट,
हो
ये तो
गया?
हो जाता, ये
हो
तो
गया।
हो जाता, हो गया, खत्म.
And I've been accused of all that in court.
In court. Okay.
I say that because before I graduated law school, I must be one of the few guys
Hmm.
who appeared in court before I graduated law school.
Tell me about that.
So I was interning with this labor lawyer, really sweet man, treated me like a son, and still does. So those are the days when he didn't know what to do with an intern, and interns didn't know what to do because पहले हुआ नहीं था. Lawyers never had interns before. So it was like, तुम क्या चीज हो? And I don't know what to do in an internship because I've never done one before. So I land up at his office, set up by the university. So he doesn't know me, I don't know him. So basically, again, he treats you like you're invisible because he doesn't know what to do with you. You're sitting there. So somebody comes across and says, okay, why don't you read this file? Because somebody's told them that you give interns files to read. Okay, पढ़ लिया, अब क्या? Nothing.
You're reading one page at a time, right? With your method. Okay. So you just.
So I know the file.
Huh.
And then what? Then read one more file. Then read one more file. And read one more file. File तो पढ़ लिया यार. So what? So I thought this is not good. कि first 4-5 days ऐसे file पे file पढ़ रहा हूँ. And I know all the files. They don't know I know it, but I know it. So then I decided कि the only way I'll get his attention is by doing something that he will find useful. तो मैंने हर पेज पे, हर फाइल पे, and some of them were big files, I wrote a one-pager. And those were days before computers, right? So I hand wrote it. I wrote the relevant facts. So 3 facts or 4 facts on which this whole case will be decided. Those 4 facts with references to page numbers. And we didn't have post-its.
Stapler kya?
Yeah, we stapled flags. You tore a sheet of paper into nice strips and you stapled it to that page. So it would be called flags. So wo kiya. Then the next one was, what is the legal question involved? So you summarize everything. The whole story is, if you answer this question, the case is solved. So there must be 1 or 2 of those, which means you have read the law, you've studied the facts, and you come up with this proposition. Say, this is the question. If you answer it yes, it goes this way. If you answer it no, it goes this way. So write those 3 propositions. It never has more than 2 or 3 propositions. So wo kiya. And then the answers to those questions. What are the cases where it's taken this view? What are the cases where it's taken this view? 3 different colors हमने हर file पे कर दिया in the first week. Nobody noticed it. Because once the file
has done the round, it's not going back.
It's not going back for a while. So nobody noticed it in the first week. Nobody noticed it in the second week. Then by accident, my boss noticed it because it came back from court and it was on his desk and he opened it thinking that it was for the next day rather than the stuff that had just come from court. And he saw this. And then he said, now come and sit with me. So within 2 weeks, I was sitting like you have this table. There was a chair right next to him. He said, come sit with me. So then I was sitting in every one of his meetings. And what he would do is he would have the discussion with the client. And then the old way was to dictate a letter of advice or the petition. And he would then give it to me to correct it, which means I had to remember, stenographer had notes, but I had not taken dictation, right? So I have only listened to what he has said. Now I have to proofread that document to see if everything that he has said is in that document, exactly as he said it. So occasionally the stenographer will make mistakes while typing it out or while transcribing the notes. And it's my job from memory to say that it is what he thought. And occasionally he may have said something wrong, but I can't tell him he was wrong, right? So I tell him this. So I'd show him the draft and say, but there's also this that I've read in the notes. So then he would correct it. So that's how the relationship began to develop. And it went beyond the internship. So I used to go evenings after school to work in chambers because they all work after hours, right? And so over 2 years, he got really comfortable. So in my 3rd year, it's my second internship, I was going to court with him. And they got so familiar that everybody in the courts also knew me. The judges knew me, the opponents knew me, all of that. And so he said, tomorrow, these are today's files. It's only a simple matter, just go to court. I said, but I'm not authorized to appear. So they filed out an authorization form. So the thing in the labor court is, because they wanted to get out of the rigors of law, they didn't want lawyers there. So they thought management and trade unions can solve their problems without lawyers. That was how it was set up. So you need permission if you're a lawyer to appear. So it's slightly ulta. So if you're not a lawyer, it's very easy. If you are a lawyer, you have to actually get permission of the court so that it's not unequal. So not being a lawyer turned out to be a virtue. So I went there to court that day and for many days after that. And so much has changed, but so much hasn't. The way I was treated by the other side was really sweet. I remember the guy's name. He was V.S. Nayak, who was the same age as my boss. And he was doing an examination in court. So it was his witness. And I was only there to take notes because he's asking questions of the client, of his client, who is a workman. And the judge is anyway there making sure nothing goes wrong. So frankly, there's not much for me to do. And so it's given to the lowest form of life to go sit there and take notes. Even today, that is the task that is given to the cheapest resource. I was sitting there taking notes very sweetly. He asked a question. Did blah, 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 blah. I was about to jump out of my chair. And I had not studied evidence law then. I was just about starting. But I had read all this stuff. So I want to jump up and say, objection, it's a leading question. It's a natural thing. It would have been acceptable for me to jump up and say it. Telepathically, I messaged it to him. So he knew I was going to ask this. So he finished the question and he turned to me and said, it's an admitted fact, which is an exception to a leading question. It's an admitted fact. So he could have embarrassed me by just keeping quiet. I would have jumped up, made an ass of myself, and he could have gloated. But he didn't. He just didn't. I'm ever grateful for that. Little things.
V.S. Nayak. Can brilliance be a curse?
I don't know. I have not felt it. I am not brilliant. I haven't.
No, I knew you'd be modest like this, but all of what you describe, can this facility be a curse that some things come easily to you when they don't come easily to others, and you can perhaps take it for granted, number one, and number two, you can allow it to make you complacent and sometimes not work as hard because you don't need to work as hard as others, perhaps in some contexts. Like there is a time you're young and you're hungry, and there is a time where you may not feel that hunger, and that can be the trap.
True. I have different responses to this. I have these conversations with my son when he feels that he's the superstar in a team and the others are not pulling their weight. It's a normal thing, right? I can do it. I'm doing 10 of these. I mean, he's just not making the effort to do 2 of these. I'm running up and down the court, Dad. I've just done a basket there. I've come back and defended a basket here, and I've gone back and scored. All I'm asking for him to just come from this side to this side. How hard is that? So I have these conversations with him to say it's easy for you for a variety of reasons. It's difficult for him for a variety of reasons. So we've got to figure out what they can do, not ask them to do what you can do. And there is a role for everybody in the team. And sometimes they just can't do it. Sometimes they don't want to do it. But you still need the team because there is no game without the team. So those are the conversations I have with him. I never felt I was brilliant. I never felt it came easy to me because I had other insecurities, right? The fact that I may not get a job. So the fact that I was brilliant was useless if no one's going to give me a job. And no one even felt like they were offering me a job. I didn't get the signal that I was going to get any job from my internships.
We already know you're not good at signals.
Yes, but it was here as well. And it's happened with this very person. That although he was kind to me, and he was nice to me, we didn't have a warm, fuzzy relationship. It was purely professional. We never had conversations outside of work. So yes, we would go together to court, come back. But we never did anything social. And we never discussed my career. It was 20 years later that he expressed to me, actually expressed to a client in my presence. Again, when I landed up to see him socially in his office, he still has that seat next to his chair for me. And I was sitting there when he was having a discussion with clients. And he said, you know, Murali, of course, the same clients who've been there with him for 20 years, whom I had done work for a long time ago. And he said, you know, I was hoping that he would join my practice and we'd be partners in this practice. I said, dude, if only you had told me this in 1994. Abhi bhi baal kale hote yaar mere. The amount of stress those years in law school, knowing that I didn't have a future, gave me, and the things it made me do, I wouldn't have done any of that. If only you had told me this then. कि बॉस एक बार बोल देते, एक बार. Not everything else is all signals, right? But where is the job offer?
You know, this line, ek baar bol dete. I would offer this as advice to everyone listening, that whatever you feel for someone, if it is positive, just tell them.
There is a very nice ghazal. हमेशा देर कर देता हूं मैं.
Beautiful.
It is wonderful little thing about things unsaid.
The seen and the unseen.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's all the things you want to do, you should do, you should do, you want to do. Just don't get down to doing it. And it's really, really beautiful. I mean, it's one that I listen to often and brings tears into my eyes. It is absolutely, and it's said by a man who's in the last years of his life. So the poet himself reads it. So it's that.
I think after this recording is over and you leave, I shall play it in a darkened room and cultivate my melancholy as well.
नहीं ऐसे नहीं. Celebrate the melancholy.
Celebrate the melancholy. ठीक है.
Feel it.
So let's go to the third dichotomy. And the third dichotomy is what you refer to as a positional conflict, where, you know, on the one hand, when you're a practicing lawyer, you have a fidelity to the law itself. The law is supreme and you want to do everything within that. At the same time, you have a duty to your client itself.
Yeah.
And you've pointed out that how during this conflict, what the culture in the West will always privilege the law above everything else. But Indians expect differently. Indians express ki kuch bhi jugaad. Like you've written these lines where you've written, quote, my first experience of this in England was in a derivative action brought in England by shareholders of an Indian company. The clients and their Indian counsel seemed very upset that I was cross-examining them before the statement was filed and sought a thorough expert opinion on both Indian civil procedure and company law. It is no wonder that no one in India thinks of perjury as an offense, but rather as a rule. Stop quote. And when you're practicing, how do you deal with this? Because your immediate fidelity is that fiduciary responsibility to your client कि मुझे पैसे मिल रहे हैं, इसने, you know, I have to defend him by hook or by crook. And I guess most lawyers would just end the statement there. But there is a higher responsibility, a calling, perhaps an element of dharma, as you put it, to the law itself and to the whole institution. Tell me a little bit about, you know, were there any early dilemmas which shaped the way you think about this? How did you deal with this? And what do you see around us today as far as this positional conflict is concerned?
So that is not what lawyers call positional conflict. This is a pure ethical issue. Positional conflict is when I take a view of the law. Let us say I take the view that Article 370 and the way it was abrogated is unconstitutional. And I publish a paper on it or I write an opinion on it. Subsequently, similar thing happens somewhere else, let's say to Manipur. And the government comes to me and says, Murali, we want you to argue that there was no abrogation of Article 370. I can't do that. So if I say, for example, that a provision in the law is illegal, let's say I argued against 377. I said it's perfectly legal, it's constitutional, There's a good reason to have it. We should not get rid of it. I can't then appear for the other side. Different client, different whatever.
So I've ended up by my misunderstanding asking you two questions instead of one. So
And I will answer both.
Answer both.
So positional conflict is that. So in the West, especially in the United States, my view of the law is my view of the law, and I will not change it for a client. I will not change my view of the law to suit the client. And therefore, your true intellectual honesty comes through because it is your view of the law. In India, we don't have that. So today, I will argue that Rent Control Act is unconstitutional, and then I'll fight for a landlord on that, and then I'll fight for a tenant and say, no, it is socialist, it's protectionism, you have to give it to me. Here we have people arguing both sides of that very same proposition. It's almost schizophrenic, right? You're holding two different views. Can't do that in the West. So there again shows your intellectual honesty and integrity in this. What you're talking about is the ethical conflict. So there are two ways of looking at it. There is a higher view of values and it being a noble profession. And there is a more practical and pragmatic aspect that if I do this for this client, it is career threatening for me. So if I submit a statement in court, which I know to be untrue, and I have to ask, I can't say, I didn't ask, therefore maybe it's true. I have to ask, and I know to be untrue. If I say it, that is the end of my career. So do I prioritize my career over this client? Obviously. So the incentive to not lie is that I will have a career. So at the basic level, we deal with incentives. We say, you don't follow this ethical rule, you will not have a career. And it's as brutal as that. It is not that you will get a rap on the knuckles. You will not have a career.
In practice, does it work like that
Absolutely.
in India? Yeah.
Absolutely in the West.
In the West.
In,
No,
in,
I
the,
mean,
in the
yeah.
UK, that's what happens. So you have no incentive to help one client, even if it is for $500,000. Because your career over the next 20 years is going to make you $5 million. So there is a benefit in staying within the law. Also, your peer group will not allow any transgression, however small. There is a line, it can't be crossed. You can't step on that line. So it is policed internally in your profession, by the regulator, by the court, to such an extent that nobody will cross it. It is career threatening. Why would I threaten my career over?
Give me an example of the line.
A perjury, for example. Okay, so in that case, they said that they had a conversation with the other side, and the other side said blah, 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 and we said blah, 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 and then the following things happened. I said, you saying it, they're saying it, where is a record of any of that? Did you write a letter to them to say you said this and I said this? No, we met face to face. Were there any witnesses? Yeah, but they're not willing to come up and say this in court. Did you act on that? So I can explain your action by what the conversation was. No. We didn't do anything for a long time after that. Now, how do I say this in court? I can't assert it as a fact. I can only say that these people claim the following, rather than assert that it actually happened. I can say that this side claims this, but I also have to say that I have no documentary evidence of this, and all I have is their oral testimony. And it is consistent with everything else they have said. If it's inconsistent, obviously it's not true. So there is no chance for any lying to the extent that I have to say what the conditions are of what I have said. I have to say it. And it is my statement. It's not his statement, my client's statement. It's a statement of Murali Neelakantan, the solicitor to the case. The rule is the same in India. When you look at filing a case, it is verified by the advocate. What does that verification mean? Not just that you have signed it. You actually read all of this and you can prove all of this in court. There is a good basis, a good chance that all of this can be proved in court. We don't do it here. So that's where the ethical conflicts arise. And there are several of them. Is this the position on the law? You can get any opinion from any Indian lawyer on anything. It's a meaningless thing. It is not an opinion honestly and validly held, which is the test that we use elsewhere in the world. Do you actually research this? And do you seriously believe that you will win this on the basis of this opinion? I've tried to rationalize it in the piece that you read out. And the two ways I thought I could rationalize it is, in the West, there is a lot more certainty about the law. There is a rule of law and there's a lot of certainty around it. In India, you can go to any judge and any judge could say absolutely anything. Therefore, for a lawyer to say you can win this case, could actually win it in India. There are incredibly ridiculous cases that people have managed to win in India or lose. So you can say, yeah, he's actually holding. It's a view that can be validly held. The other way of looking at it is, we don't really care much about the truth because philosophically we think truth can be anything. So again, we have this problem between the West, at least the UK and in India, where culturally we're not so caught up with the truth, whereas they're obsessed with it. They can't imagine that you will lie. And for me, it was a very early experience with very basics of interaction with people, where, I got to the office one day and I had a voicemail from my secretary. It was a Monday morning. She said, I'm really sorry, I'm running a little late. So I've missed my train. I'll be there 20 minutes later. So she usually arrives at 9:30. She said she'd be here by 9:50. Perfectly okay. She comes in. She tells me, I'm really sorry, I'm 20 minutes late. I'll work through lunch and get everything done. Don't worry about it. I said, yeah, I'm not worried about it. But if you want to tell me what happened. Oh, I know, I really had a rough night last night. Went out with the girls, partied a lot, missed the train this morning, and I was late. What would have happened in India? My daughter was ill. I had to take them to the doctor, blah, blah, blah. None of this bullshit, right? Similarly, if I tell you that मैंने तो ईमेल भेज दिया है, झूठ बोल रहे हो यार, तूने देखा भी नहीं है मेरा ईमेल. Which is why in India, after I send you the email, I call you. Sir, email मिला. Sir, आपने पढ़ लिया.
You sent your emails to the wrong email ID and you were blaming me. Very sad, very sad.
I didn't blame you. Did I blame you?
You didn't blame me this time, but you'd once send me emails saying I sent you emails about how I disagreed with Ajay Shah on vaccines.
Correct.
And I got fully gaslighted because I'm really bad with emails. So I presumed you must have sent it and I must have missed it. And I apologize profusely for missing it.
Which is why I got this one wrong.
Yeah, and I had never gotten those emails in the first place.
Correct.
I feel like a battered partner in a bad marriage. Pura gaslight kiya mujhe.
That was my paper in the Woman in the Law. My final year in law school, I wrote a seminar paper on women in the law. And it was about this battered woman syndrome. And why the law in India doesn't recognize it. The law in India recognizes grave and sudden provocation, which means if I kill you, you should have provoked me now.
Oh shit, okay. It's not that I was beating you for the last 20 years, so you killed me.
Correct.
Wow,
that's also the story in the Nanavati case, right?
Yeah.
Did he provoke Commander Nanavati or not? Did Ahuja provoke Nanavati or not? And was the infidelity cause for provocation?
My friend plays J.R.D. Tata in that film. That's my claim to fame. Mohit Satyanand.
Of course. Except that we had the benefit of Ram Jetmalani spending 2 weeks on that case with us.
Amazing.
And he was a great teacher. He was involved in the case. And the stuff, the way he taught it to us, I don't think anybody else could have taught.
So you mentioned 3 teachers in your writings, E.S. Venkatramaiah, S. Mohan, Ram Jetmalani. Tell me about these guys, and or if there are other teachers you want to mention because you raised your eyebrows just now. But tell me about the people who had an impact on you and the way you approach the world. And
these 3 I mentioned in that piece as judges and lawyers giving back to the law. And that there was a tradition of that generation of both lawyers and judges teaching. So Ram Jetmalani used to teach in the Government Law College here. He taught in the National Law School. E.S. Venkatramaiah, Chief Justice of India, taught. I'm glad that the last Chief Justice, Justice Lalit, is actually teaching at Jindal. But many between the two have gone and decided that they want to make money as arbitrators, do this, that, and the other. It's the same thing with lawyers. And that's very odd. In the old days, lawyers used to come and teach. And we enjoyed lawyers coming and teaching. Not just me, but my previous generation as well. Both at JLC and in Delhi, lawyers used to go and teach. Then what went wrong? Universities decided that we're getting lawyers. Why should we hire teachers? So we had no academic input at all. And we had part-time lawyers. Soon what happened? They could get cheap part-time lawyers and pay them 500 rupees a class rather than hire full-time faculty. So you got this lawyer who didn't have a practice, desperately needed 500 rupees, coming to law colleges. So the Bar Council wanted to clamp down on that. But this is where, again, Niyat and Niti problem. Try and clamp down on that. They said you can't have part-time teachers. So you had no teachers. So you had the loss where lawyers thought, I don't want to be a part-time teacher. And I don't want to teach full-time because I'm a good lawyer. So now you got the worst guys who are becoming teachers and the good guys who are becoming lawyers who are never coming to teach. So we've had this crisis in the last, I think, 20 or 30 years where law schools haven't understood this. I thought I could fix it. So, when you're saying where is all this idealism that you see in one part of my life and you think was missing from the other part of my life and how I reconciled it. When I left law school, I said I'd quit at 40. And what would I do after I turned 40? I would teach. Because I think it's very fulfilling. I love the vibe in class. And I really enjoy this dynamism of the place where it's beautiful sparks everywhere and it's bright and sunny. And when I turned 40, my dear friend Shamnath Bashir called me one random day, and I had spoken to him for more than 15 years. Called me up and he said, Murali, you must come and teach. I said, Shamnath, come on, yaar, I have a full-time job. I'm a partner in a big firm. Don't be silly. What's the point of this all? He said, no, you must come. You must come. I said, why do you think I'll be a good teacher? He said, because you taught me. I said, Shamnath, when did I teach you? He said, I was in my second year. You were in the fourth year. And as a fourth year student, you were the only guy who came and taught my class instead of the professor. So I said, that is true. I did teach as a student in law school. So he said, you must come and teach. So I created a course and taught at NUJS. So I took 3 weeks off, worked during off hours and taught during the other part of the day, 2 hours a day in Calcutta, in the rains, in the monsoons. It was nightmare getting there and back. But the amount of hostility I got from the university, absolute hostility. They wouldn't even give me a desk. They wouldn't give me a place to even keep my laptop and my papers.
But why? Outsider threatening.
So if I become a popular lecturer and the students like me, then I become the benchmark for everybody else. So the students enjoyed my class. It was delightful. The faculty were just short of shooting me, they did everything else. Just imagine, I come out with touring binders, a laptop in the rain, and I'm standing on the corridor when it's raining to get into my class. And not one of the faculty says you can sit in my office, have a cup of tea. I'm so and so. I hear you've come to teach this. I teach this subject in class. Could we have a chat? Absolute hostility. And then I get invited to talk to the faculty. 90% of them don't turn up to that. You're inviting me to come and talk to you, but you don't turn up. The Vice Chancellor himself didn't turn up. The Registrar didn't turn up. Some 4 or 5 junior faculty turned up. And I told him this. I said, you think you have this higher duty where you are the saints and we are the commercial people, right? The sinners. I'm okay with that. But don't you think it's the duty of the saints to uplift the sinners? How can that be a bad thing? How can it be a bad thing that we are coming to offer whatever knowledge we know? And how can it be a bad thing for you to actually understand how law works in the real world? I haven't found an answer to that.
Maybe Sochra, you went into this whole saints and sinners direction where basically it's just pettiness, human pettiness, smallness.
I know, but how do they rationalize it for themselves? That we're not doing it for the money, we're doing it for the knowledge. You're using the knowledge for the money. I understand. And I'm willing to accept that.
Yeah, but
I'm accepting it.
why even engage with the rationalization?
Because that's what they throw at you, right? We're writing academic stuff. We're doing serious work. You just need it for the money. I agree. I mean, this is like you're this great singer. I'm the tawaif. I agree. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying no. I'm accepting it.
You would be a good tawaif, but carry on.
I was.
Okay, I didn't expect that. You're messing with me. Either I'm messing with you, you're messing with me. Explain. You fuck that law thing. How were you a good tawaif?
I was a good lawyer.
Oh, okay, cool. Brought me back to earth.
I wasn't passionate, but I was a good lawyer. I was effective.
I thought one of your secrets, as it were, is that at night you wear an anarkali and go out to perform.
No, I don't have the skills. I know skills I don't have.
You have the anarkali, but not the skills.
I don't have the anarkali, but anarkali is easy to get.
Yeah,
skills
totally.
are the hard part. Can't sing, can't dance,
Mm.
at all. I mean, completely. So bad at it. And again, I blame upbringing for it. That, I'm told by most people that if you make an effort and you put time into it, you can kind of learn to dance and learn to sing and learn to appreciate music. I can't. I mean, I can't even tell different notes. I'm really so useless at it. And it really hurts that I enjoy the music, but if you change two notes in it, I wouldn't know. Even on a piano, the two keys next to each other, I wouldn't know the difference.
But you wouldn't know the difference, but you'd react differently because your neurons are processing it differently.
I wouldn't.
But you wouldn't.
If you played a song in one key and then just shifted it down a little or up a little, I don't think.
Then it becomes a ship of Theseus thing to see what is the point at which if you change one thing at a time, does Murali notice? And
physical things I'll notice. So I'll notice what's in this room. If you move stuff, I'll notice.
There are too many things. Have you fucking memorized my room already?
No, but I know most of it. So if you move stuff, I'll know.
Jesus.
It's the trick with knowing what you can move, right?
For the reader, let me inform them that this room is like packed with all kinds of rubbish, including thousands of books. Let's talk now about your career as a tawaif, or as a lawyer, as you put it. And what intrigues me is that you've worked as a senior partner in one of India's leading law firms, 2, an English solicitor practicing in London for a decade, 3, partner in a leading US firm, and you then left the law early and have had a flourishing career doing whatever else you do, and we'll come to that later. But tell me about your career as a lawyer, because, take me through that journey. What was it like?
So I did my internships with the labor lawyer first. Then my second internship was in Delhi with Mr. K.K. Venugopal, who was until recently the Attorney General. And then after that, I did an internship in Bombay with a lawyer who had a very small practice and very niche. It was international tax, which most people hadn't heard of. And so in my 4th year, when I was with Mr. Venugopal, I did quite well. But it had the same problem that he didn't know what to do with interns and interns didn't know what to do with him. So my first month, I made notes. In my second month, we had a very interesting case and I had made some notes on it. But he was supposed to be the 10th to argue in that case, which basically means that you have nothing to say. I mean, when you're 10th or 11th, there's nothing to say. You're there because there is a client who has to be represented and you're representing them. And so at that time, the day before we were to go to court, he just had a quick look at the papers and thought there's nothing in it. Then he saw my note. And then he was curious to know who wrote this. So he asked Mr. K.V. Vishwanathan, who's now a senior advocate and very good senior advocate now in court, who was his junior at that time. So KVV said, this is intern Murali. He said, Bulao. So I went and I explained it to him. Oh, there's nothing in this. Okay. Next morning, we go to court. And it's the Chief Justice's court. And everybody else finishes everything. And then we have some 10 minutes before lunchtime. When we said, okay, we're going to close this up at lunch. Mr. Venugopal, if you have anything to say it now. So Mr. KKV opens and he makes this proposition. And suddenly the Chief Justice sits up and says, we haven't heard this one before. Yes, please go on. Now, nobody's prepared for this. Because we thought we will say this. He'll say, no, there's nothing in it. Finish it. Nobody expected this to have legs. So suddenly now there is a rushing around. That where is that case? Where are those books? Find all that stuff.
Where is Murali?
Murali to piche baitha hai. And the chief's court is quite long. It's a huge court. And as interns, we couldn't come to the front. So you'd be sitting at the end near the wall. And you can barely hear. Those were days before mics. So you had boss there, chief there, and I'm looking at chief like that. So suddenly at lunchtime, get the cases, get this, get that, and all that. And for the next 2 hours after lunch, he's arguing this. Chief likes it. So he finishes at 4 o'clock or whatever. And then chief thanks him for this and says, this is very interesting. We hadn't thought of this before. This is an important one. And again, little act of generosity, right? Just like I had with previously. He could have just sat down and taken credit for it. He didn't. It still fills me up when I think of it. He told the chief that I must acknowledge Murali, who's back there, is my intern, who actually thought of this whole proposition in all of these cases. To me, it was a very strong affirmation that I could be a lawyer. Because that was the big insecurity through law school, right? Career banega ki nahi banega? Kisi ne bola nahi ki tu lawyer ban sakta hai. And I took that when I went for my final internship. Ki boss, humse ho sakta hai. And he gave me a check for 3,500 rupees, which was the exact same amount of money he paid to his juniors. So it was kind of a message to me. So signal to aa raha tha, you're at least as good as people who already have been working for me for a long time. So when I went for my next internship, I was okay, ki lawyer ban sakta hu. And that was with Nishit Desai here. And it was a tiny office. And within the first month, he fell in love with me. And I liked the man because he was full of ideas, always looking at what's going to happen next. Unlike most people who are solving problems from 5 years ago, he was looking at what's going to happen in the future. And he was happy to have his people learn new stuff which he didn't know anything about. I thought, this is great. So I did a whole lot of research work for him. And I came back the next term to intern with him. I did some more work for him. And that was the time in 95. It was Vajpayee, right? 95.
Wasn't it still Narasimha Rao?
Could be. So he had set up Prime Minister's Council for Infrastructure Development or something like that, which had all the big names in it. It had Deepak Parekh, it had the ILFS guys, it had Rakesh Mohan, it had all these great guys in it. So I get taken to a meeting with all of these guys to sit and contribute. And nobody there knew who I was. They thought I was some lawyer. But actually, I was still a final year law student. So he took me there to Delhi, came back and said, you prepare the note, let's prepare a proposal. And the proposal I prepared was for creation of municipal bonds to raise finances. We're trying to do it now. So I discovered what had happened in the US. The Orange County crisis had just happened. So how to avoid that kind of a situation where you're over leveraged and the bonds are worth nothing. So I wrote up all of that as a recommendation and sent it. And at the end of that, he said he didn't pay me for it. So I went back to law school and then I got a message from his secretary saying, we got a few more things to do. Can you come and work? I said, no, I can't come and work because I have full-time class. Unlike Bombay where going to class is optional. Law school was serious about it. So then he thought about nothing and hear back for a few days. And then he sent, again, somebody else called me and said, you can work weekends, can't you? And I said, yeah, I can work weekends. So every Friday evening, I'd park my bike in the airport, fly to Bombay. And that is when Damania had just begun. So I'd take the 8:30 flight, come here at about 10 o'clock. And he used to live in Juhu. I'd come to Juhu, work through Saturday and Sunday, and take the first flight out on Monday morning, 5:30 or something. Pick up my bike and go straight to
College.
school.
Wow.
So for a full term, every weekend, I worked here. And ours was the second year when we had campus recruitment. We did it for the batch above us. That was the first time it was ever done. And that tradition continues, that every batch does it for the batch above them. So when our turn came for recruitment, Nishit wanted to recruit from my class. I was in a really difficult position because he wanted me to tell him who in my class would be good to select. And I couldn't do that.
Why couldn't you do that?
How can I tell him about my classmates? That's really ethical dilemma, no?
Why? You can be honest.
Yeah, I just didn't want to feel responsible for somebody else's career.
Yeah, but how important was honesty? Was number 2 in that list, no? After happiness.
Yeah, but I don't like conflict. I don't like putting myself in conflicting situations. And I didn't know if I was right? My perception of someone shouldn't really affect their careers. They should have a fair chance at their careers.
In recent context that I've been thinking about, I realized that honesty only brings unhappiness. But anyway, continue.
In that case, it would have. If I had given my honest opinion, it would have made some people unhappy. Anyway, so I don't discuss potential of working with him. But he then says, of course, you're coming back to join me, right? We don't discuss salary, nothing. And I said, okay. So 2 months before I graduate, he says, I'm going to the US, as he does every summer, to go visit clients and people he knows and do the marketing stuff. I want you to come with me. I said, theek hai. So I go and apply for a visa in Chennai, and they look at me as if I've come from Mars. I mean, you haven't graduated, and you claim that you're going to the US to have meetings with clients. I mean, if you haven't graduated, how can you have clients? And who takes a person who hasn't graduated to meetings with clients? So they're like, we can't give you a visa. She said, okay, what will convince you that I am who I say I am? Oh, we need invitation letters. I say, that's fine. So I've got Goldman Sachs, I've got all these guys, invitation letter. So they give me. And so my first day at work is actually in New York.
Amazing.
And we haven't negotiated salary yet. So I come back, and then we have this awkward conversation about pagar kitna loge?
Which year is this?
96. तब हम में थोड़ा गुरूर था after all this. And I can't find a English word for it. Confidence is too weak. Arrogance is too strong. Ghamand is different from gurur. So
yeah. I know the word, but it's not coming to my head today because slow day. 3 coffee ली मोडाफिनल लिया फिर भी not brazenness,
just little more than confidence, but I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Self-worth, whatever.
So
anyway, I
get it. Carry on.
The highest salary paid on campus was Ata Anderson, 20,000 rupiah per month, which was a lot because the law firms were paying 5,000.
I remember 96, my first, 94 I started working, and I shifted at one point from HTA Delhi, where they gave me more than they promised. They promised something. After a week, they liked me. So they said, we won't give you whatever we had promised, 1,200. We'll give you 3,400. And I was like, my God. And then I shifted to Channel V in Bombay and I got 12,000. And everybody was like, kya kar liya? Was kahan se kya ho raha hai?
Exactly.
Pagla gaye hai.
So Ata Anderson was paying 20. Law firms were paying 4,000-5,000. and KKV was 3,500. So that was my thing, right? Amme guru tha. So I said, highest offer on campus is 20,000.
Audacity?
Audacity,
no. Chutzpah.
Chutzpah. I think that's a good. Chutzpah, it's a good one.
Chutzpah is a good word. Yeah.
So I said, usse 1,000 zyada dunga. So 21,000 rupees a month.
That is serious chutzpah. Well done. तो फिर क्या हुआ? Anchoring effect भी है, because if he comes with a counter offer, it can't be too low. But anyway.
But there was never a question of that, no?
He said no.
He said yes.
Wow.
So I got 21,000. That was more money than
Arthur Anderson,
and more money than I thought I could spend in that month. So I lasted there for 3 years and did some incredible work. Incredible work. So it was a kutti office, a small office, which wasn't doing the big deals and big firms and wasn't known for very traditional work. It's a very small niche, international tax. So whoever I knew, I'd try and go and meet and try and get some work. And I looked always older than I really was.
How old are you?
I just turned 50.
Because I've been giving this bullshit about how I'm so much younger than you and all, and not really, just a few months.
Exactly.
Scoundrel.
So every time on your podcast when you say I'm only 48 and something or whatever, whenever you said it on your podcast.
No, I'm 49 now and it's horrible.
I know,
and I instead of 49 I say late 40s because it's parallelly with the realization ki life bigaad di yaar.
Kyun?
Nahi bigaad di. But we'll discuss that later. But carry on.
So we found somebody who had a small role to play in the project financing of Birla AT&T, which today is Vodafone Idea. It is the first time, and if you remember all the telecom disasters that we were having, they were trying to do a financing of a project without recourse to the promoters. So only on the receivables, only on the revenue. And it had never been done before. They had done it somewhat successfully for power plants because the government was buying. So you had a power purchase agreement and you knew this revenue was coming. So long as you produce the power, you would get the money. But for something like this, where there is no government customer, maybe you will make the money, maybe you won't. Maybe people will use the phone, maybe they won't. And at 32 rupees a minute, it's highly unlikely that you are going to be able to repay this debt, right? So it was really, really cutting edge of project financing. So somebody knew somebody. So I turn up there as counsel for the State Bank of India. And on the other side are all these oldies of the big firms. And I have no history. They have done many similar deals in other sectors. And they've all been acting for the banks for 20 years, 30 years. So every known bank transaction is the same 4 or 5 guys. And so they all know how it is going to be done. It's all the same. For me, it is the first time. So I'm asking all the uncomfortable questions. You're supposed to be a trustee, but you're saying that if you breach your fiduciary duties, we can't claim against you. Then what is the point of having you as a trustee? They're saying, but this is the way it's always been. That you have to trust us that we will do our job. And you go after us if we don't. But we have these 200 pages of documents basically say we can do whatever we like and you can't do a damn about it. I said, no. I'm not going to accept this. So they were really offended. Who is this little pipsqueak telling us all this new stuff? And I remember they got very angry with me after a couple of these calls. And I figured that they had asked around, Vanda kaun hai? And obviously, they must have some of my friends in their offices. And I said, he's junior to us also. He just graduated. What is he doing on these calls? It's only meant for senior partners of law firms to be discussing with banks and foreign banks and foreign lenders and all that. So next time I was there, one of the guys, and I remember this so distinctly. I remember the firm and I remember the guy. He must have been about 60 at the time. And he said something that was crass, but I remember it.
What did he say?
He said, young man, even before you were in liquid form, I was in uniform.
Jesus Christ.
on the call.
Wow. कौन था नाम बता दे.
मर गया अभी. But, you know, it somehow shook me up a little at that time.
How did the others react?
Those are the days when it was okay to say these things. It was okay to say these things. Anyway, so I stopped like that, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. And then I said, it's very profound, but I don't see how it's relevant to your role as a trustee. And I thought that was as good as I could give back in that circumstance. So, at least in these kind of matters, I only did the unusual stuff. And throughout my life, I've rarely had something that I've had to do twice. So if I do a telecoms deal, the next one would be something pioneering. So the first time we created a common carrier for a pipeline in India. Earlier, pipelines would be owned by the oil companies. And suddenly the idea came up that why can't we do it like the railways? It's a common carrier. We'll carry anybody's oil.
पैसे दो डाल देंगे.
Correct. But it had never been done in India before. And we need a law for it. We need a set of regulations. We need a set of contracts for it. And again, I landed up drafting all of that stuff as a first year associate.
Wow.
कि किसी और को तो पता नहीं है. So ignorance is the same for everyone, no? Whether you're 60 years or you're 22, we have the same level of ignorance. So why not take a punt on this? So we drafted a whole set for that. And the guy who was CFO at that time, Siddharth Kapoor, eventually went on and became CFO of GMR. He and I were the only two guys sitting and doing this whole thing, taking it to government, taking it to the banks, ensuring it was bankable, adding clauses that would make it bankable. So that was, you had telecoms, I had pipelines. I did the first NASDAQ listing of an Indian company. Everybody thinks it's Infosys. Actually, it's not. We did one before that, which nobody thinks of. And nobody remembers it because it was again a cute structure. We created a foreign parent of an Indian company and listed the foreign parent.
Child is father of the man.
Which today is not an unusual structure. But in 96, nobody had done it. With that experience...
Which company was this?
It's a company that doesn't exist in that form anymore. It's called IMR, Information Management Resources, Inc., based out of Clearwater, Florida. So having done that exercise, I was the only Indian lawyer who had done anything like that. फिर मैंने सोचा कि which other Indian company can I flog it to? So 96, just out of law school, I went to Infosys. Bangalore, some connection. So found somebody, Uncle Ji, went and said, you should list on NASDAQ. And here are 10 reasons why you should list on NASDAQ. To which their response was, we don't need the money. So I had to give them 10 reasons why, other than money, they should list on NASDAQ. So did it once, did it twice, did it third time. Got investment bankers from overseas when they were doing their marketing stuff to go and pitch to them. Eventually, 11th March 1999, they listed on NASDAQ.
Wow.
No Indian lawyer had done it before. Nobody even thought it was necessary, no? Indian market अच्छे चल रहे हैं, why bother? So every one of these things was, whatever you can think of, जाओ करो. Full support. जाओ करो. And that was fantastic for me. And I also realized then that I get bored very easily. So I can't do the same thing 2-3 बार. एक बार करते हैं.
You mean the same particular kind of case or the law itself, the kind of case?
So it has to be something different. Fun.
Who did you speak to in Infosys to convince?
Lots of guys. Mohandas Pai had just joined. There was a guy called Ramesh Kamath. I met all of the greats at that time. So it was... They weren't very different then than they are now.
The essential remains.
Yeah, the essence still remains. I mean, it was a different time. It used to be way out of town. There was nothing to eat in that area. So if you didn't eat at the Infosys cafeteria, there was no food court, cafeteria. There was no food.
सर आप इलाहाबाद से त्रिवेंद्रम गए, 3 दिन कुछ खाया नहीं है क्या है अभी तक?
बिल्कुल। सो ये इसमें भी ऐसी था.
हम्म.
And even then, I refused to be bullied into doing things that the client wants. कि नहीं करूँगा.
Such as?
So, for example, they said, we're a very frugal organization. Our chairman travels in a whatever Maruti car or something like that, and very simple people, this, that, and the other. How can we tell him that you're staying at the West End? And frankly, at that time, there weren't that many hotels in Bangalore. You had the West End, you had the Taj Residency, the Oberoi hadn't come up yet. But West End was seen as this very, very expensive place. I said, no, I'm not going to stay in your guest house, which was actually an apartment that they had taken, or a set of apartments they had taken in Adarsh, which was in JP Nagar. And all their guys who used to come from outside town used to just sleep in a bed and disappear, right? So they thought, I can just stay there. After all, there is a bed, and what's the problem with it? I said, no, I just won't do it. I've come to do the work, but I need an environment where I may have to do other work, and I can't do that in a place that is yours. I may want to meet somebody else, I may want to have phone calls, just not conducive for that. So right from the beginning, I've kind of managed to say no to clients who I thought were very important to me. They knew they were important to me. I knew they were important to me, but I felt I had to draw a line and say no. Say it nicely, gently, but be firm about it. Same thing with fees. I think there's a big problem that people have in negotiating fees. Oh, but we want to have a relationship. Sure, but the relationship can only happen if you pay my fees. I can't sell relationship. I can't monetize it. No, next time we'll give you more work. More work at lower rates actually hurts me. So I understood the story of profit quite early in life, that somebody else is doing it for cheaper. Give him more work. I really want to punish him by giving him more work. So I can do the good work and he can do the crap work and be filled with crap work. Please do it. Give him tons of work at 3,000 rupees an hour. Please do. I don't want any work at 3,000 rupees an hour. That hour I'll spend, staring at the wall. I'm okay with it. So those things actually worked out fine. And those were things I learned in my first 3 years. The other thing I did, to go back to an old theme, was every time I could get a friend involved in something, I would. So if I had some work in Delhi, I'd call up my best friend and say, chalo ek saath karte hain. So if I had some work in Madras, I'd call up Karthik and say, ek saath karte hain. If I could get my previous boss involved in something, I'd say, chalo karte hain.
Explain this to me.
So there was a project in 97, which was to create what we now call an SEZ in the Tuticorin area. What Dahej is today, in 97 we thought of we could do in Tuticorin. Great idea. So it would all happen in Tamil Nadu. And I thought, Karthik's just started off. It's really hard. Why not do this with him? Because I'll need somebody in Chennai to deal with the government, deal with land in Tuticorin, go visit it, do all this. So I have to use somebody, unless I decide to. And I still won't be able to do it better than him. He's never done it before, but he can do it. So chalo karte hain. So got him involved in it. I had a case for MTV actually, before the MRTP commission in
Which
Delhi.
year was this?
Must be 97, 98.
I was there.
I know, that's why I'm mentioning it.
Yeah.
Sunil Lulla was there at the time.
With his purple socks.
All different kinds of shocks. And we had
Yeah.
never seen shots of those pink and green and maroon color before.
Remarkable shot. So glamorous. Today one looks back and sees what a gimmick it was. But yeah.
So I did everything for Lulla. In fact, my wife was also, now my wife, not then, did the tenancy agreement for your Tatev office.
Film center. Arre, wow.
So I have memories of a lot of that, and the fights you had over the toilet with the landlord.
In their canteen on the ground floor, they had incredible chutney with their dosas, man.
And I've been to your office. I've been on the Fridays when they used to have the pool table and the drinks out and all of that.
I was
Fun
always there
days.
playing the pool, drinking the drinks. Yeah, so
हम थे
हम थे.
तब. And then I wrote the first contracts for the VJs. Sophia Huck.
That's
Chinappa.
very early. Yeah, Chinappa came later. Yeah.
Yeah, but I remember those. And the first time those contracts were done, they had a party in Kala Ghoda where Rhythm House was, opposite Rhythm House on the first floor above. So yeah, I have fond memories of doing stuff for MTV.
So briefly, you and I intersected.
We did. And I've been to the MTV office quite a few times. And it was a crazy place. Coming from what we've seen of offices to there.
Yeah, super glamorous by the 1990s standards.
It was very different.
Yeah.
It was very different. I mean, we didn't see alcohol, even if it was just beer, and hoops and pool and all that on Friday afternoon. We didn't see happy hours then. The whole concept of it being a fun, creative place to work, we didn't see any of that, no. We hadn't seen any of that. So I did some work for MTV at that time. They got into trouble for the Michael Jackson concert. So I was in court for that. Make sure no injunction was granted while he was doing whatever in somebody's toilet.
Oh. I had forgotten that incident. Yeah.
So I was in court. I didn't make it to the concert or the toilet, but both happened.
Delightful. So now that we have had this touching moment between us of discovering this whole connection, let's get back to your legal journey. So
then it just happened that I spent 3 years there, done fantastic work. One of the projects was the Bangalore Metro, which is still just now happening. But at that time, they had thought of it. And I knew the managing director of Karnataka State Finance Corporation. The way I know her was I had gone to beg for some money, chanda. And I needed a chanda because 3 of us had been selected to represent India at a World Cup of law students in the US.
So this was in your student days.
So I didn't have any money. The uni wouldn't give us money. So we went begging. So Tata Elxsi gave us some money. Mr. Venugopal I wrote to and said, I have no money, please give. Instantly he sent me money and I will never forget that. The Mahindras gave us some money. And I begged with her, the managing director of KSFC, थोड़ा पैसे दे दो. She said, मैं नहीं दे सकती. But she knew the MD of Tata Elxsi, Praveen Kadle. And that's how I got hold of Praveen Kadle, and he gave us some money.
Who apparently is a very lovable man because his name only indicates he's very cuddly. Sorry, I was making a joke, you were agreeing with me.
But he is.
Okay.
He's a really sweet guy.
Yeah.
He came back to work for Tata Motors, I think, and retired as CFO of Tata Motors. But he was at Tata Elxsi at that time. And so he gave us some money. So when this opportunity for BMRTL came up, I went and met her. And she made the connection with the principal secretary in the chief minister's office. And so we went and started talking about how we can build out a legal regime for a metro. Because everywhere else, the railways had built the metro, which became a union government project. They didn't want the railways to build this. So I went back and found a way, and this is very weird. What distinguishes a tramway from a railway? Can you think? What's the difference? Both run on rails. What's the big difference? Why should there be a different law for tramways and railways?
But tramway intersects a lot with the roads, is my really...
So do railways. You have railway crossings. There's one right opposite
but
your
not
window.
so much, while trams will often...
Okay, elevated rails and roads. So what is an elevated railway, a railway or a tramway?
That's a very good question. Is Kit Kat a chocolate or a biscuit? So, now tell me the answer.
The answer is anything that runs on rails but within a municipal system, municipal limits, is a tramway.
Hmm.
And who decides what the municipal limit is?
The municipality.
No,
No, I mean the state government decides, obviously. Yeah.
Therefore, you can call the whole of Maharashtra
Mumbai.
a municipality for the purposes of building a rail network. So, तो मेहनत करके हमने ये आइडिया सोच के निकाला. Because you have to give something new, na? That the state government doesn't know. Otherwise, she won't listen to you. So I pitched this. Again, wacky idea. Come on, I'm a second year associate. How bad can it get? I have nothing to lose. So pitched it. They decided they will get consultants. They will do a feasibility report. They will want lawyers. And they want international lawyers who know something about private railways. So we found an English firm that had done the privatization of rail track. तो उसके साथ हाथ मिला के we pitched for this and did all the consulting work. In that came two partners with whom I worked with for this. And in a casual conversation in Bangalore, after having worked on it for a bit, in typical very English style said, have you considered working overseas for an international firm? It's like, शादी करने का इरादा है कि नहीं? Not yet, मुझसे शादी करोगी. So it's a very weird way of asking the question. And I didn't get it at that time.
You missed another signal.
I said, no, I have not considered. Which is the straight answer to a straight question.
Honesty again.
Which misses the nuance of it all. It is not a hypothetical or academic question. The question is, मुझसे शादी करोगी? Which I missed completely. And I guess he figured that I had missed it and was persistent.
So what did he say?
So nothing happened at that meeting, but subsequently, थोड़ा एक पैराग्राफ में लिखा तो हमने कहा ठीक है, हम आ जाते हैं. So in 99, I landed up in London. And on the way, in 98, I'd gone to Vancouver. It's very interesting. It's happening now. We're doing broadband via satellite. In 98, October, September, in Vancouver, I presented a paper on the regime for regulating broadband via satellite.
Wow.
अभी भी slides हैं मेरे पास.
नहीं चाहिए, रेगुलेशन में मेरा ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, as you're aware.
So yeah, so it was interesting times when you could think of absolutely anything.
And I guess these are also incredibly interesting times.
They are very interesting. But I can think back to interesting now, and it seems like we've never thought of it before. But over time, I've realized that actually it was thought of before.
What are
didn't happen then?
I'm aware of this track record of prescience that you have, where you were doing a bunch of things in 1995, which later in time turn out to be incredibly prescient. Whether it is speculating on the future importance of the CAG, or whether it is DNA testing and so on. Tell me about some of these, and also tell me that how does one think about the world? Like, what helped you be prescient? Was it a particular habit of always actively engaging with whatever knowledge and information you came about? Was it a particular form of interrogation? Was it a cross-disciplinary sort of, using different frameworks from places? Like, obviously, I want to hear about these great success stories of prescience where 25 years before something happens, you're saying, ye hoga. But as much as that, I want to know how you think.
It's connecting the dots. It's like some people see pictures. I can't draw. But I will remember, and then I will find the parallel. कि इलेक्शन कमीशन में ऐसा हुआ था, उसके पहले कभी नहीं हुआ था इलेक्शन कमीशन में. अभी इलेक्शन कमीशन में हो सकता है, तो what are similar to that? I was there in court when the session case was argued. I could have come back and said, okay, very good.
Give my listeners a gist of this particular example.
So in the 90s, we had a chief election commissioner called T.N. Session. The government decided that he was not a very desirable person, although he had been a very loyal civil servant for most of his life. And he comes from the same social community as me, Palakkad Iyer. And he said some not very nice things about Palakkad Iyers. He said that we're only fit for three things in life: to be cooks, musicians, and civil servants.
Wow.
That was his view of what we should be doing in life. And he was a civil servant, a very loyal civil servant.
In a sense, are you the first and the third?
I'm not a civil servant.
But metaphorically, no, you're not. नहीं है ना.
I don't fit.
Only the first. जाने दो. I'm
I can
overreaching.
cook.
हाँ ठीक है. नहीं, I didn't mean literally.
मैं खाना पका लेता हूँ.
बहुत अच्छा पकाते हो. मैंने खुद I can
So,
attest.
so then the government decided that he was trying to clean up the election system, and he did a lot for election reform. And to this day, he's held to be one of those pioneers of election reforms in India. Decided that they have to somehow undermine him. So they appointed 2 more election commissioners. And that is how now we have an election commission of 3. He challenged it, saying that there must be something different about the chief. He can't just be one of the 3. Supreme Court said nothing doing. But he had a huge impact on politics and the constitution. We don't have a similar post in the UK. And I had been following what's happening in the UK, and we do a lot of comparative work in the law. And the UK is something we try and benchmark against. The UK has something similar to a CAG, which is the NAO. And so when I was doing this comparison, I saw that there was this parallel. And I looked at what the NAO was doing and how it was an independent body. Parliament took it very seriously. Government was scared of the NAO. And I said, India mein kyun nahi ho raha hai? CAG produces the reports. And I read all the CAG reports and found that it says some very startling things. But the government is never held to account on any of these things. So I thought, if the CEC, which was dormant and did nothing for a very long time, can suddenly assert itself, surely the CAG can do it too. And some report somewhere must explode. So I wrote a piece. And it just happened that it got published. Now, who expects a first-year lawyer's piece to be published in any business paper? But it got published. So at that time, I thought, I can write. My wacky ideas actually will get published. So I had a piece in the Business Today. My very first year, I had a piece in the Business Today, I had a piece in the Business Standard, I had a piece in the Observer. So I started writing then all the wacky stuff that I had done in law school. My final year in law school was a course on law and medicine. And I only did it to spite my corporate law professors. We had 2 corporate law professors. Both wanted me to take their course. And if I'd taken one, I'd have
Pissed off the other.
So I decided to take neither of those 2. So the 2 I took were Women and the Law and Law and Medicine. Having no interest in practicing either for women or for medicine.
Did that little small decision change your life later on?
It did. So I wrote a paper in my paper on law and medicine, which was published, was on DNA evidence. And why lawyers and judges don't understand it as a statistical model. They don't understand the science and they don't understand the statistics. I wrote it, got published. Didn't think about it for 20 years. In 2018, India decides to have a DNA bill. Suddenly, I think I know something about this. As a corporate lawyer, I'm not expected to know anything about this. But I do, because I understand the fundamental flaw with this thing. And I'd done the research in the UK and the US and all of this. The law had moved on there. So I had to do a little bit of updating. So I published a series with Bloomberg Quint. And Menaka was very sweet to publish them for me on this bill. And I thought, nobody cares about this, right? This is India. Nobody cares about these things, despite how scary it is. Then she invited me to the studio and we did a clip, a 30-minute piece on it with Tamanna Inamdar. Again, nothing. So I thought, nobody cares about this. Suddenly I get a phone call. My name is Rajesh Srivastava. I'm calling from the Rajya Sabha. I thought it was a prank call. Or a scam. Why would someone from the Rajya Sabha want to call me? I said, हाँ बोलिए. He said, will you be willing to come to Parliament? I thought, this is a scam, yaar. Come on.
Deposit mangega.
This is an advance money fraud.
हाँ.
तो I said, हाँ बोलिए. He said, ऐसे जयराम रमेश ने बोला है कि ये सब करना है, आप आ जाएंगे. I said, हाँ ठीक है, आप चिट्ठी भेज दीजिए. So he said, ये आपका एड्रेस है? I said, हाँ. 1 week, nothing happened. Then somebody else called me and said, my name is Varun Santosh. I work with Mr. Jairam Ramesh. And I wanted to know if you will come. I thought, kya hai?
I actually know the guy. He does work with Jairam Ramesh.
I do now.
Yeah.
But I didn't know then.
Yeah.
So I thought, kya hai yaar? This is somebody definitely scamming me. Or somebody playing a prank on me. Some school friend of mine from law school who knew that I had written this piece and has seen it now, decided to prank me on it. So I told Varun, yeah, you send me a letter. And there was no way I knew who he was, right? So anyway, the letter came saying, अगले हफ्ते आ जाओ. 2 weeks later, whenever. So I was thinking, अभी हमने कुछ तैयारी की नहीं है. So I quickly wrote up all my research, sent them the clippings in advance of the testimony I was going to give. And I didn't know anybody who had given testimony to Parliament. So I didn't know how the damn thing works. So anyway, I went there. And it was really good fun to give testimony. Sadly, not all of them turned up, which I found is an important issue. They all felt about it. And not even half the committee was there. But all credit to Jairam Ramesh. He handled it magnificently, ensured he asked really pointed questions, encouraged everybody else in the committee to ask questions, actually challenged a lot of things that we said. So it was not just you read out your testimony and be done. It was really good interaction with everyone. And I thought, what are the chances of this happening? I write something 20 or something years ago. Varun Santosh reads it, gives it to chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee, and invites me, corporate lawyer, with no expertise in this, to come and give evidence before Parliament. So it's all weird stuff that happens to me, which I never thought would be relevant or I placed any significance on. People and events have just come back in strange places in my life, really strange places in my life. It just reminds me that in 1995, before I graduated, my mum bought something from TTK Prestige. It was called a combi pack, which was you got a cooker and a pan and a lid. What had happened was the retailer had taken out the pan, resealed it, and sold it off as a combi pack at a discount. So he thought, मैं discount दे रहा हूँ by taking the pan out.
Mm.
And so my mom got it. She was very upset that yes, it is less than the MRP, but it doesn't have the pan in it. It may be cheaper than the cooker, but that's not what I bought.
So the retailer was basically a pan chore.
Pan chore. So she wrote to TTK, and she was quite feisty with that. She wrote to TTK, and she fought with them and got the pan. The chap who replied to her letters was the company secretary, Mr. Shankaran. Nobody will remember this. In 96, I come to Bombay. His head of legal is a guy called Venkat Krishnan, who has some minor scaring somebody in Bombay thing. They needed to get some tools back, little small matter. He's friends with my dear friend Dayan Krishnan, who's in Delhi. So he asks Dan, listen, I have this tiny little matter. I need someone in Bombay to do it. So my friend Dayan Krishnan says, you must go to Murali. I have never done litigation in my life of this kind. But they come to me. I do whatever it takes. They get whatever it is. Forget about it. 20 years later, Mr. Shankaran calls me up and says, we want to be on the board of TTK. What are the chances of that? Somebody remembers something from 1995. In 2015, I get onto the board, exactly 20 years.
They kept a pan from you and took a board seat.
I don't know what it is, but it's the story of my life that I'll find these people from way back suddenly being significant.
How important is the cultivation of generosity? Like you've referred to your being the recipient of generosity, and equally you've spoken, and not in those terms, but spoken about the ways in which you try to pay it back, whether it is by teaching or whether it is by recommending it to friends or sending links to me by Twitter DM also, which is also generosity. So have you been intentional about it? Is it within the profession? Is it a norm or is it an exception? Or
So I think I was naturally inclined to it. And I said it perhaps sprang from insecurity in my law school days that I want to be part of the group. And the only way I can be part of the group without being invited is to actually tell you how valuable I am. And the way I can show value to you is these kind of things. So it is with an expectation of reciprocity. So I'm not saying it was altruistic then. So that continued. And then with professional life, I needed somebody in Madras, so I'll do it obviously with my friend. I need somebody in Delhi, so I'll do it with my friend. So that happened. But I discovered that this is really an important thing when I went to London. I was at a huge handicap in London. I didn't have friends, I didn't have family, I didn't have contacts, I didn't have anything. So how do I build a practice where people will send me work? There's no way I'm going to get any. Even within my colleagues, nobody's going to give me any work because they all grew up together, went to the same schools, came to this firm, trained at this firm, and they've all been together for 4 years. So the relationship's already built. There's no way I could have cracked that. So the only way I could at least get a look in was by doing these acts of generosity. So I would constantly look at the firm's clients, scan the news, think of ways in which we could speak to the client. So I would think, this is a company that's likely to be sold. Here's who I think a potential buyer could be. Even before the investment banks have gone to them, I'd go to the partner at this firm and say, your client is so-and-so. Here's the opportunity to buy this company. I know the folks at this company. You know the folks at this client. Can we get them to meet? Can we pitch them the idea before the investment banks go to them? So, but they may not hire us. They will. I hate to use the word, but people are not assholes. You do somebody a good turn, even if they decide not to hire you, they will feel it. You brought me an opportunity, I cashed the opportunity, and I didn't hire you. Next time he will give it to you. I have always trusted that. So I'll continue to do it. So even if you don't hire me on this one, so you've taken the opportunity that I brought to you, hired another lawyer, did the deal, but it will hurt your conscience. And you will want to let go of that thing sometime. So at some point in time, when I may not have pitched something to you, you will come back and give me some work. So I did that a lot. And that's how I built my own practice with my own clients. And I said that to somebody else at the American firm which I went to. So Arnold Potter is a huge firm in the US. In DC, and I told this at the partners meeting, that there are usually more than 3 parties to a dispute. The 2 guys who are fighting and the one who has a stake in it, in trying to find if this one is winning or that one is winning. Antitrust, large tort litigation, any of that. You're one of the 3 top firms in DC. So what do you have to do? Answer the phone. So your ability to win a client is limited to answering the phone when it rings.
Wow.
That's all you have to do, right? There's nothing to it. Whereas in London, you're an unknown firm virtually. The phone doesn't ring. So I have to find excuses to go find clients, pitch them ideas, give them new ideas, tell them, something new to do or tell them what the problem is that they haven't seen. So I have to constantly send people things. So and I said there's only 2 things that I can do. Either the chap at the other end of the line has a problem and is worried about it. And I call him up and say, hey, I realize that you've got this problem. And he says, how do you know? Because I know the industry and I know what's happening here. So I know this is the problem. And I think I have a solution. Here is a 2-minute summary of the solution. What do you think he's going to react to that? He's going to thank you. You saved my ass. Come. Let's talk about this. That can be one outcome. Or he will say, really? I didn't know this problem existed. Please come and explain it to me. So there's no downside to my calling him or sending him material or sending him a note to do two things. One, I'm thinking about you. I'm thinking about your problem. And I've invested my time in finding a solution for you. How can a client say no to you? It's a freebie.
No one's ever said no to you.
No one's ever said no to me. So the winning is not at the pitch, is before the pitch. So to me, those were the acts of generosity that I would invest time in. Read to find out where are these opportunities, who are these clients, track the clients. I had a ticker running on my screen, and there were not many lawyers who had tickers running in the 90s on their screens to see who's doing what where. What's the market news? What are the wires saying? Those are days of facts.
I love the hunger. I mean, I just think it would have been such a tragedy if you were born in a really rich family, one of these elite families and all of that, and you had an easier path to the top, but you didn't have the hunger.
I would have enjoyed it more. Ask the hungry man.
Yeah.
There's no great joy in hungry.
I did this episode, and you've of course heard all my episodes by now, so you already know what I'm talking about. Episode with Roshan Abbas and Vikram Sathe, where Vikram spoke about Sunandan Lele's automatic generosity, where wherever he visits someone, he will carry some small thing along with him. And I just think that, one way of thinking about generosity is that the naive way of thinking about generosity is generosity is good if you just do it out of some pure emotion, but it is bad when it is instrumental and you're thinking aage kaam aayega, ye investment hai. But I think the proper way to think about it is that it is just normatively a good thing and it will always bring good.
I agree. I think we're trying to split hairs when we say I am being generous out of altruism, or do I expect a quid pro quo? I don't think we should judge generosity by that.
Yeah. Intention kuch bhi ho, kiya kya aapne?
Correct. And how do you make the other person feel? See, if the other person feels like shit because you come across as patronizing, that is not generosity. So it makes it look as if I'm doing you a favor and rub your nose in dirt for it. That's not generosity. So I think that's how we can, if you want to split hairs, we can do it at that level. That how does you make the other person feel? Like you're doing him a big favor and ragdowing his nose in dirt. Or you're doing it in a kind and gentle way. And it's accepted with the same emotion.
I'm going to show you some generosity in a kind and gentle way and propose that we take another break
I think we should.
some beverages and then come back for more. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs Rs 10,000 plus GST or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just the willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Murali Neelakantan. I already owe him a small fortune because of the many hours he spent at my place today. But hey, labor of love, whether you're recording or talking and all of that. So, theek hai, chalta hai. And Murali, I want to ask you a question that both dovetails into the time you spend in London. But before that comes from something that you were speaking about earlier, where you spoke about being an outsider in college and so on and so forth. And, I often say that self-pity is an act of ego. So I will be suitably egoistic and talk about the times I lament that, or the times I reflect on how I was sort of an outsider in every space that I was part of, whether it was television in the 90s or journalism in the 80s, even the 5 years of poker that I played professionally, where I might have been successful, but I wasn't quite ever part of a tribe, or even now in podcasting, or even in the economics and policy world, despite my deep engagements with them and the friendships I might have, or the literary world for that matter, that it's always the outside, always a very eye. And I think that in one way, I mean, the negative of that, of course, is the aloneness that you often feel, and I often feel. But the positive of that is that the reason that you're an outsider is that you're always looking at things with a new lens. You haven't accepted the conventions or the fashions of the day and so on. And it's part of the game and it's part of who you are, and there's nothing you can do about it. So just cultivate the melancholy and stop feeling sorry for yourself. And I think another broader context in which this can be fleshed out is perhaps like when you went to London, that where you are again an outsider in a different way, perhaps a much more tangible way that you can at least identify the roots of the outsiderness and figure out ways to fix it. So tell me a little about all of this. What do you feel of the theme, and what was London like, and so on?
You're right. At least when I was in London, I knew I was an outsider and I could figure out why I think I'm an outsider, which I couldn't do in law school. I couldn't get into a tribe and I didn't know why they wouldn't let me into the tribe, and I didn't know why I was an outsider, or I at least felt like an outsider. But I arrived in London at a time when they hadn't hired Indian lawyers before. So big law firms had never seen Indian lawyers before. They'd seen Kiwi lawyers, South African lawyers, Aussie lawyers, obviously European lawyers, but they'd never had an Indian lawyer arrive there before. So it was some kind of a novelty there. But also that nobody had encountered the problem that I was going to encounter, which means I didn't have credit history, so I couldn't have a bank account. If I didn't have a bank account, I couldn't rent an apartment. So basic things that you expect to have up and running were just like news. So it was all figuring out how to do these things for the first time, getting people to help you to do stuff with this. But also that I was not part of either the professional circle or the social circle. So even if I went to the firm, who'd give me work? Everybody who trained there as trainees soon after university know each other. They give each other work. The partners know the people and know what they can do, so they give each other work. So for me, to establish that I can actually do stuff that the English lawyers and the Kiwi lawyers can do was the first thing. And that was quite a bit of a challenge till I actually got on to do the first few deals. And then they saw that, hey, he can actually do stuff. It was really tough. Also in India, moving from Bangalore to Bombay was not something you worry about, because you come to Bombay, you're at work, people at work become your friends, their friends become your friends, you get invited to their house, you do social activities together. So somewhere in India, people you work with are not just colleagues, they become friends and you have a social circle around. I go to London and I have no one with whom I can have any social interaction. So I work all day and I have nothing to do in the evening. These are days before the internet, right? I mean, early days of the internet. So you can go home to your apartment and cook yourself a meal and watch TV and go to sleep and do the bartan, kind of stuff. But there's no real social interaction because I know anybody from work and nobody is going to invite me to any occasion. So it was a real challenge for me. And it took me a while to figure out. And I reached there in the winter when it gets very dark and I'm not used to this. So this not having sunlight also kind of messed around a little bit, I think, with my routine and my head. I couldn't wake up. I did, but it just felt very odd. I felt like I had unfinished sleep. And it was really a challenge to get to work when it's still dark. And then by 3 o'clock, you feel like you have to hit the sack because it's all dark outside. So it messed around with me a little bit, I think. And I still don't work very well in the dark. So I like to wake up with the sun and work during the day. It's bright and nice and do all of that. So it's a combination of these things that I found myself really, really uncomfortable, and I had to find a way of cracking it. So the firm used to have T20 games. I'm talking 99, huh? With its clients every Monday evening. And in the summers, the sun sets quite late. So you do get a good deal of sun. So if you start at 5 and finish at 8, there's still enough sunlight to finish the game. So 3 hours, a T20 game. So I thought, how bad can it be? So I signed up to play cricket. And that's how I kind of got in with people knowing who I was. And I guess if you can bowl some off spin and you have a name that says Murali, can't be a bad thing. How bad can it be?
How good was your off spin?
Wasn't bad. I was quite a dogged batsman as well. So,
but T20 you don't really need doggedness, but I guess maybe if
that's what you think. But you have to understand that everybody's down at least 3-4 beers and there's barbecues. So the one sober guy actually can do quite a lot of damage.
Wonderful.
So that was my way into actually getting people to notice, being noticed on transactions for what work I actually do. So people at least know that, hey, if you need some help on this corporate commercial stuff, there's that Indian guy. He's quite good. I played cricket with him. And that to me was a very unusual thing, that you're going to give me work because you played cricket with me. And that seems to be the way it works. That they think you're a good guy because you turned out to play cricket. And then eventually they give you the work and you do a good job and, everything works well. But it was really, really difficult to connect with me socially because the topics that they spoke about or discussed or were interested in, completely alien to me. It's a language that just didn't make any sense. So, we're going to watch the races. Oh, are you coming to the boat race? I had no clue what the boat race was. There's an annual Oxford-Cambridge boat race who occurred to me much later, after the first year. I didn't know that it was such a big deal. I mean, 2 guys, what's the big deal? It seems to be the big social occasion. Or the fact that there was the Henley Regatta. I had no clue what the Henley Regatta was. So a lot of it was completely alien to me. I even ended up playing softball. And they all laughed at the way I played. Because the ball arrives, like a full toss in cricket, right? And we're not taught to hit across. So I hit it over the guy who pitched. And they found it incredibly funny. Very effective though, but incredibly funny. So I got roped into playing softball on some days and cricket on some other days and turned up for every game. Absolutely every game. So when everybody else used to cop out by saying, I've got work, some client is called, I've got something to deliver, there'd always be a man short, right? And I was always that man.
I'm just thinking a sporting introvert is so much better than a non-sporting introvert, because if I was in your place, I mean, I have bowled Rahul Dravid 2 times out of 3 balls, clean bowled, but that is an office cricket with, that squeezy kind of ball. But I can't play actual. I mean, I would suck at all of this. I mean, I would not be able to do something for the sake of being accepted. Just anyway.
I hear what you're saying, but for me, there was no other way out. So I did this. I'm more keen than talented. That's how I describe my sporting ability. That I will, really do it, and I will take it seriously, and I will, jaan de dunga types. Whether it actually translates into a lot of, let's say, positive outcomes or not, kind of debatable. So I don't think I was the best cricketer in the side.
You were certainly not the best Murali in the world.
Not even that.
Yeah, the best off-spinning Murali.
Correct. And you remember the Wow brothers, right?
Yeah.
You're not even the best batsman in your own household.
Yeah. You know Mark Waugh's nickname?
Junior.
No. He has another nickname. Afghanistan. Because he's a forgotten war.
Forgotten war.
Yeah.
So it was very interesting that people would volunteer to play cricket and they couldn't find volunteers, and I was always there. So the other part of that was we went on a annual tour of Cambridge to play the colleges. It's very interesting because we'd play the whole day, and there would be, as usual, university drinking in the night, and then you have to play again next morning. And since I was the only teetotaler, who do you think at 10 a.m. will be able to open the batting?
Marvelous.
So hum all the skills that my friend Karthik Seshadri didn't think I had in law school suddenly are very valuable in London.
आपका संस्कार strategic हुआ.
बहुत बहुत संस्कारी. And so we used to go and play the colleges, and the people we were likely to recruit would play in those matches. So it seemed like a really dirty trick, but it's something I learned, that you can't hide on a cricket pitch. Your true character comes out. As much as you try not to show it, there will be an incident that will show it up. There'll be some point in time when you will get angry with your teammates, frustrated with the outcome. And that tells us little things about whether you will fit the culture of the firm or not. And the culture at Simmons was, we're the best place to work. So they were
Super nice to everybody, basically.
truly liberal in a whole lot of things. So they had gender neutral communication, absolute equality. So we had openly gay partners. Nobody thought anything different. We had creche. We had equal parental leave. So a whole lot of things that made it a fantastic place to work. Very, very nice atmosphere was really that place. So it was a really important thing as a value for them. They always made it to the Sunday Times best places to work list. It was a huge value for them. And again, for me, it was a big change from seeing how you had the Indian office environment, especially in the law firms, which was not very nice, to go there when you get this warm feeling in the office. But then suddenly there's no social life. So you get this warm professional space, and then you have a cold
Opposite of India.
personal space. So that creates a whole lot of alienation, confusion, that kya ho raha hai?
Does it change you to work in a place like that? Like, we are always so shaped by the places where we work and the work that we do. Does it change you?
I think it does, because I found that to actually work well for me, that I don't have to make personal connections at work, that I can treat you like a colleague. And there are no strings attached to that. You're a colleague and that's a colleague. Here, when I came back, and that was my aha moment, was that I had changed to that system. Here, people who work for you expect you to be their daddy, be their friend, be their, shoulder to cry on, be so many things. There, it's not that. You're just my colleague, or I'm just your boss, and that is it. We'll be nice, civil, polite, courteous to each other, and that's it. Here, there are no boundaries. So when I came back and people were coming telling me their sob stories, I'm like really uncomfortable with it. I don't want to know your sob stories. I don't want to tell you mine. I don't want to know your problems, and please don't tell me yours. I don't want to know all your personal problems. I don't want to know anything about your life. Kaam ki baat karo, and I come at so and so time, I leave early. I don't want to go out for drinks with you. I don't want to take you anywhere. Water park nahi jana hai aapke saath.
You're referring to some specific
Team building exercises.
Acha, water park. Acha, all that.
All companies do stupid things like that, right? And I found it really, really awkward that when somebody suggested this water park thing to me, I said, listen, I'm not going to take my clothes off. It's nothing to do with whatever, but I'm not taking my clothes off.
That is an interesting way to build teams. So, but anyway.
Yeah, take your clothes off, right? I mean, it's so thoughtless that people, and it's not a gender thing, whether women want to take their clothes off or men want to, it's not that. I don't want to take my clothes off in front of people at work. And so water park is not going to be an option. I don't want to do team activities because it's really awkward for us to be wanting to do team activities. And the team activities end up being silly stuff, really awkward, silly stuff, which most of us introverts just find unnecessary. It's not funny. It is not fun.
I think यहाँ भी थोड़ा isomorphic mimicry हो गया, that we adopt a lot of these fashions of the West, which is really don't fit here. I mean, कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है. Like,
and it doesn't fit the schedule of people, right? Because people have to travel 2 hours to get back home, and then khana pakana hai, and then come back in the morning. So if you say that, we're going to do whatever in the evening, we're going to have whatever activity you have planned for the evening, it doesn't work for people. So it's going to exclude perhaps the most important people in your group, or they will come at the cost of something else. I don't think a lot of the HR people think through any of these things. Ki ye karenge, wo karenge, activity karenge. It's really awkward and people don't want to do it. And as a boss, I didn't want to do it. More than anything else, I'd say, listen, I have to get home at 5:30. I can't be doing this thing. So whatever it is you want to do, I don't approve of it. And there's no need to do any of this team building stuff because it doesn't help. Showing each other's vulnerabilities and behaving like clowns is not really my sense of how I want to bond with my team. That big difference from, therefore, what we do here versus what we do there. I prefer what we do there. I mean, it's not a comment on what's right or wrong. It's just that I felt comfortable having a professional relationship at work and not having anything personal there in it. It's very nice. But nobody invited me home there. I didn't invite anybody home. We didn't have any other social contact. So even if we went out for a meal, it would be with a client or something like that. It was never social in that sense. I think it was a big change. I don't know if it increased that sense of alienation, but it definitely told me that I have to work really hard to have those conversations with them. Monday morning conversation would be about commuting, but I live next to the office, so I don't have commuting stories. Would be about football. I didn't really support a team. Frankly, they all looked the same to me. So I didn't understand the history of the teams and history of the culture of the club and how one club is different from the other and why you should have so many clubs didn't really make sense to me. So all of these things I had to learn that, what is the football season, what's the rugby season, what's the cricket season. Here to we play throughout the year. Kaun si badi baat hai? And why they are the way they are and the way it fragments society, that rugby is actually, from the outside, if you look at it, it seems like it must be the working class sport. But it's the exact opposite. Only public school kids play rugby. Soccer is a working class sport.
That's a really good point because rugby is all the big beefy kids.
But they're all public school kids.
Wow.
So it doesn't occur to you, right? When you
it
look
didn't
at
occur to me. It's like an accident of history somehow कि ऐसे हो गया. उल्टा होना चाहिए था.
बिल्कुल उल्टा है. बिल्कुल उल्टा है. But how do I know? So to get these kind of insights into figuring out who are the guys in this, who are the guys in that, who are the guys who play cricket. Cricket is an elitist sport there because only the public school kids play cricket. They're the same guys who play rugby, not the guys who play football or hockey. So just understanding all of that system was really for me a big thing. And I used all of that when I came back to India while working with the charity to say, it's not just language. There is so much more to it. So, for example, if you took a kid from rural India who could speak, read and write English, everything, wouldn't be able to answer a competitive exam question paper for the National Law School. Because you're asking things to which they don't relate. So, for example, I'll give you a simple one. They don't watch tennis. It's not really a sport that rural India watches very much, right? If I gave that kid set scores and ask who won, how many do you think will get it right?
I wouldn't judge anyone who got it wrong.
But that's the question, right?
Yeah.
The assumption is, this is tennis. You don't go by total number of games won. You go by sets. But how do I know the rule? I can read English, I can read math. But I don't know this hidden part of how this works. So to me, that kind of awareness was what I got from 10 years in London. That it's so easy to think that this is English, you're an idiot, you can't figure out who won a tennis match.
Because you were at the receiving end of that shit there.
Exactly. And I think a lot of what I experienced there was so deep. So you understand discrimination better. Even if it's unintentional, you just get it. That they're not bad people or meaning it. They're just ignorant. They don't understand the impact of it. They lack empathy. But they don't know any better. So how can you expect them to walk in my shoes? They can't. So that's a very high expectation of them to say, walk in my shoes. I can't. They're not my size and that's not where I walk. So for me, it was a big, big, big learning that it's a big barrier. It's getting much easier now. because I think in the last 15 years, a lot more Indian lawyers, a lot of firms have hired directly from campus, and they're more aware of these things. Those kids have become partners. There's more acceptance of us there. But in my time there, it was incredibly hard. And I got lucky, as I said, at least with cricket. I had a social life of some kind. On the weekends, I used to play for a team called the Nashers, Nashers. Ring a bell?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Malcolm Nash?
Oh, 6 6s wala, Glamorgan versus whatever.
Ravi Shastri, yeah.
Yeah.
So they made a team, and this is classic English humor, right? We'll name our team after the worst bowler in history and call it the Nashers. And they were a weekend amateur team.
But मैं सिर्फ एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ that he was a pretty good bowler. He was a good medium pacer. I think for that particular over he tried
bowled,
spin or something. And Ravi Shastri ने फिर निकाल दी खुन्नस. But it's very sad that. But I mean, ठीक है, बेचारा.
But that's when I understood English humor, right? It is that you will name it after
someone considered a loser in the popular culture.
Correct. And who's only known for that, his claim to fame
is that over.
Is that thing. And but for that, nobody would remember him. So he's memorable for those 6 6s, basically. So again, it just happened that somebody sent out an email saying, I play for this team on the weekends. We are, a man short. Can somebody from the firm volunteer? So I said, Chal chalte. So went over to a place called Barnes, and I used to play weekends at for this club called the Nashers. And so at least some kind of, instead of staring at a wall on a weekend, I got some cricket games in. And I got some decent results. Because obviously the sight of brown man bowling off spin called Murali was enough.
Intimidation right there.
As they say about the more famous Murali, no? He makes big eyes and his arms are everywhere.
His arms are.
So, हमने वो सब नहीं किया. But it also taught me that I was a better cricketer then than I was in law school. Because I never thought of it. ऐसे ही जाके ball फेंक तो kinds, no? But as we get older, I think we are more thoughtful about each of those things, especially if one is not coached.
I think one of your great quotes is, one of the quotes you like is, youth is wasted on the young. And that's pretty much it. That when we are young, we have the energy and the passion, but not the wisdom. And by the time we get the wisdom and the therav, it's too late. It's all over.
I got lucky, I think, that the wisdom came to me in my 30s. And I actually managed to execute most of it in my late 30s and 40s. So I think paisa vasool ho gaya usme.
You made a lot of money, right?
A lot of money was easy. I don't think, once I think, started my first job, money wasn't really in doubt. What is the worst that could have happened? We had this discussion during the break, right? I don't look at it as kya acha ho sakta hai. So long as worst case scenario is covered, what's the worst that can happen? And what the opportunity cost is, I'll jump into it. So that way, there's no downside. So I'm going to London. I went with 2 suitcases. What's the worst that will happen?
One of your suitcases will get lost at Heathrow.
मैं suitcase पे बैठ के जाता हूँ ना. You don't remember the story?
Yeah.
No, what's the worst that will happen? I'll go there. They won't like me. They'll say you're a useless Indian. वापस जाओ. तो वापस आ जाऊंगा. कोई ना कोई तो काम देगा.
फकीर आदमी उस झोला उठा के.
I'll come back and I'll be fine. So there's no downside to that. And every year that I worked in London, it only got better, because at least the one good thing there is you get honest feedback. कि इधर जैसा नहीं है, कि people just avoid having honest feedback conversations. So there actually the feedback was very good, and I had a very good mentor who was very clear in what he said. Taught me essential skills of lawyering which we don't teach here, which is attention to detail, and really with no exceptions to that.
We don't teach that here.
चलता है, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? And that's also the client's attitude, right? So when we say, why is it that lawyers get flack here or clients don't value lawyers? You have a choice. You have a good lawyer who'll make you a perfect set of documents. And you have a mediocre lawyer who'll make you a crap set of documents. The client looks at it and says, let's say I have to pay 10 lakhs to the good guy and 1 lakh to the bad guy. Irrespective of what I pay, this damn thing is going to court. And I don't know what the judge is going to say. So why should I pay the 10 lakhs? The risk is the same. What am I paying 9 lakhs more for? Then the lawyer thinks, anyway, the client is only going to pay me 1 lakh of rupees. Let me assume produce crap. So there's no incentive for excellence in this country. Whereas there, it's absolutely non-negotiable. The standard is such that everybody is providing a level of service that is excellent. So then you have to play in the game. You can't make mistakes.
But over here, isn't there still a competitive advantage for the people who have the foresight to take the 10 lakh guy?
No.
Because the courts are shit, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You make a great set of documents. Okay? Let's say the judge is very good. Gives you a decision after 5 years of hearing. Then it goes in appeal. You spend another 5 years. And this litigation has cost you 1 crore of rupees. After that, it goes to Supreme Court, another 5 years. So 15 saal mein you have spent 10 crores of rupees. Assume you win all 3. You still don't have the money. After you win all 3, you have to now go and collect the money from the other guy. Then the second round starts. 5 years.
30 years gone.
So your best case scenario is in 30 years, you may get the money. Which is an equal bet whether you spend 10 crores, 10 lakhs the first time or 1 lakh at the first time.
Yeah.
So, and we have real cases, right? The Delhi Metro case, the government has lost the arbitration, lost in the High Court, lost in the Supreme Court. Is still unwilling to pay. And the court is unable to do anything to get the government to pay. And the government is threatening that we will pass legislation saying that we don't have to pay.
Does India have a rule of law?
I think we don't understand the term at all. Rule of law is not about a law exists and can be executed. Rule of law is about the philosophy of how we look at governance. The rule of law means that there are principles that we follow. We don't follow any principles on law. There are no principles. I can't discern after 30 years of practicing the law what are those key principles. In the Constitution, we can't say it. Is democracy a principle? No, I don't see it around. Okay, is secularism a principle? Oh, I don't see it around. Is equality a principle? I don't see it around. So these words are meaningless. Absolutely meaningless. Where is the equality? Okay, there's fraternity in the Constitution. I don't see any fraternal vibes anywhere. तो क्या है Constitution में? It says that we can't be arbitrary. It's anathema to equality. But I only see arbitrariness. What is the opposite of arbitrariness? I don't know. But I see a lot of arbitrariness. So we can say all of these things. But how does it help? And the courts haven't helped. Every time somebody says Supreme Court has said great things, I tell them look at the final result. So for example, you had a very famous case of Olga Tellis, where it said pavement dwellers have a right to life. Brilliant. It keeps getting quoted. We still have pavement dwellers. And we still get them harassed by the cops. We still get them harassed by the municipality. So where is the right to life? And in the end, if you read that judgment, it didn't say that you will rehabilitate the pavement dwellers. So they said all of those things and then said petition dismissed. What use is it? In Maneka Gandhi, you said you have a right to a passport, you can't be denied. People are constantly being denied. You have the Kashmiri politician's daughter who has been denied. What are we doing about it? You say all of these things. Supreme Court says all of these things. But actual end result is lot of pontificate on the pulpit, but no actual result for the individual. You said Aadhaar cannot be used by private players. It's illegal. How many private players are using it? So you can say all of these wonderful things. The rule of law means that the law is what you say it is, and it works in the way you say it is. By that definition, we don't have the rule of law.
Is it possible to pinpoint one area that is a key fatal flaw in this, or are there various interlocking areas, and unless you fix them all, you can't fix this?
I think as a society, we have a flaw. And I'm not saying this in a flippant way. I'm saying this after having experienced a set of rules, one set of rules, on 3 different continents as a lawyer. So the rules of professional ethics are more or less the same in the US, in the UK, and in India. And in my essay, I've said that the exact same rule seems to have 3 different results in 3 different countries, or at least 2, India being the exception and the other 2 being the same. So clearly, it is not about the rule, it is about the people. So we don't like to follow the law, we don't like to speak the truth, we don't like to do things properly because there's no cost to it. So everybody can do anything they like because there's no cost to it. So in the UK, you don't decide to sue someone unless you're willing to pay at least £500,000 if you lose. So that's the cost of losing, is £500,000.
So you're cutting out all the frivolous nonsense.
Correct. Here, everybody can go and file a petition in any court and they will admit it, and you might even get some relief.
But that is also necessary, no?
I agree. But it is necessary to allow people to access, provided they have a fair chance of winning. That is your test there. If you have a fair chance of winning, you're willing to wager £500,000.
लेकिन यहाँ पे तो किसी के पास मतलब whatever the cost is, if you create a barrier, like if there is a barrier like that in a poor country like India, then law becomes something that only the rich can afford.
No. The rule is the same in India. The Code of Civil Procedure says the losing side will pay the winning side's cost. Courts never award it. So as a matter of just normal practice in the UK, once the case is finished, the winning side will hand over what its costs have been. They will be in line with what was discussed at the beginning of the case, which is we estimate what our costs are going to be. And at the end, we give you actual statement of costs. The other side pays it. And if the other side thinks it's too much, you can have the registrar of the court, who's called a tax master. He will look at it and say yes or no. It's too much, too little, whatever, but you get costs. So the rule is, if you win, the cost of fighting that battle, you're going to get. It's in the law here. The CPC has that. But we never get it. And when they do award costs, it's like 10,000 rupees, which doesn't even pay for 1 hour of that lawyer's time. It won't be a barrier to access to justice because the people who want access to justice have a just cause. And the just cause will get costs. It actually makes it easier to fight these battles because lawyers will say, I'm willing to fight this case because the costs are going to be paid by the other side. You have a winning case, so the loser is going to pay for it. Now we're saying that you have a winning case, but unless you pay me money now, I can't win you the case. And the client is saying, I don't have the money now. So you're going to not have access to justice because of these barriers. Not that they will create barriers. So it's a big difference.
Fair enough. And I guess, I mean, what really complicates the whole thing is that the process is so much the punishment here. Like you spoke about a case dragging on for 30 years that most people will just say, fuck it, it's not worth it. Like, kaun 30 years jiyega kaun yaar?
I myself won't.
Yeah.
If I had to do something for my own rights, I would not go to court. It's just not worth the time. I mean, unless it's a life or death and I'm dragged to court, I won't go to court. I'll just give it up and say, nahi yaar. Even though I'm a lawyer and I can call on some favors, I wouldn't do it.
So on this note that should make everyone feel positive and optimistic and heartwarming about India, let's discuss why you came back. Tell me a bit about, you were there during the 2008 crisis, right?
So in 2007, 5, 6, 7, I was doing a lot of outsourcing deals. And these are very interesting outsourcing deals. Banks, financial services, utilities were effectively calling these outsourcing deals But they were selling assets and buying services.
Hmm.
And because all of them had huge balance sheets, the impact on the balance sheet was hardly anything. So let's assume that you had a 3 billion balance sheet. 20 million is not going to make a damn difference, right? So if you gave away that asset for free, nobody would notice. And the person who buys the asset will obviously be able to give you back services at a cheaper rate than you're paying for it yourself. So I saw a lot of those deals. And I thought something's very wrong. They're all showing increased revenue, savings in costs, increased profits. But it's actually just some jugglery. It works well for India because all these outsourcing guys are getting an asset at less than what its real value is.
And even Italy, if you look at what Juventus got up to. Lost you with the football reference, didn't I now?
Got it.
Not been keeping up with it.
No, I got it. So it occurred to me that there's something not right about it. And I was doing a deal a month. So
Wow.
I saw as many as you could. And it just seemed that there was something wrong. And the market wasn't reflecting it. Nobody's talking about it. So I thought there is a storm coming. And I thought, okay, where is it likely to have the least impact? And I thought Asia is likely to have the least impact. I anticipated a much bigger impact on the UK market than actually was borne out. It wasn't really
A
that
big deal.
for lawyers.
Hmm.
So the hit was about 10%, not more than that. Big firms didn't take a hit more than 10% of headcount. But I thought if it was going to be 10%, I might be in that 10% because I was the odd one out, right? And so I explored India, Singapore, and Dubai as alternatives. Dubai only because one of my clients said, you can do everything that you're doing in London from Dubai. And I did explore it. And I met a very interesting chap who shall remain nameless. And I asked him, what do you think about Dubai coming? If there is a crash, where do you think Dubai will come out on this? And he'd been in Dubai for a very long time and he had invested in real estate and done exceptionally well. So he said, I'm a landlord and have been for a very long time. But I fear that I might become a sand lord. Sand lord.
What a term.
And there is a lot of sand in the desert. I thought of it and said, that's a very, very profound statement.
Explain that.
You can be in real estate only if there's a scarcity, no?
Hmm.
There's so much sand in the desert. What's the value of sand in a desert? Nothing.
Yeah, but why would a landlord become a sandlord?
Because there is no real activity in Dubai and there is nothing that justifies its existence.
Property prices in Dubai have exploded, by the way, because of the Russia-Ukraine war and all the Russians and
But in
Ukrainians.
2008, it died.
Yeah, acha.
There's a huge crash in that market because everybody had done the flip, thinking that it would go up. It all came crashing down. People left Dubai in a rush. So after I came back to India, that was the story, that in 2008, people couldn't pay these loans they'd taken to finance these real estate. They couldn't sell it to anybody else to flip the property. And the banks came after them. And they'd all handed over post-dated checks. And in Dubai, you hand over a post-dated check and it bounces. You're in deep trouble.
You're in jail, yeah.
So they all drove to the airport, left the cars, left the house, and just got out of the country. I know people like that. A lot of them got. And now the banks were in an awkward position where they'd financed it for higher than market value. So they had empty apartments, nobody living in them because it was never meant to be rented out. They were all playing on this, flipping it to the next sucker in town. And so you're in a real crisis. So it led to a huge crash in property prices and no development during that time. So all he had was sand. And I thought that was very prophetic of him at that time.
How did he do after that?
I don't know. But he'd already had enough money, so
Yeah.
he wasn't leveraged, so he was fine.
So you were talking about your choices: Dubai, Singapore, India.
It was obvious that it had to be India or Singapore. The folks at Khaitan came over and we had a conversation, and they planted the idea that I should come back and to India. It was also a time we had to take a decision because my son would start school. So he had just turned 3 or would be turning 3 that year. And so we'd have to take a decision that wherever we stay, it has to be for the next 10 years. So I had to predict what will happen in the world for the next 10 years and which is likely to be the most stable place. And I felt India would be safe for the next 10 years, at least safer than the UK would be. So the decision was made and we turned up in Bombay in June 2008, and the crash happened in October 2008.
Amazing foresight.
I don't know. I just think, we can think about all these things and say, I'm the clever one who saw it. But if it hadn't happened, I'd look like a complete idiot, no? Gave up $1 million to come here to India.
Before we talk about your years in India, let's take a digression to the more exalted plane of parenthood, where what I find interesting about you, and by the way, one of my favorite episodes of all time is with Natasha Badwar on parenthood. I just love that episode to bits.
And she also writes about it quite a lot. So
amazing, yeah. And apart from her, you're the one person I met who seems to be really not just intentional about it, that these are the things I want to do and these are the values I want to parent by, but also enthusiastic about it from every time I've spoken to you, which actually isn't that many times, but take a small sample size in Dabad. So tell me.
So, if you had asked me when I was in law school, I would have said marriage is a bad idea, kids are a bad idea. But I think my wife wanted to have a child, and we were hoping against hope it would be a girl. We had name sorted, everything sorted. And it turned out to be a boy. But it was a decision very consciously taken, right? And so I was fully into it, that one of the things which I think the way I say it may sound a bit corny, but this is how I discussed it with my mum a few years ago. But this was the thought that I have to be the parent I wanted to have. So I can't say it in any other way. So that was the idea when we had Arjun. That was at least my objective. That he deserves the best parent he can have. And I didn't know how to be that parent. So it's been a lot of exploring to figure out, how it works. But willingness to actually spend the time on it. And I knew that if I spend the time on it, I can figure it out. Give me enough time, I can figure things out. So that was the thing. So I made plans. My plans were built around him. I was working exceptionally hard at the time. I used to be traveling 2 days in a month. But the 2 weeks I was in town, I'd block out time in the calendar, no interruptions. So, from the time he woke up to the time I dropped him off at nursery was time that just was not available to anybody else. And from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock was not available to anybody else every day. And so I'd pick him up at 5. We'd have a chat. We'll eat. We'll give him a bath, play around in the bath, put him to bed. And so that was always daddy time. Also, right from the time he was a baby, he and I would go on a vacation by ourselves. We still do. At least one holiday, just the boys. And so I didn't have any trouble, even when he was a toddler. How will you manage without the mother? Oh, we manage fine without the mother. Absolutely great. She feels bad sometimes that we don't miss her, but that's it. So from the time he was a baby, the daddy thing has always been very, very strong. Weekends were sacrosanct. We'd go for a walk every weekend. I introduced him to coffee. So as a 2-year-old, he was having coffee, which people at Starbucks found strange, but that's how it roles, and we've always done stuff together. And I think it's made a big difference to me that I get a chance to see myself differently. I think there's now a pressure to be a good role model, to consciously think of everything I say and do, because it has such an immediate impact. I may not think it's significant at the time, but I realize how significant it is. So it's made me a better man, I think. And that to me is a big thing, because I came from a state, I think in London before Arjun, where I thought, I'm going to be like this. I'm a successful lawyer. If anybody has a problem, it's their problem. And I have no urge to be better. Why should I be better? It's too much pressure. Clients are happy with me. I'm happy with myself. We're having a great life. And the market tells me I'm successful. So why should I want to be better? Why should I put this pressure on me to be better? I think that changed. Now there is this feeling that I have to do better because it's going to have a direct impact. So yeah, so everything I do has a great deal of thought behind it. Every conversation I have with him is thoughtful. There's no random conversation. So I think quite deeply about what we're saying, why we're saying, think more long term, be more understanding. So yeah, I'm doing things that I wouldn't have done otherwise.
And I'm just thinking, obviously, at a theoretical level here when I talk about parenthood, but it seems to me that what parenthood or fatherhood specifically can do is that it can take you in two opposite directions simultaneously. One, it can be liberating in the sense that you no longer have to be the center of your own universe, and your self-regard need not constrain the way you look at the world, and it can be freeing that way. But also, it can, in a sense, be terrifying because now a part of you is wrapped up in someone else, and you don't want to control that. And also, the thought of setting it free is terrifying, and that's especially so in the context of what we know from books like Judith Rich Harris's Nurture Assumption, for example, that peers have, beyond, of course, the genetics involved, just in terms of the nurture part of it, peers have a much greater influence on how a young person turns out than parents do. And at the same time, in addition to all of this, I guess there must also be the fear that he may be your project, but you may not be his project. That he might want to go in different directions, not always conform to the master plan that you have laid out for him, so to say. So, what is that journey like, negotiating all of these?
I've been actually quite good at dealing with it, because from the beginning, at least from the time I was perhaps 14, I didn't think of myself as very significant. So I'm confident, but I understand that the world will manage fine without me. My parents will manage fine, my family will manage fine. So I don't think of myself as a significant person. So whether my son thinks of me as significant was actually never a question I asked myself. I think of him as significant for a variety of reasons, but it doesn't have to be reciprocal. And so with all of my relationships, I can love you even if you don't love me. I can love sport even if it doesn't love me back. I can love reading even though it's a real challenge for me to read. I can love music even though I find it really hard to understand it, to be immersed in it, to understand the nuances of it, to be able to sing, to be able to understand the notes. I can't do any of that, but I will still enjoy it. So it seems like a one-way thing, but it gives me great pleasure. I enjoyed activities with him right from the beginning. And it's brought out a side of me that a lot of people didn't know existed. More spontaneous, warm, interactive with humans rather than kind of standoffish and not really wanting to engage. And do it enthusiastically. And I never did any of that as a child. as I remember it. So this is a great fun thing. Is every activity with him is great fun. I can do magic and to teach him subtraction, which basically is that.
So it's not just him at play, it's you at play.
I am playing. So every time he's had to do anything, it's great fun for me. In fact, he said it quite recently. He said, when I graduate with an IB diploma, I think they should give it to you as well. And I found, that's really the summary of my time with him in school. Is that there has never been anything that he has done that I haven't somehow enjoyed it as much as he has. Sometimes more than he has. There are things that he just thinks, oh, this is really not fun. But I find it great fun. And I constantly do stuff with him about it. I ask him about it. We talk about it. He has ideas. I have ideas. He's quite open to what somebody's suggesting to him. And so it's a great way of bonding. So I think for parents, if they're curious about their children and they feel like it's a second chance at childhood in a more liberating way without any pressure of having to achieve anything, I think it can be a wonderful thing. When I see him play sport, we both play. And it was wonderful for me to play with him. He's much more graceful than I can ever be. And I just, it fills me with great pride, irrespective of the outcome. Just the fact that he's graceful when he plays just feels so good. Doesn't matter if he wins or loses. It's all okay. But I just love that. When he's writing something and he writes something beautiful or is a beautiful thought, I take great pride in it. And I express myself in a way that nobody's ever seen before. I'm not a normally very expressive kind of guy. I've not celebrated birthdays. I've not celebrated being a partner in a big firm. Even our wedding was very low-key. But this, you can see me being very effusive, demonstrative even. I'm like blowing kisses and stuff like that at the TV. Because obviously I can't watch him play live. He refuses to allow me to watch him play live. So I watch him on TV and then blow kisses at the TV. And my wife finds it very, very strange. Because she's no one's seen me do anything like this.
Have you ever blown kisses at her?
No.
I did offer to you before this episode that if you want me to cut something out later, I'll cut it out. But I'm not cutting out this bit about you blowing kisses at the TV. That's going to remain and embarrass a poor boy.
That is exactly why he won't let me come and watch him, right? Because he thinks this is going to be embarrassing.
Schrodinger's son.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He's the Schrodinger's cat. And so, yeah, I think that's what parenting does. And I know that you have your views on both marriage and children. I came prepared for that.
No, I have my views on why people should not have. I'll link my article from the show notes, of course, on why it is immoral to have children.
Yeah.
But we are frail human beings, and that doesn't mean we should not do immoral things. I mean, I think it is immoral to lie, but I lie sometimes.
That's true. But I'm saying, I rationalized it slightly differently.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just in response to what you wrote. So if I was to write an op-ed piece in response to what you wrote, I'd like to say that civilization only progresses by procreation. There would be no evolution without procreation. And if I can make sure that my son is better than me, then we're making progress.
Okay, I'll quickly sum up what my argument was for the listeners who haven't heard it. And my argument really was that there are three things I think we would all agree on, which are that we should not do something to anyone without their consent. Number 2, we should not cause pain to anyone. Number 3, we should not kill anyone.
Yep.
And by having a child, we are bringing someone into the world without their consent, which obviously is impossible. And and they will feel pain and they will die. And therefore, it is just flat out immoral at the start. Now, what you're saying about civilizational progress, I kind of get that, but civilization, these vague abstract terms doesn't mean anything. We don't have a responsibility to civilization. Which is also why, for example, when people say AGI will destroy humans, I'm like, let it, yaar. What is the big deal about us? What is this hubris?
I agree with you. But I think if my son is better than me, and I'm sure he will be, the world will be a better place than it is now. So it is not the absolute best. I'm thinking about, is it better than what we have now? Will the world be a better place for him or without him? And I think it'll be a better place for him.
I mean,
So that's all. So my
your metric
standard is
yeah.
very, very low for
No,
that.
yeah, you're making a utilitarian argument while I'm just making, I guess, a deontological argument from first principles, and they're very different things, and it doesn't really matter. So
No, I think it does. I think it
yeah.
does, because I was on your side for a very long time,
Mm.
and I don't want to appear like I'm a hypocrite. But I do like the Arjun project.
Mm.
I love the Arjun project. So
I have a very, very dear friend of mine, Mohit Satyanand, who's been on my show a few times. And Mohit has a charming son called Kedar and a charming relationship with him. And I love the way that has also been a project. And of course, Kedar is now an adult living in the US, flown the coop, all of that. But when I went to Delhi recently, Mohit didn't have much time to spend with any of us, because his thing was, my son is in town. And if my son is in town, my son is the thing. And I love that. I love that, because what happens, I think, too much in human relations is that you don't realize how few times you are going to see this other person. Like, if you just do actuarial odds and you figure out how many times a year you meet someone and you multiply that, then I think people would go, fuck, I'm going to see my parents only X number of times. Or fuck, this guy is such a close friend of mine, I meet him twice a year, I'm only going to meet him 24 more times in my life. And I think we take too much for granted, and it's sometimes worth thinking about. And this is why I asked that 24 hours, 24 months question, because I think it puts it into perspective. And I'd like all the listeners to answer that question. What would you do if the whole world was going to end in 24 hours or 24 months? And then the two follow-up questions are, if your answers are different, is where is a dividing line between those two? That as those 24 months pass, when do you get into 24 hours mode? And the second question is, you are going to die. So why don't you live like that now?
I am living like that now.
You
So my answer to those two questions.
सर आप फैमिली छोड़ के पॉडकास्ट रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हो मेरे साथ.
So this gives me pleasure now.
Now, yeah.
And again, I look at what downside risk and opportunity cost. So Arjun's not in town. He's playing football in Dhaka. And the alternative to this is I stare at a blank wall. So therefore, if I had 24 hours, would I stare at a blank wall for 24 hours or would I record this podcast? The answer is very simple. I'd record this podcast.
ये ब्लैंक वॉल कहाँ से आ गया सर? आपके लिए फोन वोन ऑर्गेनाइज कर सकते हैं अगर आप कहो तो.
I don't call very many people, and not very many people call me. So I'm okay with it. I don't miss the phone, and if you've noticed, I don't really
look at it. Yeah.
Look at it much.
Yeah.
So even during the day, I prefer that people didn't call me, and most people respect that.
Yeah, you arrived here at something like 12:45. It's now 9:06 at this moment, and we of course had lunch and then had coffee breaks in between and all of that.
No, so it's I think easy for me. I'm not on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Social media is optional, so I can do without people calling anyone. No, there's no crisis.
I want to ask you about something else that you said, where you have written, quote, believe in God, think of religion as Marx described it, succor and hope.
So again, this came from an Arjun project. He had to do a project in theory of knowledge. And these are themes best explored with kids through these kind of things. If I had to sit him down and say, we are Hindu and, you must be a Brahmin and stuff like that, he'll just blow me out. So it's not going to happen. So he had a project to say, what are the objects? He had to pick 3 objects that are unknowable, which you can never know.
And Schrodinger's cat, you said, was one of them.
Schrodinger's cat was one. The second one he picked was a prayer book that his grandmother used. So there's a Satyanarayan Katha prayer book, which my mother's mother used to read from every Friday. And now my wife has it. So my wife's mother, had it. And then now my wife has it. So he said, that is it. And she reads it every Friday. And he said, God is unknowable. So we explored that theme. So you look at the Charvakas. They said the experience is true, but it's not divine. Then we looked at least Shankaracharya, Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya. They all had different perceptions of what it is. And nobody told us how to reach it. They didn't tell us what it is, and they didn't tell you how to test for it. Therefore, it can never be known. If I don't know what it is and how to test for it, it can never be knowable.
And if it doesn't exist, yeah.
So if you have to prove it exists, you have to tell me what it is and how to test for it.
Yeah, exactly.
So the fact that you have neither means that it is unknowable. So we did that exercise with him. And so his research was all of these things. Look at the Charvakas, look at the Acharyas, look at Kabir, look at actually Ramcharitamanas. We looked at, therefore I said, but you should look at Marx, which was completely out of whack with what he was doing. But I said, you must look at Marx. So we actually read that paper where Marx deals with religion. And it's been a quote that I've always had difficulties with people using it because they don't understand it.
The opium of the masses.
Opium of the masses. Because they think of opium as addiction and opium as giving them a high.
But Marx meant it in the sense of succor.
Exactly. And so it really used to annoy me for the longest time, and still does, when people just throw this line thinking that religion is the opium of the masses, as it gives them a high.
I believe it's true in both senses.
It was said in the context, so I've read the whole essay.
Yeah, I'm not saying how Marx said it. Marx was wrong about so many things, but
correct.
I would.
I'm sure the crazy guys who are fanatics who are going around, killing people in the name of religion get a high out of it. That's true. But I was thinking of how
opium in the sense feeds a delusion also.
But that's not how Marx meant it, because the circumstances there were that it gave hope to people who were terminal.
I'm separating art and artist.
True. Terminal illnesses. So that was how we looked at it. And then I asked him to tell me what he thought about religion, having explored it like this. Because we didn't bring him up to be a religious person. So I pray by myself in private. My wife prays occasionally. But we're not really into mandirs and pujas, and we don't celebrate any festival in any particular way. So he's been brought up to choose what he likes out of it. So he had to explore it, and this was really his summary of his experience of religion, that he doesn't know it exists. He doesn't know if God exists or not. And we haven't found evidence of absence. And so his thing was, if it gives me hope, then it gives me hope. Whether I call it God or call it trust in my own abilities or some serendipity, so be it.
Yeah, since you use the word unknowable, I'll go off on a little tangent here to correct a wrong way in which people use language, where they often speak of atheism and agnosticism as if they are on a continuum. That atheist means you don't believe there is God, agnostic beech mein aata hai, and then there is a believer. And that's actually the wrong way to think about it, because atheism is about belief.
You believe.
And no, you don't believe. It's actually, atheism is actually, that's another misconception. An atheist does not believe there is no God, and it is an absence of belief. And in the same way that...
No, it's a belief of absence.
No, it is not. You are wrong about this. And I will be happy to send you some links to this.
Okay.
But atheism is basically the absence of belief. And it is as much not a belief as not collecting stamps as a hobby.
Yes. I remember that. Yeah. I'm with you.
I've written on this. And therefore, you don't have to prove the absence. You can't prove the absence. You cannot prove a negative anyway. So that is not an argument. The point is, if you say something exists, prove it or STFU. And therefore, I don't believe in God because nobody's proved God exists.
True.
At the same time, I am also agnostic. Agnosticism deals with knowledge.
Correct.
And you cannot know for sure either way anyway. Because
and you don't care because you're...
And you don't care. So therefore, it is actually possible to be an atheist and agnostic at the same time.
True.
In terms of saying that this is unknowable and yet I do not believe because no one has proved it yet.
And I don't care.
Yeah, and I don't care. And
Correct.
so that is
I'm
both
with
of me. Yeah.
I'm with you.
And I do not care is actually apathetic. Wo bhi le aaya. But I am atheist, agnostic and apathetic. Well done.
Either way, it doesn't make a difference to me.
Either way.
है भी और नहीं भी.
हाँ. लेकिन है तो बहुत बुरा आदमी है. Because जो world में होता है, you see the pain and the suffering.
Of course.
Recently, someone on my writing group lost her kid. And somebody else commented ki this just shows God doesn't exist. And I'm like, yeah. That if God did exist, and I think either Hitchens or Dawkins has an incredible paragraph on this. I'll try and find and link it from the show notes. That if God does exist, then he's a vile asshole son of a bitch. Because
Yeah,
look
yeah.
at the world. You
So
cannot rationalize that shit.
his sense of justice is just warped.
Yeah.
True. And there's a lot of writing on it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of writing on this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a very difficult one. I didn't want my views to be colored into what Arjun thinks.
Figure out for
I
himself.
wanted him to figure it out for himself. And he's honest enough to say he doesn't know whether God exists or not, but he thinks it's unknowable. So I think we're making some progress towards.
I mean, therefore, he's by default an agnostic to begin with.
Exactly. He's agnostic, and if it's unknowable, then frankly, who cares?
Yeah, and
We can't figure it out. Nobody's been able to figure it out because nobody can tell you what it is. Forget how to get there. Can't even tell you what it is, and they can't agree on how to get there or how to prove it exists. So lots of issues with it.
What do I do for my opium then?
But this was how the religious thing, and as a family, we were kind of weird. My father would think of himself as religious, but he liked his drink and he smoked and didn't pray 3 times in a day, but had this strange sense of Uncle G sanctimonious view of religion. So it was all very confusing as kids. Whereas my mother believed in God, but not in ritualistic stuff. And her father didn't believe in the ritualistic stuff. But her mother was very, very religious and did her Sahasranamam and all of that. So we came up, with all the shades of, in one sense, almost hypocrisy to really believers in this. So it was really up to me to figure out. I'm giving Arjun the same choice that you figure it out. Don't do it, that's fine.
Families are pretty close to random distribution.
Very much.
That's why you need communities of choice, and that's why you need to choose your friends and your family, as it were.
Exactly.
Let's talk about India. So, tell me about your India years. You come back, what is it that you want to do? And
I came back to be a corporate lawyer and did that for 5 years. But I got bored. And I turned 40. So I didn't need the money. And in 2013, my father died of cancer. And it was fairly quick. He was diagnosed the last stage in 2012.
Which cancer?
Testicular cancer. It's stupid. I mean, they should have picked it up. He went for his tests every year. They missed it 1 year. They caught it the following year, and then it was already too late. And so he didn't spend much time in hospital. So he was at home. He had care. And then April 2013, he died. And about that time was when I started doing work with Cipla. And they'd just got a CEO from overseas. And I started doing work with him. And I spent a lot more time at Cipla than I was at my own office. So one of them at that time said, I think we should talk. I said, yeah, bolo. He said, we can't do this toothbrush thing anymore. The reference to just staying overnight is not good enough. Just move in.
Charmingly romantic यार. मुझे पता नहीं था कि कॉर्पोरेट इंडिया में ऐसी सब बातें होती है.
बहुत यार. I was lucky. I was very lucky. So then I suddenly decided September 2013 कि चलो वो देखते हैं क्या चीज़ है. And it was a very interesting role which they hadn't before. And I was introduced to the board and to the team as conciliary to the board. So it was not just that I'm going to be head of legal. I'm really going to be the conciliary to the senior management. And so I didn't sit with the legal team. I sat with the CEO and his team. And I got to see business from a real business perspective. I didn't have a P&L. I didn't have a team to run. I didn't have responsibility for delivering any of those things. My deliverables are what the CEO has to deliver. So it's very interesting to work in an environment like that where you're in the office of the CEO and they're not seeing you as a lawyer. You're not only giving legal advice. You're supposed to be responsible for the whole company and everything it does. So that was a great time. I enjoyed my time with Dr. Hamid. He's an incredible man, absolutely incredible man. And he had so many stories. It's amazing. Everything from science to cricket to the partition to the history of his own family. It is such an interesting history that family has. his mother was a Lithuanian Jew, rescued from Germany, Nazi Germany, came to India. And his father, obviously Muslim, helped set up the Jamia Millia Islamia, helped fund Dr. Zakir Hussain and his education. So, you can't imagine the kind of roles they played at that time. The Muslim League wanted him to be the candidate for Bombay. He said no. And his experiences of the partition riots, and very interesting insight was that, and I don't know how far it's true, and somebody should research this. He said, wherever the riots happened during partition, they only happened in places where the superintendent of police and the collector were not Indian.
Britishers.
I could never actually verify this, and I've done nothing. But this is recorded. So there's a conversation that he recorded in which he says this. And when I was there, we started the archiving project, which I thought was a wonderful thing to do.
What was that?
Sipla's archives. So all the material that exists. But I don't know how much of his oral history and his knowledge of it is actually recorded in
He's
that.
86 now. Is he lucid and stuff? Should I call him on the show?
You should. I told you this long time ago.
You told me this. You must have sent email to the other email ID. I don't remember.
DM'd you on Twitter.
DM me on Twitter, it seems. But I'd
Dr.
love
Hamid's
to get,
wonderful. I haven't seen him recently, but a treasure house of stories. Stories of cricket, for example, where they were the early corporate sponsors of cricketers. Salim Durrani used to play for Sipla, and he has stories about Salim Durrani, who otherwise couldn't get a job, right? Because he had absolutely no education worth his time, and nobody would employ him. Because even the corporate houses expected you to have some kind of education and be able to do something other than play cricket. And Salim Durrani, all he was played to the stands. So
he could look handsome.
But
you don't get hired in companies for that.
No. And it was difficult to get hired those times. So they did a lot of this kind of work. But philosophically, it changed me. From me thinking I'll have no impact on the world, I'm insignificant, now saying I'm in a place which has such a huge impact on the world, was to me life-changing moment. It just changed my philosophy to life. So when you said, how is it that you can be a corporate lawyer and not worry about the impact of the law, not worry about the impact of anything, and be passionate about everything else? I could then, because they were two separate parts of my life. One was a hobby or a passion and the other was work. Now it became both. That suddenly you cared about human beings, you cared about the impact every little thing had on people's lives. I think that was a huge impact for me, and that turned it for me. I didn't need the money. So in many ways, what do you say that? What do you call that? I have enough money to say no.
Fuck your money.
Fuck your money.
Mm.
So I could do the right thing. And it reminded me of something when I was writing my notes for this. It reminded me of what you had a conversation with Shanta Gokhale. And this thing about when are you able to do the right thing? The very nice Sanskrit saying from someone who was mentioned by Mr. Pant, Bhatrahari.
Mm.
So he has a lot of these sayings which are pearls of wisdom. And one of them is, when translated into English, goes, if you have education, you become Vinaya, which is a nice person.
Mm.
If you're a nice person, you are able to influence a lot of other persons. With that influence, you will become rich. Because basically that's how you become rich. And with that richness, you should do dharma. And the usual translations are, dharma means charity.
Mm.
And if you do charity, you will become happy. So that's how this verse ends. I read it very differently. To say, you have education, you become a nice guy, you have influence. But it's not, dhanam there is not just money. It is this kind of money. You have the ability to do the right thing. You feel secure enough that you can do the right thing. You're not scared that if I do the right thing, there will be consequences that I can't bear. So to me, that actually summarized my philosophy at that time, to say, I have enough money to do what I think is the right thing. And koi mera kuch nahi bigad sakta. Because what is the worst case scenario? You will sack me from my job. Theek hai. There's no downside to it. You sack me from my job, somebody else will hire me.
झोला उठा के निकल जाएंगे.
And it doesn't matter. I don't have to earn a livelihood. So I can do the right thing, fearlessly do the right thing. So I'm liberated to do the right thing. And so everything that I've written, said, done since September 2030 is all of these things. Is, can we get more access to medicines? Can we get more access to treatment? What are the barriers to access? In an early episode with Pawan Srinath, you had this thing about price control and as it being a barrier to innovation. It's not true at all. We have enough studies to say that the barriers to innovation are many, but intellectual property rights regime as it is now doesn't help innovation at all. It comes in the way of innovation.
I don't remember that episode at all, or what Pawan's argument
episode 29, was. Long time ago.
I don't even remember his argument. But
this is a short one. It was the early days when you were doing
those days
20, 30
short.
minute episodes.
Yeah.
And it was a very brief, short one.
Yeah.
Long time ago. But so I started writing about a lot of that, and it gave me more insight into healthcare, more insight into equality, more insight into how unequal it is. And it spans everything. It's not just chemistry. It has public policy, it has international relations, it has just basic things about being human and how easily law comes in the way of all that. So if you think about going back to how it was in law school and how we thought of law before law school, during law school, and now you realize how difficult it is, and it's not obvious. It just seems like a good idea. But actually the consequences are just deadly. They're killing people. So that was the aha moment at Cipla. And I've stuck with it ever since, last 10 years.
I did that episode with Dinesh Thakur.
Oh, yes, the truth pill.
Oh, yeah, and India's pharma industry looks so incredibly, vile, in fact. But the one company that just comes out looking incredible is Cipla, and Mr. Hamid's role and the values, which I presume from whatever you're saying must kind of percolate much deeper than just himself. Expand a little bit more on what you mean by having this kind of impact on the world by changing things and whatever, in terms of if you had to explain to a layman in 5 minutes कि देखो ये problem है और ये हम कर सकते हैं ABC, and I understand that you've writing a book on it with young Ashish Kulkarni, and he has vanished with a hookah somewhere. But
so the answer to that is, one, a recommendation. There's a very nice movie called Fire in the Blood. It should be free on YouTube, but it's on Netflix as well. And it's a real story. So, the example you asked for is real. In the 1900s, at least 1990s, we had a treatment for AIDS. And the treatment was such that if you took it, you could live a normal life. And that continues to be the treatment today. It's almost like diabetes or something. It just becomes a chronic thing. You can live
I've reversed type 2 diabetes, by the way, in myself. So it's not chronic. It's a misconception and it's bad science. But carry on.
So it's easy to manage. You just take the pills and it's easy to manage. But those pills were available only in the Western world and would cost tens of thousands of dollars. And therefore were unaffordable to where the disease was. So you have the pills in the United States and Europe and the disease in Africa and Asia. So it seemed really strange that where you needed it the most, you couldn't just deliver. And the companies which had patents on this would refuse to supply to those parts of the world. And those parts of the world had no way of making these medicines. And people thought that's fine. When the big pharma companies were asked, isn't this immoral? They made up stories. And one of them, or two of them were, that if we give them those medicines, they don't take them properly, the virus will mutate become worse, come back to us, and more white people will die. So we shouldn't actually give it to them because it will do more harm. Second was, even if we give it to them, they don't know how to take these medicines. And so we might as well just throw them in the bin because it won't actually save lives.
Such
Because
incredibly patronizing.
they have to be taken every 8 hours. And in Africa, they don't know how to tell time. So they won't take it every 8 hours. And therefore, the virus will mutate and therefore it will kill us.
Wow.
So these were the two stories. And I use this as an example when I teach class on IP and innovation. I said, how do you solve the problem? Assuming these two things are true, they may well be true. How do you solve the problem? And how do you frame the problem?
How does who solve the problem?
How do we? Today, if you had to solve the problem, what would you do? And usually the class says, so I ask them, what is the problem? They say the problem is time. That they don't know how to tell time. So we'll give everybody an alarm clock that buzzes every 8 hours. That solves the problem. So they will take it every 8 hours and they'll be able to manage. So usually when I teach this course in class, this is the answer most of them say.
It's a pretty bad answer.
Okay, what do you think is a better answer?
It's such a multifactorial complex problem that I hesitate to give a simple answer. But
to solve the problem.
This clock answer is absurd.
So any other form of telling time? Okay, same problem. Phantoms, beating drums, talking drums, whatever, phantom comics ka. But everybody identified this as the problem is with
time.
Telling time. Dr. Hamid said, no, problem is not with telling time. I will make a pill that actually requires to be taken only twice a day. And everywhere in the world, the sun rises and sun sets. So you don't need a clock. So it's just articulating the problem differently. That is innovation. There's no patent to it, but that is innovation. So here is the disconnect between thinking that you need intellectual property for innovation. You can have innovation without.
So it was some kind of slow release thing where it would, yeah.
And the Western world were aghast at this whole thing. And he said he will sell it for $1 a day. So from tens of thousands of dollars a year, he'll bring it down to $1 a day. Today it's available for less than 10 cents a day. And the impact it has had in treatment of HIV/AIDS is so immense. Not just the medical side of it, it's how it's perceived by society, how it's perceived by those people. It's remarkable. And that became really the mantra to say, it's not just some vision statement, it is not something that we write on the board. We actually delivered what we announced. When people didn't know what India was and didn't know anything about Indian pharma, here's a company that stood up in Europe and said, I will deliver it at $1 a day. And did it. And it changed people's lives, millions of lives around the world. And that was the question for every new product. Will this be $1 a day product? Which became kind of a shorthand for, will this revolutionize the world? Otherwise, what's the point in it? Koi aur bhi bana sakta hai, kind of thing. And during my time, we did it for hepatitis C, which was a pill that was $1,000 a pill and required to be taken for 2 months.
So you had to take 60, so $60,000 basically. Yeah.
And that was the only cure for hepatitis C. The alternative was a liver transplant. So it was priced at a discount to a liver transplant in the United States, because that is how the United States prices.
Wow, so that is a frame.
That is how they price. How do we know that it's value? It's value because it's cheaper than the alternative. That is how they have a pricing policy. So we had a fight. Eventually they decided to license it, but only for the LMIC. But we agreed to a license. And it was available, the whole course was less than $200. Now it's even cheaper than that. And again, it wasn't one, it was given to 6 companies in India without a price restriction. So all of you compete and sell. That is how you improve access, right? If they had given it to one company in India, that company would have no incentive to bring down the price. You give it to 6 companies and say go fight.
Competition, let the market work.
And that was the only show in town. Now you have combinations of it, slightly better ones of it. But at that time, it had a monopoly, it had a patent, and would eventually have been sold to how many people in India? Handful of people in India. And not in the rest of the world. But look at how it's changed. Now with just this one drug, with one drug for AIDS, one drug for hepatitis C. Same thing can happen with vaccines. Same thing can happen with everything else. So this idea of access, universal free access to healthcare is really important. And I think the propaganda is so strong against it that there's a lot of wordplay involved. They say, we'll have health coverage. No, I want health care. Health coverage means you have an insurance policy. You have a card that says with the politician's picture on it. That is not coverage. To actually get care, can actually go to a hospital, will actually get treated. That is care. Coverage is a card with a photo. That doesn't actually cure people or heal people. So to me, this wordplay, especially in the press, in the announcements, even full page announcements, health coverage, that's just a card.
With Modi ji's photo.
Doesn't matter whose photo on it.
It is
Put God's
Modi
photo on
ji's
it, it's not
photo.
going to change. Put whoever photo is not going to change. You give him a red card, blue card, green card. We've exhausted all those cards, right? Below BPL, white card, blue card, green card, Krishi card, yellow card. We've given everybody a card for everything. But they haven't got the end result. Everybody has an app, everybody has a card, and everybody has a number. But the actual benefit hasn't arrived. So these are all, nice frauds that governments can use to fool people into thinking that they're getting something. And in India, we're willing to do that. No? We'll stand hours in a queue to get one card. Because we think the card gives us the benefit. So you can fool people. Say, yellow.
Jumla.
Blue card, green card. And we actually have all of these cards. I'm not making these up.
Oh, okay.
We actually have blue, white, green, yellow. 4 cards I'm aware of already.
तो ग्रीन कार्ड वालों को तो लगता होगा कि अमेरिका चले जाते हैं.
And then they realize कि ग्रीन कार्ड का कलर तो ग्रीन ही नहीं है.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
भाई तुम जोक स्टार्ट करो, हम फॉलो करते हैं.
No, then it's already kind of late in the day, and you said you sleep by 10 and it's already 9:37 over here. So I will, when your book comes out, I will call you and Ashish together. Don't laugh, he can do it. He can do it. He's a brave lad. We've already made a plan to get Ashish to do his part of the writing. And we'll have a joint episode and both of you can come here, though you'll probably have to drag him here.
I have inducements ready.
You have inducements ready. What inducements?
Only food and drink.
Okay. Okay.
अपने हाथ से खाना बनाओगे?
नहीं, वो तो आप ऐसे भी बनाओगे ना दोस्त से आपका. तो वो inducement कहाँ हुआ?
I haven't done it for anyone else. You're special.
Thank you. This is, though you will, I mean, I feel special right now, but you will listen to other genres of music soon.
No, I meant as in, that is the inducement to Ashish.
That is the inducement to Ashish. So Ashish, if you're listening to this, we will feed you and kindly do the work. This has historically worked, however, so let us see whether... a lovely part of the... I'll go to recommendations last, but before that, a lovely part of your set of notes which you sent me was about life lessons.
Yeah.
Which is an evocative term for me, by the way. I absolutely love that term because I'm going to start something with that name. And also, that term is memorable for me because of the phrase from the Martin Scorsese film. Film is called Life Lessons. It's part of a series of 3 films that, Coppola, Woody Allen and Scorsese made a film each and they were called New York Stories. And his version of that has Nick Nolte saying at the end when a love affair is broken down that how it taught him life lessons that are priceless. And I love that phrase, life lessons that are priceless. It's a beautiful phrase. I want to double click on one of them, which is very profound, which is the Stephen Fry quote, we are nouns, not verbs.
It was very profound for me. And it took me a while to understand it. Especially because even you think about in conversations, hi, I'm Murali, and your response is, what do you do? आप करते क्या हो? Not who are you? What do you do? And that struck me that we always define ourselves by what we do, not who we are. And it's always been a challenge for me that I never defined myself as a corporate lawyer. It's what I do, it's not who I am. It's not even a major part of who I am. I do it to earn a living. And I saw it in many people around me. They're so caught up by who they are. And it was an experience a long time ago. You go to the India International Center, there are all these retired IFS, IAS guys handing out cards. They still think they are somebody. And that somebody is who they were and what they did. It's not who they are, and they can't do anything about anything now that they did then. But they haven't got over it. They're still in this strange mind that I did all of this, I can do all of this now, you can't. And so you're bound by what they do or what they did. And then they have no reason to live. So I saw a lot of them and I thought, you're just waiting to die because you have no reason to live. Who you are is who you were, at least in your head. So that's not who you are. So what you did are verbs, who you are is a noun. And once we acknowledge that we're nouns, not verbs, it just changed the way I thought. And it's a big aha moment for me.
So, what is a noun? Define Murali.
I don't have to, no?
You don't have to. Multitudes.
Exactly. Whereas verbs are what I do, what I
Yeah.
think, what I feel, what I do not articulate. And that's all me. And it's going to be a combination of all of those things. I may only do two things. If I think of only that as defining me, then it's just those two things, what I do. I'm more than that. Machines are what they do.
Mm.
People are not what they do. That's the difference.
Yeah, and I also think that there is a directionality here, that the verbs have to arise from the nouns, that who you are will dictate what you do, and you'll do various things, but you are not them. But it cannot be the other way around, that you define who you are according to what you do, because then you're immediately reducing yourself to just that thing.
And I've seen a lot of people do it. They lose purpose in life if they don't have any. And the corollary of that is those who have purpose in life, I have great respect for.
This is clarity you have at 50, but did you always, was there a time where what you did mattered a lot to you?
No. I became a lawyer because I didn't want to be significant. So it never mattered to me.
No, you became a lawyer because it was the open way of making money at that point in time.
And I was good at it, and it seemed the easiest way to make the money.
Mm.
You know, if I tried to be a bricklayer or something, I wouldn't have been able to make the money.
Yeah.
I don't have the skills, and maybe if I had acquired the skills also, I couldn't have made as much money. So for the target of what I had in mind
Mm-hmm.
and the skills I had, this was the best way to do it.
A bricklayer or a podcaster. But yeah.
I may have had something interesting, built something interesting, and been on the podcast as a bricklayer. That would be a first.
A bricklayer on the podcast. I mean, everybody's a bricklayer, but in a metaphorical sense.
No, but actual bricklayer, that would be a first.
I should get someone.
Try karo.
Mm.
Try karo. See, you've had lawyers before, so
Why not
what's the big deal?
What's the big deal?
Correct.
Mm.
And to put it in the IAS offices way, मेरे juniors आए हुए हैं.
आपके juniors आए हुए हैं?
हाँ, so many of them.
कौन है आपके juniors? आशुतोष सलील तो था ही.
Madhav Khosla
came.
Mathan is senior to me, so that's okay.
He hasn't come.
No, but I saw the book.
I have his book. I keep intending to call him, but I
Very
keep
interesting
forgetting.
guy.
Yeah.
और कौन आया है मेरे juniors? विनय सीतापति.
Oh, he's a junior. अच्छा.
सबके मेरे juniors हैं.
आलोक प्रसन्न कुमार भी आपका junior ही होगा फिर.
Not from law school.
अच्छा, he's not from law school. Mm.
That's why the book everybody hates.
Yeah, and
you know why?
Ideas from the law school is a subtitle of your book. See, ये वीडियो पॉडकास्ट नहीं है, आप मुझे अपनी किताब दिखा रहे हो, लेकिन मतलब
और there's a play on words, right?
Yeah, the book is called An Idea of a Law School, Ideas from the Law School, which I don't like.
That's okay.
बहुत लंबा है.
That's okay.
हाँ,
लंबा होगा, but सुनोगे तो
बिल्कुल आपकी तरह.
you get the impact of it, no? And there are stories there. So it's growth built to the first law school in that sense in India,
Hmm.
therefore a law school.
Hmm.
And then
It
in a
became
short
the
time,
law
it became
school.
the law school. And you speak to anybody from the national law school, they always refer to it as the law school. And everybody else hates it. हम कुछ है नहीं किया. तो
पहले वो हुट्सपा था, फिर कॉन्फिडेंस बन गया.
I think the chutzpah continues.
Yeah. So, final life lesson before we go to recommendations, and this is about try everything once or even twice just to be sure, and your choices being Sanskrit and history. So, kindly explain.
We were taught Sanskrit very badly in school. It has to do with the curriculum. And I felt it even more because in your last episode, Pushpej ji was brilliant with his Sanskrit and how the environment at home, everything made him love it and enjoy it and find meaning in everything else which is connected to Sanskrit. So he could connect to music, he could connect with language, he could connect it to so many life experiences. For me, it was terrible. Our syllabus had really terrible choice of what we were studying. So, for example, we were studying Kumara Sambhava. Kumara Sambhava is just eroticism at its highest. This is Shiva feeling horny for Parvati, and therefore they copulate and give birth to the son. This is it. And he sees eroticism everywhere. I mean, he's two hills and thinks part of our body, thinks a cave and sees part of our body. So that's all it is. Now you're expecting, and we had a female teacher, to read this and explain this to us to 15, 16-year-old kids.
Who also see hills and caves and think body.
So there was squeamish teacher and students completely lost. So this is Kalidasa, not small words. You just can't figure it out without help. So it was taught incredibly badly. This is like, I have to teach you because you have to write the exam, but I really don't want to do this, so just manage. So the syllabus was really, really bad. And it was a lot of this kind of stuff, love poetry, which at that age, you're just unable to
Grok.
To get any good thing about it. So it was terrible for me. I hated it. I didn't understand it. I didn't understand meter. So with a lot of poetry, you're expected to understand meter and the metrical composition. I still don't know it. So I didn't know how to break it down. And so it was a nightmare. So I still remember a lot of the Sanskrit. And Sanskrit is one of those things where you're meant to know by heart. And I was thinking about it. In English, we say know by heart. In Sanskrit, we say kanthastha, which means by the throat. And in many other languages, we say in the mouth. Kannada, we say by patu. By is mouth and patu is remember. So, and in English, we say slip of the tongue or it's on the tip of my tongue. So it's weird how we think of it in all different ways, except in English where we say it's by heart. So I remember a lot of my Sanskrit and all the interesting bits about the Sanskrit, I still remember. But it was taught very badly. Likewise with history. It was just rote memory of dates. So we were walking, my wife and I, by the millennial celebrations in London. And we just something about liking and not liking things. And I said, I think I should give some things a second chance. She was kind of worrying what that might be. And I picked these two, Sanskrit and history. I told her I'll do Sanskrit and history because I don't think I've been fair to them. I tried them once, didn't like them, but I think deserves a second chance. So she kind of sighed, I think at that time, a huge sigh of relief, thinking that second chance doesn't mean anything else. It means Sanskrit and history. So
Little did she know what your thoughts on fidelity would amount to later in life.
no, but she knew my thoughts always. We had the strawberry and vanilla conversation.
Hmm.
But so since then, I've been consciously trying to read more history, read more Sanskrit, try and be more gentle with both those subjects and be more open minded about them. And I've really enjoyed it. I've really, really enjoyed it. And I'm seeing things that I didn't before. So for me, it's a life lesson that you don't like something, okay, once, maybe second time it will be better. So I'm a big believer in second chances.
I
Comes
think
to
another
food,
way to
comes
think
to
about
everything.
it is, and our economist friend Ashish would no doubt have something to add here also, is that it's a question of opportunity cost. You can do finite things,
Mhm.
so why try anything twice if you didn't like it the first time? And there's logic
I
there
agree.
as well.
And the finite is 2.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not saying 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
yeah,
Finite is 2.
yeah. But even
It's a
two,
fair
I
chance.
mean,
Is 2 is a fair chance, according to me. First time, I might have got it wrong. Second time, I'm sure that either I'm wrong or I'm right. But second time is good enough. 2 chances are, I think, fair.
marvelous. So we'll. So I'll have to have you on the podcast again because दो बार तो करना ही है. But
That's a good one. That's a good one.
It's a terrible one. But I'll end by asking you for recommendations, and you've already put a list out there, and eventually I'll put in the entire list in my show notes if you'd like. So feel free to go through the list or to pick out highlights or whatever means a lot to you and that you want to share.
So I think the book Quiet by Susan Cain had a huge impact on me. Just knowing myself, I think introverts are misunderstood. There's a difference between being shy, being awkward, and being introvert. I didn't know it till I read the book and I had some friends who helped me understand it. And then it explains lots of circumstances. I think everybody needs to read the book. Whether you're an introvert or not, you should read the book. It helps you understand better. The other one that really had an impact on me was Fire in the Blood, which I mentioned. And 2 others, especially because it involves teachers, Goodbye, Mr. Chips, the first version of it. And it's my go-to movie a few times. The sense of gratitude, if I just feel that there isn't much of that, then it's a book then it's a movie I go to. It's a black and white movie, and it's about a teacher in a boarding school. A lot of values there are, I think, still true today. The third actually is a movie that you can watch on YouTube for free, and it's very relevant to our times. It's called Hitler's SS, A Portrait in Evil. It's called Bill Nighy in it. And it's about a normal German family and how they get transformed into believing the Nazis and becoming the Nazis. So they're decent people who become Nazis. And so it just tells you that you can have good people doing bad things. And it had a big impact on me. The book I think I'd pick from all of these is What Money Can't Buy by Michael Sandel. It's a book gifted to me, and I gifted a lot to everyone. Everybody who thinks about free market, free choice, needs to look at it and say, not everything can be bought and sold. There's some things more valuable than that.
Which I think everyone who believes in free markets would agree with. It's a bit of a strawman characterization to say that free marketers think everything can be bought and sold. I mean,
I agree.
And Sandel does a lot of this. But never mind. I mean, we can talk about Sandel some
I'm not
other
saying
time.
that. I'm saying that there are certain things
Yeah.
that shouldn't be bought and sold.
Of course.
I think that's all the book
who would
is
not,
good for.
Who would disagree with that?
No,
But,
nobody
yeah,
should. But I don't think we realize it when we do things that is what is happening. So when you're getting preferential treatment, we're getting VIP treatment, stuff like that, you just think this shouldn't be happening. And to me, again, because it rings true for healthcare, why should the rich get preferential healthcare? Everybody is human. Everybody should get the same treatment. In fact, in this country, the poor pay more than the rich for treatment. Under the CGHS, the babus pay nothing for free treatment, whereas the poor are actually paying for treatment. How is that fair? So it just brings about those questions which I think are close to me. There's a series on Pakistan TV by a chap called Anwar Maqsood. Love the guy. he does an annual talk at the Lit Fest, Karachi Lit Fest. And I wish someone would do that. He reads out letters that Iqbal and Jinnah wrote to him.
Mm.
And they're incredible. And they're such a satirical take on society. And well applied to India. And there could be stuff here. And there are 2 poems actually. One is by Famida Riaz, which says, Tum bilkul hum jaise nikle. Which may seem like we're becoming another Pakistan.
You want to read it out?
No. And there's another one which actually is more inspiring, which is again by Famida Riaz. It says, Kuch log tumhe samjhayenge. And it's about people telling you can't do this, you can't do that. But this is your time. This is your life. Do it. That to me is very, very inspirational. That do it. What's the downside?
Yeah, that seems to be a warning against the aggressively conventional minded. You've read Paul Graham's 4 Quadrants of Conformism,
Yes.
of course, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll link it from the show notes. Incredible classic essay which everyone should read and avoid turning into a particular category of people called the aggressively conventional minded.
Yes.
But,
Yeah, very much so.
So Murali, thanks a ton, man. This has been, such a privilege, and sadly I can't pay you for it. So you've had just one day of professional life just vanish from here. But this was a great conversation. So thank you so much for coming over.
No, thank you so much for having me. It's not something I'd ever thought would happen. In fact, I told Ashish that the incentive for him writing the book that we would get on your show. So now he doesn't have an incentive to write the book.
No, but hang on. You have gotten on my show. He hasn't. So his incentive remains, and I am happily offering both of you to come on my show whenever the book is done. And if this doesn't work, what will?
I know. But thank you so much for having me. It was great fun spending
so
the day with you.
Thank you. If you enjoyed listening to this conversation, do share it with anyone you think might be interested. Check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. You can follow Murali on Twitter at Grumpy Old Man. The spelling is a bit weird, so just follow the link from the show notes. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Verma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.